Flying in the air, Han Sen summoned the mutant sawfish spear and cast it down at Qin Xian like how a fisherman would use a harpoon. The lion that Qin Xian had turned into reached out a claw and hit the spear hard. The spear as thick as an arm bent and bounced off. Fortunately, the spear was tough enough so that it wasn't broken under her claw. Han Sen took back his mutant sawfish spear and watched her from above, not intending to attack again or to land. Everyone suddenly came to understand that Dollar was trying to consume Qin Xian's shapeshifting time. Shapeshifting beast souls required a lot of energy to use. Even Qin Xian couldn't stay like this for very long, or it would hurt her body. So shameless. Do you call yourself a man? What do you know? It's tactics. If she could fly as well, then good for her. There was suddenly a chaos on the stands. Some supported Dollar and some Qin Xian. Qin Xian simply could not reach Han Senator. She quickly dismissed the shapeshifting beast's soul. But the moment she did that, Han Sen flew down and slashed his katana at her. Qin Xian had met a lot of strong enemies, but she had never been as depressed as she was at this moment. Once she shapeshifted, Han Sen would immediately fly into the sky. When she turned into herself, Han Sen would then rush down. She became sullen as she couldn't make use of her own strength. Haha, Dollar is just great. He is fighting like a gorilla. He is bullying her. Qin Xian is almost crying. Shameless scum. How can a man be so brazen? Unabashed, Han Sen believed it did not matter how he won as long as he won. If he could go to the contest among the champions of all the shelters and rank top 10, he would be rewarded a sacred blood beast soul. He would definitely try his best for that sake. Qin Xian did not expect that Dollar would sink so low to make her unable to use her power. Now she was only happy that Dollar was not an archer, or she would be even more miserable. Dollar, you are a dignified man. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Qin Xian wanted to prod Dollar into action. Unfortunately, Han Sen ignored her intention and replied, "You are a soldier. Don't you understand that victory is all that matters? Even if I let you win today, what if you encounter champions of other shelters who could fly? Do you expect to persuade them to give up their ability to fly as well?" Qin Xian paused, and people who accused Han Sen of being shameless also lowered their voices. In fact, they should have thought of this. There had been more than one person who could fly among the chosen before. Not being able to fly was a weakness of Qin Xian's, and even if she won today, others might still choose to exploit that in the future. Many people who supported Qin Xian kept silent. Qin Xian smiled wryly. "Well, I give up. We do not have to go on." Qin Xian knew that she had such a fatal weakness, but did not think Dollar would be so brazen to use that to his advantage. Now that she had no way of winning, she chose to throw in the towel instead of staying in this awkward match. Qin Xian now regretted that she did not work hard on archery, or she could have used an advanced beast soul bow and arrow to beat Dollar. "You can pick up the S-Class license of St. Hall at Steel Armor Gang," Qin Xian said, and left the martial ring, which made Han Sen this year's champion of Steel Armor Shelter. Dollar's victory was very controversial. A lot of people thought it was not honorary. But Han Sen didn't mind his reputation as long as he could win the sacred blood beast soul given to the chosen. Qin Xian left in good grace, but she had also set Han Sen up. If he went to pick up the S-Class license at Steel Armor Gang, she might be ready to ambush him. Han Sen knew her so well that he didn't dare to pick up the license under her nose, as he knew she must be quite upset with him. The contest in Steel Armor Shelter was officially over. The top 100 all had their names on the martial steel in the martial ring. The first name there was Dollar. Han Sen hoped that no one would call him Doll again. However, many still did. All the shelter champions would start to compete in 10 days. By then everyone in First God's Sanctuary could see the match taking place in the chosen martial ring. The top 10 participants would each gain a random sacred blood beast soul and be named the Chosen. If one had been the Chosen for the second or more time, one would no longer be awarded more sacred blood beast souls, but an upgrade to one's beast soul awarded the first time. Many of the Chosen would just go into the entertainment industry and become a star. Countless agents and companies would try to sign the Chosen with a large chunk of money. Unfortunately, the 10 Chosen were normally the same persons from last year. Fresh faces would only have an opportunity once they evolved and went to Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen didn't care for the entertainment industry, but he would spare no effort in gaining the reward of a sacred blood beast soul. Legend has it that as the chosen's reward, someone had once gained a beast soul in the shape of a beauty woman. Some rich guy offered more than $1 billion and even an interstellar warship for it. No one knew if the deal was made, but no one had seen that beast soul again. It must be collected by some rich beast soul lover. Han-san naturally wanted to be assigned a beast soul in the shape of a beauty and become rich overnight. But he would first have to become the chosen. Only 10 days to go until he started competing with other champions. There was no time for him to hunt for more Geno points. Han-sen decided to use the time to train himself in the teleport station. The gravity trainer was indeed a wonderful training device which had helped Han-sen a lot. He could push himself really far in a short amount of time inside it and practice Jade Skin much more efficiently. He would then complete the training tasks assigned by Yang Monli, and use the rest of the time to play Hand of God. Han-sen was not sure what Gambler meant by pass. He thought he had to clear all levels, but in fact what Gambler meant was just to pass the beginner level. That was why Han-sen felt terrible that he still hadn't been able to pass the beginner level in so long. This game is so demanding on my dexterity of the entire arm, and my control of muscles and bones. If I use Jade Skin when I play, I should be able to improve my score greatly. Han-sen tried it, and his scores indeed boomed. On the 6th day, he was able to level up for the first time. Han-sen was still vexed with the fact that it took him so long to pass the beginner level and he even had to use Jade Skin. However, if Gambler knew Han-sen had already passed beginner level, he would be so shocked that his chin should fall to the ground. Because of the misunderstanding, Han-sen continued to challenge the Evolver level of Hand of God, but he was making little progress even when using Jade Skin. Recently, Yang Monli was satisfied with Han-sen's performance. He had finished all the tasks she assigned him, and the data of the gravity trainer became normal again. She thought it was because he had stopped exploiting the loophole, but little did she know that he was actually increasing the difficulty so that his result could look normal. It was almost midnight and Han-sen was the only one left in the gym, playing Hand of God. He had discovered that the game was almost designed for him. Since he started practicing Jade Skin, he had gained exceptional control of his bones and muscles, and he had also become much more flexible. This game could help improve his reflexes and agility, which was great for his progress with Sleeve Blade and other skills that required handwork. Qin Xian teleported out of God's sanctuary to look for Yang Monli, who chanced not to be in the teleport station. When passing by the gym, Qin Xian saw the light in the gym was still on and knew someone was still in there. She curiously took a look and saw Han-sen was playing Hand of God. Qin Xian felt nostalgic as she played this game a lot when she was in military school, putting a lot effort in it as well. Although autonomous vehicles had been the mainstream in the Alliance for a long time, manual control was still needed when one was operating a warframe. In an interstellar war, warframes were fundamental as it would be hardly profitable to destroy a planet with weapons of mass destruction. Warframe as an individual combat tool played a vital role in wars these days. All military schools were training their students to operate warframes, which was one of the basic skills of a soldier. Hand of God was one of the best ways to improve one's speed and control, which were relevant to warframe operation. Qin Xian felt that she should teach Han-sen some tricks of the game. As he was handpicked by her, she would like to make him better. Let's see how you are doing first. Qin Xian approached Han-sen and watched carefully. She was a bit far from him just now, so all she could see was that he kept failing, and that was why she wanted to teach him. But when Qin Xian got closer, she suddenly felt that the holographic spots were disappearing too fast, which was why he kept making mistakes. Which level did he choose? Qin Xian checked the data on the screen. Evolver 3? Qin Xian could not help but frown. She thought that Han-sen was too ambitious. The Evolver level was designed for Evolvers, as the name suggested. The unevolved could sometimes pass the Evolver level, but that was very rare. Even for Qin Xian with her current abilities, she could only pass Evolver 2 occasionally, which was already incredible for an unevolved. After all, the unevolved weren't the target players here. But Han-sen was challenging Evolver 3, and he was just aiming too high. Biting off more than you can chew will get you nowhere, she thought, while she did not interrupt Han-sen but watched him starting over again and again. She wanted to teach him a lesson when he chose to give up. Having watched for a while, Qin Xian became serious, then surprised and eventually shocked. Han-sen was failing again and again. But in this process he was making less and less mistakes and improving at a shocking rate. As someone who had worked hard on this game, Qin Xian knew that once you had reached your limit in the game, you could hardly improve again, even with months' effort. A limit is a limit, and no practice could bring you over your limit. Unless your strength had improved significantly, no exercise could raise your score. The purpose of playing Hand of God was to show one's potential. But one couldn't improve one's potential by playing the game over and over again. Now Han Sen's improvement could only mean one thing. Evolver 3 was not yet his limit. That was why he could still reduce his mistakes and get better. Evolver 3 is not his limit. Is his talent in this area so great? Qin Xian did see great things in him, but did not expect he would be so good at this game. When she was in military school, the champion of the Military Academy League was just able to pass Evolver 3. And that guy was top 10 in the Warframe contest of the league. He was known for his swiftness and accuracy, and even had a nickname Lighting Hand. Han Sen reached the same level without any professional training, which was why she felt shocked. Can he pass Evolver 3? Qin Xian stood aside, watching Han Sen with a complicated expression on her face. Han Sen did not notice the arrival of Qin Xian at all. Now all his attention was focused on hitting the spots appearing everywhere. Jadeskin was fully employed. Faster, I can go faster. Han Sen's arms kept making swift and odd moves, twisted like serpents from time to time. Using all the muscles in his fingers and arms, he kept hitting all the spots appearing from nowhere. After the completion of Evolver 2, Han Sen had experienced countless failures adapting himself to the difficulty of Evolver 3. He felt easier and easier to keep going and started to feel that he could definitely pass this time. Qin Xian felt suffocated as she almost stopped breathing when she saw Han Sen's hands dancing madly. Halfway through Evolver 3, Han Sen had made no mistake yet. His hands were moving so fast that sometimes all she could see was the afterimage, which amazed her. Although the test had not yet been completed, Qin Xian was able to determine that Han Sen had the ability to pass Evolver 3. Judging from what she saw, he was not just lucky, but making progress constantly. Evolver 3. This is Evolver 3. Qin Xian was suddenly pleased with herself. She was the one who discovered Han Sen and insisted that he join her squad. The potentials he was exhibiting proved her decision extremely wise. An unevolved who could complete Evolver 3 in Hand of God was very likely to be invincible among all the unevolved once he learned how to operate a warframe. This kind of ability seems wasted on a sniper or archer. Qin Xian was swayed for a moment, as he would make a better warframe operator in an open battle than a sniper in the dark. But thinking of Han Sen's cautious character, Qin Xian soon gave up the idea as he was not cut out for close combat. But this discovery still made Qin Xian happy, because Han Sen was the best candidate to operate a warframe equipped with multiple long-range shooting weapons. Ding! A crisp sound interrupted the thoughts of Qin Xian. It was the tone of Han Sen passing Evolver 3. She was no longer surprised, because she had predicted that this was not his limit. But she was now more convinced of Han Sen's amazing potentials, and felt more determined about one thing. This person is mine, Qin Xian thought eagerly, as Han Sen started to play Evolver 3 again. Even Qin Xian herself could not have foreseen that she would have such high hopes for this guy who mistook her for a creature and stabbed her in her but the first time they met. Evolver 3, if he got more Geno points and became an Evolver, how great could he be then? Qin Xian was slightly excited. She quietly watched Han Sen practice for a long time before she went out of the gym. Maybe I could raise the bar for him, Qin Xian thought with a smile that would make Han Sen shudder. 10 days had soon passed. Han Sen was stuck and couldn't pass Evolver 4 in such short time. There were 10 phases in each level and Han Sen's performance had been exceptional for an unevolved. Practicing Hand of God not only benefited his sleeve blade skills, but also helped his speed of bladestorm as his improvement was comprehensive. The contest of all champions has finally come. I have to be in the top 10. Han Sen had read a lot of information from previous years and felt that he stood a good chance. It was not to say that he was invincible. This year, several powerful chosen had gone to Second God's Sanctuary, which meant he had less competition. Han Sen studied his potential competition for a long time, and found that his biggest rivals were likely to be Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. Tang had been the chosen several times. He was the 5th last year, and 3 of the 4 that ranked higher than him had gone to Second God's Sanctuary this year. The only one who didn't go was named Lin Feng, similar to the name of Han Sen's friend Lin Beifeng. Lin Feng was the 2nd place last year. There was no doubt that this year the 2 men would be the ones to beat. He looked through the description from a lot of people who had watched last year's contest and found the 2 strong indeed. Great fighting skills, plenty of advanced beast souls plus the sacred blood beast souls awarded to them last time, as well as their growth this year, all meant they shouldn't be taken lightly. Han Sen has met Tang Jinliu before. Although he kicked Tang's ass in the game, it was completely thanks to his reflexes and prejudgment. In a real combat, he needed more to win, and just Tang's beast souls alone were trouble enough. How come these 2 guys did not go to Second God's Sanctuary? Han Sen was ever more concerned after he read the description. No matter how well they could fight, the beast souls they had would be fearsome enough. I hope I won't run into them too early, or I would probably be in bad shape even if I won, which would be a disadvantage in the following matches, Han Sen thought. He could gain a sacred blood beast soul as long as he was top 10, and the beast soul was assigned randomly. Therefore, Han Sen did not think of the first place, but would be happy as long as he was one of the chosen. When Han Sen was considering all kinds of possibilities, he heard his comlink and saw a strange number on it. Han Sen frowned. He was not sure who it would be and answered the call hesitantly. Beyond Han Sen's expectation, popped up in the holographic image was Tang Jinliu. Surprise! Tang laughed. It sure is. What's up? Han Sen asked. I need a favor from you, Tang said. Let's hear it. I am just a nobody and may not be able to help you, Han Sen said with a smile. You sure can. It has to be you too. But no worries, you could name your price, Tang Jinliu said. What favor exactly? Han Sen cringed. Let's talk about it in person. Are you home now? I'll pick you up, Tang said hurriedly. No need. Tell me the place and I'll go to see you. Han Sen felt strange. Tomorrow was when the contest would start. What was Tang doing looking for Han Sen rather than preparing himself? Is it about the contest? Han Sen guessed and felt it necessary to figure out what Tang was up to. When Han Sen arrived at the place Tang Jinliu told him, he saw Fang Jingqi was also there. Tang led Han Sen into the living room. After entering the living room, Han Sen saw that on the sofa sat a young man, who was very quiet and did not speak when he saw Han Sen coming in. Tang, what do you need me for? Han Sen asked directly. Brother, look at this first. Instead of answering Han Sen's question, Tang played a video. The scene was shot in a martial ring. A man in combat suit was surrounded by a group of people wearing masks. The moment Han Sen saw the man, he shuddered, although it was just through the holographic image. Then the video began. Under the siege, the man started a gorgeous murder show. It was a slaughter. In 1 minute and 23 seconds, the man in combat suit was holding nothing but a dagger. He had killed a total of 34 people, each in one strike. No one survived, and no one could stand up again after taking his strike. The man was like death himself, harvesting lives casually. This person is a lot like you. After the video was played, Tang looked at Han Sen and said, That's not me, Han Sen said quietly. Of course it's not you, but you fight in the same style. Before you strike, there is no warning or signs. But the strike itself was fast and fierce with perfect timing. You are both assassins, Tang concluded. Although Tang had not fought Han Sen, he was a great fighter and discovered many things when he was playing that drinking game with Han Sr., so? Han Sen frowned. This person is called Yi Dongmu, grandson of Senator Yi, who is demigod. This year he is the champion of Czar Shelter. In other words, he is one of my competitors, Tang explained. What do you want me to do? Disable him so that he cannot participate in the contest? I am sorry, but I do not have that kind of skills. Han Sen spread out his hands. Of course not. He is the grandson of Senator Yi. Even we couldn't approach him easily, let alone you. We could never assassinate him. In the alliance, wherever he goes, he's always closely guarded, Tang said. We have invited you here because we want you to imitate Yi Dongmu's tactics and spar with us. Truth be told, I really have no confidence to block his weird strikes, and you can help us get used to his style. What's in it for me? Han-san did not decline. Tang pondered, moved his lips but didn't speak. They were basically asking Han-sen to teach them how to beat himself, so it was very hard to name the price. If Han-sen was someone important, they would not even have asked, as it could be perceived as provocative. We can try our best to accommodate whatever you propose, Fang Jingqi said. An S-class license of St. Hall. Han-sen paused and said, "Deal." Tang replied so fast that Han-sen felt that he might have asked for too little. Maybe he should have said 2 S-class licenses. But Han-sen had always been an optimist. 1 S-class license was a great price already, and what they asked him to do helped himself in turn as well, as Yi Dongmu might be his opponent as well. I have to say this before we start. My skills are inferior to Yi's. Even if you could parry my attacks, you might still be stabbed by him, said Han Sr. I know. Here are some videos of him fighting. Watch carefully and then we will start. We don't have much time left, and we can only hope that our first opponent won't be him so that we'd have more time to practice. Tang Jinliu sat on the couch and joined Lin Feng, leaving Han Sen to watch the videos himself. Han Sen watched one video after another. None of the videos were shot officially. Han Sen felt this trip was worth it, because if he encountered Yi Dongmu without knowing his style, he might be killed in the match. Indeed, they shared the same style. The difference was that Han Sen had formed the style himself, while Yi clearly had a great mentor. That was why Yi's skills were much better. He seemed to have a better fitness level than Han Sen as well. As for beast souls, Han Sen was sure that Yi had better ones than his as well. As the grandson of a demigod and senator, his grandfather would manage to get him nice stuff no matter which shelter he was in. Although time is limited, none of Tang Jinliu, Fang Jingqi and Lin Feng asked Han Sen to hurry. They let Han Sen repeatedly watch the footages. Han Sen sometimes would replay some details several times. Yi had taught him a lot through these videos, which meant more to Han Sen than an S-class license. In just less than 4 hours, Han Sen felt as if he had been through a revolutionary change. However, after full understanding Yi's way of fighting, Han Sen was surprised to find that although Yi's strikes looked terrifying, there were subtle defects to his style. And only those who deeply understood this style would be aware of these defects. Tang was getting impatient and wanted to interrupt Han Sen, but Lin Feng the quiet man stopped him. It was in the evening when Han Sen had finished with the videos. Let's get started, Han Sen got up and said. Well, let me see how well you can imitate Yi. Tang took Han Sen into a combat room in the villa. Han Sen grabbed a dagger the same shape of Yi's dagger. Its edge was not sharpened and its blade was retractable, so that no one would get hurt. The way Yi Dongmu and Han Sen fought required them to do their best with each strike. If real weapons were used, Tang was afraid that he would be injured by Han Sr. Let's begin. Tang tightly watched Han Sen and did not step back. They wanted to practice how to parry Yi's strikes after being approached by him. Han Sen approached Tang, holding a dagger backhandedly, a way he had learned from Yi. 2 feet away from Tang, Han Sen suddenly wielded the dagger and stabbed it at him from an unexpected angle. Fang Jingqi was shocked, and the quiet man's eyes lit up. Tang was covered in cold sweat, and it was too late to parry that attack with his broadsword. He abruptly turned sideways but was still stabbed in the waist. #T. Your strike was not that different from his, Tang called out. Staring at Han, Senator Fang Jingqi looked at Han Sen with a strange look, and the quiet man's eyes also fell on Han Sen's hands. Han Sen was surprised himself as well. He was practicing jade skin madly these days, and practicing Hand of God had also enhanced his speed. In addition, he just saw Yi's way of fighting and had some new insights. Now his strike was so powerful that he couldn't believe it himself. Haha, God loves me. With you sparring with me, it will be no big deal. Tang laughed out loud. For a whole night, none went to bed. But the only one who was practicing with Han Sen was Tang. Fang Jingqi didn't register in the contest, and the quiet man was just watching and did not meant to join them. Having practiced for a night, Tang could not avoid Han's dagger as long as Han Sen was within a foot from him. Tang didn't develop a way to defend himself, while Han Sen was getting better and better. #T. I give up. There is no way to parry your attacks. Maybe I'm doomed, Tang said sullenly, as he saw it was about time to go to God's sanctuary for the contest and there was no point in going on. Now you are able to deal with Yi, Lin Feng, who had been watching in silence, suddenly said. Lin, what do you mean? Asked Tang, sitting up straight and staring at Lin Feng. Yi Dongmu is not as good as him. You can't parry his strikes, but with Yi you would be able to avoid being stabbed in fatal parts. If your luck is not too bad and run into Yi in a few days instead of today, you could block Yi's strikes at a very small price. Hearing this remark from Lin Feng, Tang and Feng all looked Han San appalled. They knew Lin Feng well and was shocked that he would speak so highly of Han San by saying that Yi Dongmu was not as good. Han Sen's background was much inferior to Yi and Yi was probably also older. Yet Lin Feng said Yi Dongmu was not as good as Han Senator. If the remark was from another person, they would certainly have scoffed, but they knew Lin Feng and he was never wrong. Last year, the only reasons he was not the first place were that he hadn't broken the bottleneck in his hyper-geno art, and that he entered God's sanctuary 2 years later than his opponent. No need to look at him that way. I'm just saying his style is better than Yi Dongmu's, but his fitness was still inferior to Yi, of course. Lin Feng smiled and reached a hand out to Han Sr. I am Lin Feng. Very pleased to know you. You are an interesting person. Han Senator, a pleasure. Han Sen shook his hand, smiled and said, well, it is late. Let's shower and teleport. Tang interrupted the eye contact between Han San and Lin Feng. He turned to ask Han San, there is a teleport device here. You want to join us? No, I did not register, so I will not go. Han San declined and left. Watching Han Sen leaving the villa, Tang asked Lin Feng, is he really so good? He's better than you think. If he had the same background as Yi, he would be 100 times more impressive than the latter. He understands the essence of assassination, while Yi only has some skills. His growth was limited by his background, but he will be well known in a few years, commented Lin Feng. Such high praise from Lin. He must really be something, Fang Jingqi said. In a few years will he surpass you? Tang was interested. In First God's Sanctuary I am invincible, said Lin Feng casually, exuding confidence. This time Han Sen had gained a lot. Not only did he get an S-class license from Tang, he also enhanced his advantages in sneak attacks. As pointed out by Lin Feng, his strikes were more threatening than Yi's. But no matter how powerful his strikes were, he had to first get close to his opponent, which was not easy. In practice, he started from the proximity of Tang, who would never let him get so close in a real match. After all, the art of assassination was better used in the dark. He had practiced a kind of footwork that allowed him to easily approach others even from the front, but Han Sen had never learned it, so it was hard for him to get close. That footwork was also a hyper-geno art and involved special techniques. Han Sen was never good at footwork and could not imitate from watching the videos. Even if he tried, he couldn't get the essence of it. Therefore, it was essential that he should learn his own footwork. Maybe I should consider using this on my footwork. Han San squeezed the S-class license in his pocket. But now he had no time for that. Practicing a new hyper-geno art took time. Han San went to the teleport station, entered God's sanctuary, dressed himself as Dollar and entered the martial ring. In the middle of the martial ring erected a giant sacred steel that was 100 times more magnificent than the martial steel. Under the watch of people from Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen marched into the sacred steel and was teleported to a huge martial ring, chosen martial ring. In all the shelters of God's sanctuary, there was a similar sacred steel from which the image of chosen martial ring was projected. At this moment, champions from all the shelters were entering chosen martial ring from the sacred steel. Han Sen realized how large the population of the Alliance was, and how large First God's Sanctuary was when he entered chosen martial ring. Every shelter had about 100,000 people like Steel Armor Shelter. And everyone in chosen martial ring now was the champion of their own shelter. The stands were almost filled with at least 100,000 champions, which meant there were at least 100,000 shelters in First God's Sanctuary. It was a dizzying figure indeed. After humans entered the interstellar era, they had conquered lots of habitable planets and had been thriving. Now the humankind was so huge that only Shuras could compete. Among the champions of all shelters, Dollar was the most famous one, in addition to the chosen from last year. That video of Dollar fighting Golden Horn Shura was so viral that all mainstream media had covered it, so Dollar had become a household name in the alliance. Many people were curiously looking at Han San, as they wondered how Dollar really was. But it was mostly just curiosity. They had all watched the video starring Han Senator. Although the storyline was impressive, Dollar didn't really show much strength at that time. His sacred blood beast souls were great, but he himself not so much. Han Sen at that time would be very far behind among the champions of all shelters. After all, these people were 1 in 100,000 with great physiques and advanced beast souls. It hadn't been long since Han Sen fought the Shura, so no one believed he could have made much progress. People mostly just wondered about him and didn't treat him as a fierce rival. When the channel into Chosen Martial Ring was closed, the match list finally appeared on the Sacred Steel. The names on the list were the ones the champions left on the martial steels. Han Sen quickly searched the list for $, and he found it very soon. The word stood out to him for some reason, and others had found their own names as well. In this contest among the champions, a one-on-one model was adopted, and the winner of the two would enter the next round, so the list was like a pyramid. Han Sen was relieved to see both Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng were arranged far from him, and there was no chance they would meet before top 10. Han Sen scanned the list again, and another name caught his eye. Yi Dongmu. He used his real name? Han Sen saw the name Yi Dongmu and followed his path. He was suddenly startled. If Yi and he could both win all the way, they would fight for the chance to become the chosen. So in order for Han Sen to gain the sacred blood beast soul, he must beat Yi. Tang Jinliu was afraid of Yi, while I was the one who met him. Yi Dongmu, your luck is no good. If Tang didn't come to me, I might lose to you. But now it's different. Maybe I am chosen, Han Sen thought happily. Perhaps others would be afraid of Yi. But he was confident he could beat Yi after watching the videos. Chosen Martial Ring was divided into 1,000 stages stacked on top of one another. Each time 1,000 pairs could fight at the same time. Han Sen was in a late match, so he went to see other matches first, especially the one Yi was in. He had to know how much better Yi was getting compared to his performance in the videos. Yi Dongmu's match in this round was also rather late. Han Sen watched a few matches and was surprised, as no one was to be taken lightly in this contest. He also watched Tang Jinliu's first match. His opponent stood no chance under his fierce broadsword skills. After Tang shapeshifted, his opponent was barely fighting back. Tang's techniques and strength were both outstanding in the contest. Lin Feng, whom Han Sen was paying even more attention to, also won his match, while Han Sen didn't really understand the way he won. His opponent was a nobody, but Lin Feng only won by a narrow margin. Han Sen could even imagine that in the reports next day, Lin Feng's opponent would be described as, had a glorious failure. But for some reason, Lin Feng made Han Sen feel more threatened than Tang did. Finally, it was Yi Dongmu's turn. He was not well known at the moment. Although he was the grandson of Senator Yi, only a few people knew he was in the contest. After all, this was his first contest. However, his opponent was a celebrity who ranked number 10 last time, nicknamed Dragon Swordsman. Dragon Swordsman was very handsome and had great sword skills. With lots of female fans in the alliance, he enjoyed great popularity among all the chosen. Dragon Swordsman's match was naturally high profile. A lot of people thought that he had a chance of being top 3 this year, and all the girls were cheering for him. Few paid attention to Yi Dongmu, his opponent. But 10 seconds from the match started, everyone was shocked. Before Dragon Swordsman drew his sword, Yi Dongmu's knife had cut his throat. Watching Dragon Swordsman clutching his own neck in pain and collapsing, the audience were silent. His female fans were covered in tears with hands on their mouths, not accepting what they saw. One of the chosen last year, Dragon Swordsman, was killed in his first match. That would sure become the headline next morning. This was all it took for Yi to be known throughout the alliance. Han Sen was calm. Although Yi had made some progress, the well-born kid still did not understand the essence of assassination. It was Han Sen's turn. His opponent was a guy called Lei Ban. The moment Han Sen got on the stage, Lei Ban summoned a beast soul bow and 3 beast soul arrows and shot all 3 arrows at him. The 3 arrows almost flew to Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen was surprised. Lei Ban was at least as good at archery as him, and even had better techniques than him. Judging from the look of his bow, It was likely a sacred blood beast soul bow, and 2 of the 3 arrows were dark green, so they were probably poisonous like his mutant black stinger arrow. The 3rd arrow was made from blue crystal and sounded as if it could tear air apart when it was in the air, which suggested it could be a sacred blood beast soul arrow. Sure enough, there is no one weak here. Han-san swiftly dodged the strongest blue crystal arrow and summoned his mutant sawfish spear to ward off the other 2 arrows. Han-san felt a bash as the arrows and his spear collided. The spear almost fell from his hand. Excellent archer and weapons, thought Han-san in awe. He squeezed the spear and approached Lei Ban. Lei Ban was not only fast but was also able to shoot while running. The arrows were not affected by his movement at all. Unable to trap Lei Ban with his spear, Han-sen had to run after Lei Ban while dodging his arrows. Han-sen had a lot of respect for this opponent, who had much better footwork than him, and could shoot arrows in all positions when moving with both great strength and accuracy. Han-sen had also worked hard on archery, but he was only able to shoot when standing still. His accuracy would suffer a lot if he tried to move. Lei Ban was indeed much stronger than him in archery, so Han-sen was not in a hurry to end the match. Instead, he started to observe his opponent and learn from him. Han-sen's match had also attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Dollar was popular. But compared with Lee Dongmu, his performance was less than impressive. More than half an hour had passed and they were still running after each other, rendering the audience drowsy. In First God's Sanctuary, people were quite disappointed in Dollar, except for his hardcore fans. Since a match with an unknown person had cost him so much effort, Dollar didn't seem to have what it took to become the chosen. When the match had been going on for more than an hour, Han-sen shapeshifted into the Bloody Slayer, approached Lei Ban and beat him in a close combat, which Lei was not good at. The same day, all major media in the alliance had covered the contest. Although there was no image, the reporters managed to depict the matches vividly with words. Their main focus was on Lee Dongmu's match. Yi's background was also published, the grandson of Senator Yi, who had graduated with stellar grades from the best posh school before entering God's Sanctuary. His background and his sekal of dragon swordsman made him a major contender this year. The victory of Tang had also made him a favorite. Another top contestant was Lin Feng. His match, however, benefited his opponent, who was considered to have lost by a narrow margin by the media. There were articles on Han-sen too, but they were rather short in general. The longer ones were all focused on the disappointment in Dollar. Most of the reports were filled with phrases like narrow win, work to be done, hard to live up to the reputation and to be improved. There was not much description. In fact, those who saw Han-sen's match, including his fans, had to admit Dollar was just average. The team of the TV program Contest Center was holding a meeting in their office building. In the conference room, the station director Su Kongnian was tapping his finger on the table. He looked at Fong Mingquan sitting on his right side and suggested with a smile, "Fong, do you think we need to make some alterations to today's show? Which alterations do you have in mind?" Fong Ming frowned as he could guess what Su Kongnian wanted to say. Since Dollar's video became viral, Fong Mingquan was poached by Huaxing Station's Contest Center team. Because he had taken the place of an old host in the station, he was not the most popular person here. He was targeted here and there, which made it difficult for him to realize his career goals. "Fong, we journalists have to focus on the hot issues. Contest Center was designed for this contest and we ought to focus on the more outstanding matches." Su Kongnian paused and said, "Shall we put Dollar's content on hold and release it when he had a better match? Let's focus on Lee Dongmu first. What do you think?" The director has a point. He is so popular right now, of course we should focus on him. Dollar was just lucky to have killed a badly injured Shura. His weakness was exposed in the contest and he couldn't even be in the top 100, let alone the chosen. There is little point covering his match. We need to focus on Yi, who could be the first place. Wang Chongqing said with his face stern, giving Fong Mingquan a cold stare. This program used to belong to Wang Chongqing, and he was replaced by Fong Mingquan in the end, which explained why Fong was not his favorite person. "Yes. It's settled then. Fong, let's roll with Lee Dongmu for this one," said Su Kongnian. Fong Mingquan curled his lips and felt suffocated. He suppressed his anger and scanned each onlooker. Shooting Wang Chongqing a cold stare, He looked at Su Kongnian and said calmly, Director Su, if you still want me to host Contest Center, I will talk about dollar, not just for this episode but for all future episodes. I will also tell everyone that dollar will be the winner of the contest. Everyone in the conference room paused and looked like Fong Mingquan as if he were crazy. Every year during the contest there was a lot of special programs that covered different matches. Although Contest Center was just a new program, it was produced by Huaxing Station, which was a prominent TV station. With a celebrity host Fong Mingquan, the program had good ratings and was among top 100 in the alliance. Top 100 may sound less than impressive, but was in fact an amazing achievement. In the entire alliance, each planet had tens of thousands of programs, many of which were from the authority. It was quite something to stand out and be among top 100. And of course, during the contest, a program focusing on the contest itself would naturally have higher ratings. On this day, the content of Contest Center caused an uproar in the alliance. Fong Mingquan had introduced and analyzed dollar's current situation and predicted that this year dollar would become the final champion, which had led to outspread outrage. Fong Mingquan is a retard. Look at dollar's performance, how can he win? We know that you are famous because of dollar's video. But there is no need to kiss dollar's ass like this. Rubbish. If dollar is the champion, I will live broadcast myself eating #T. What do you think of Lee Dongmu if you think dollar could win? Haha, Fong Mingquan is so dumb. Dollar will meet Lee Dongmu before he gets to top 10. He'd be lucky to survive. To win. LMAO. My Tang Zhenliu would never let him. My Lin Feng would never let him. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Although I also like dollar, he didn't do that well in the contest so far. Fong Mingquan, you are too subjective about this. I can't even watch this stuff and I am a fan of dollars. You call yourself a fan? Go be other people's fan, please. Dollar is nothing compared to E. E must win. Dollar little angel. I will always support you. Contest Center and Fong Mingquan had been made a hit by all the criticism. Many peers were satirical about Fong's grandstanding too. Some even asked him to quit journalism. Except for a few hardcore fans of dollar, all comments on Fong was negative. Even many dollar's fans thought Fong's report was over the top and didn't dare to support him. Fong, I'm sorry you are wronged. In the conference room of Huaxing Station, Su Kongnian grinned from ear to ear. Although Contest Center and Fong Mingquan were severely criticized, the ratings had risen a lot, sending the show in top 50. A large number of other contestants' fans flooded into Contest Center, especially those who supported Lee Dongmu, this year's dark horse who would encounter dollar before becoming the chosen. The Skynet community of the show had almost burst. Although it was only top 50, for Huaxing Station it was a great achievement. There had been less than a handful of shows that could accomplish this in the station's history. Therefore, Su Kongnian was quite pleased with what Fong Mingquan had done and Wang Chongqing was naturally upset. He didn't know that Fong Mingquan would try to improve the ratings this way. This is just my job. I have Director Su to thank for my achievement. Fong Mingquan said modestly, flattering Su at the same time. Su Kongnian was even happier and patted Fong Mingquan on the shoulder. Fong, keep talking about dollar and the stronger you say he is the better. If everything goes well, we might have even higher ratings and could break our record. Please rest assured that I will do my best. Fong Mingquan did not think it was grandstanding as he sincerely believed dollar would win. However, others didn't see it that way. Fortunately, the result was good anyway. For a journalist, criticism was not always a bad thing. Su Kongnian praised Fong Mingquan some more. After the meeting was over and Su had left, Wang Chongqing said coldly, "You are ignoring the facts for fame. You might be popular now, but the reputation of the program would be ruined by you. Which station would hire you in the future?" Su's compliment means nothing. You think you can get away with it when he finds out the show was discredited? Of course, Fong Mingquan understood that as well. Someone had to take the fall when the fad passed. He himself would be that someone in this case. Su was just trying to keep him on board now to raise the ratings. Fong had been in this industry long enough to know that. Smiling, Fong Mingquan looked at Wang Chongqing and asked, "What if dollar really wins?" Wang Chongqing paused. If dollar really wins, then Contest Center would become famous for real and Fong Mingquan's name would become a household name. Su Kongnian would treat Fong like the god of wealth. Keep on dreaming, Wang Chongqing scoffed. Anyone could see that Dollar did not have what it took to win. He was just average and far from top 10, let alone winning. Whether you believe it or not, I firmly believe that Dollar will be the champion. Fang Mingquan got up and went away. Idiot, Wang Chongqing whispered. He was waiting to see how miserable Fang would be. Han Sen did not go on the Skynet, so he was not aware of the debate about Contest Center. At the moment, he was practicing with Tang Xinliu in Fang Jingqi's villa. Although Tang Xinliu would not meet Yi Dongmu before top 10, he felt like they were going to meet when they were both top 10 eventually. So, he was still practicing with Han Sen when he had time. Only Han Sen knew that Tang would not encounter Yi Dongmu because he would eliminate Yi himself before Yi rose to top 10. But a sparring partner like Tang was so precious that Han Sen was happy to oblige. Having practiced for 2 days, Tang finally let Han Sen go just before the next round of match began. Han Sen knew who his opponent was and did not panic. He had made up his mind to practice in the match and gain some practical experience from his opponent. After all, these were the champions of different shelters, and it was such a rare opportunity to fight them one-on-one. Han Sen had not much experience in this kind of matches and was happy that he got a chance to gain some. Han Sen had made up his mind to practice Bladestorm in the contest by using Bladestorm only when facing his opponents. If others dared to do this, they might have died a million deaths already. But Han Sen was in Sacred Blood armor, so hardly any attack was fatal to him. That was why he could practice in the contest. Han Sen had given up on using his mutant Sawfish spear. Without good spear skills, this weapon was useless in front of these champions. Fighting opponents of different styles, Han Sen had made great progress and his Bladestorm got better and better. As long as his opponent was not too fearsome, he could always cope with using just Bladestorm, but it was always the Bloody Slayer that got him the victory. This way, Han Sen's matches had become very hard to watch. He was always winning by a narrow margin, and there were times it seemed that he was about to lose. And there were 2 matches in which his opponents had already been seriously injured in their last rounds, and were thus easily defeated by Han Senator. Everyone thought he got lucky. The negative reports about Dollar were overwhelming. And in particular, the high praise Fang Mingquan sang in Contest Center fanned the flames. Fang Mingquan was talking through his hat. As an evolver who could not even enter First God's sanctuary, he managed to analyze so much from his reporter's oral account alone. In general, he was saying Dollar was invincible, everything was in control and Dollar would be the final winner. This of course had attracted much hatred toward Fang Mingquan and Contest Center. It chanced that although Dollar's matches were never fun to watch, he had never lost either, which supported Fang's claim. The criticism got worse and worse. Especially those who were optimistic about Yi Dongmu were sniffy about everything Fang said and objected each day. Yi Dongmu was still keeping a formidable record. In 2 consecutive rounds he was able to kill his opponents in one blow, causing many of his following opponents to quit the matches against him. In 3 consecutive rounds, all his opponents threw in the towel, which made Yi's fame peak. Many media were running lengthy features about him, and many predicted he would be the final champion this year. He had even stolen Tang Xinliu and Lin Feng's thunder. As for the Contest Center, Fang Mingquan and Dollar, they had become a big joke in the press. Dollar will win had become a popular spoof this year, as an irony of course. Some people found that Yi Dongmu and Han Sen would meet before one became the chosen and posted the finding on the Skynet, which caused a heated discussion. I sincerely pray every day that Dollar had to keep winning so that he could meet Yi Dongmu, who will teach him what a master looks like. Haha, funny. I agree. God bless Dollar. Bless Dollar. Bless Dollar. Shay. Bless Dollar had also become a buzzword, and was seen everywhere in the comments of all sorts of programs about the contest. Especially in the online community of Contest Center, Bless Dollar would flood the screen every day. Han Sen knew about this but did not react at all. He never thought of Yi as his equal. In the Han Sen's view, the likelihood of Yi Dongmu winning Tang was less than 30%, and if Yi met Lin Feng, he would stand no chance. The opponent Han Sen really cared about was Lin Feng. These days he had seen many matches and had a general understanding of most contestants, among whom he felt Lin Feng was the most formidable. This quiet and gentle man made him feel unpredictable. His every move seemed very natural but followed a strange rhythm. Han Sen's prejudgment was quite good, but he was unable to predict Lin's rhythm, which scared him. Han Sen had seen every match of Lin Feng's and almost all the matches were closely fought. Lin was always winning by a small margin. Almost all Lin's opponents performed outstandingly, and they all lost nonetheless. It felt so strange that Han Sen cringed. Formidable guy, Han Sen commented. He knew his techniques and strength were both weaker than Lin. Luckily he would not meet Lin before top 10, or else he was not sure if he could become the chosen. Tang was still practicing how to avoid Han Sen's attacks in a close fight. He was not making much progress though. But Lin Feng said if Tang met Yi Dongmu, Yi would not be much of a threat to Tang, which was close to Han Sen's judgment. Yi didn't get the essence of the art of assassination, so he could hardly beat Tang. Perhaps the phrase blessed dollar played a role here. In the next rounds, Han Sen's opponents either were badly injured or lost important beast souls in the previous rounds, and some even had accidents in the alliance. It took Han Sen no effort to keep rising. Even Han Sen himself felt quite incredible. Those fans of the Yi Dongmu gave Han Sen another nickname Lucky D, taunting his lack of real skill. One day, after the end of a match, Han Sen came down from the stage and saw Lin Feng finishing his match as well. Their stages were close, so Lin saw him and to his surprise walked toward him. Many around them had noticed this scene. After all, Lin Feng was the runner-up last year. Although his performance was not that brilliant this year, he was still a favorite. Also, Han Sen had been the center of attention for a while. Lin Feng approached Han Senator. He smiled and reached out a hand. Always wanted to say hello to you, but never had a chance. Same here. Han Sen shook his hand. Lin seemed to be satisfied with this and said, "See you at the final." Lin turned away, but his words stunned everyone who was listening, as if they had seen a 12.0 magnitude earthquake. Turned out to be a 12.0 magnitude earthquake in the press indeed. Lin Feng had asked someone to meet him in the final, yet that someone was not Yi Dongmu, but Dollar, who was considered an imposter. All major media had reported this, and Fang Mingquan from Contest Center was especially excited about it, and had analyzed it from all angles. His conclusion was that Dollar was simply great, but obviously the major media and fans didn't share his enthusiasm. They thought Lin Feng wanted to gain popularity by participating in the grandstanding because he was no longer the center of attention. Rubbish. Lin was the runner-up last year, but he had no vision. No wonder he was only the runner-up. Let him keep his ranking and be second to my Yi Dongmu this time. Keep his ranking? You think too much of him. He'd have to be lucky to make it in top 10. Lin and Dollar are just two weak guys feeling bad about themselves. Haha, Yi Dongmu will get rid of Dollar in seconds before he beats Lin to show them who the real king is. What the heck? If Lin was going to see someone in the final, it should be Yi Dongmu. Even if it is not Yi, at least it should be Tang Jinliu, right? How is Lucky D relevant? The Skynet had exploded for this matter. However, Lin Feng and Han Sen, the two who had caused it, did not realize this at all. One was enjoying tea with Tang Jinliu and Fang Jingqi, and the other was playing Hand of God in the gym of the teleport station. Han Sen had spent all his time playing Hand of God when he was not practicing with Tang, but he had never been able to make another breakthrough. He always had one or two small mistakes with Evolver 4. Han Sen knew that he had reached his limit in both physique and reflexes. If he had no improvement in Geno points, it was impossible for him to go any further. Therefore he decided to take a break from Hand of God. Han Sen acquired 2 daggers and tried to practice sleeve blade with both hands. Although he was not as good as Gambler, he could produce the daggers from his sleeves and put them back skillfully at the moment. Even someone very observant could hardly see his hands move, but it was just a start on sleeve blade. When Han Sen took the daggers back, his hands would shake slightly while Gambler was able to keep his hands perfectly still and retrieve the dirks using only his arm and palm muscles. Han Sen was not even close to that. This misled Han Sen to think that he needed to pass all the levels of Hand of God before he could get somewhere with sleeve blade. After I win tomorrow's match, I will fight Yi Dongmu. If I beat him, I will become the chosen and enter the ranking round where I will meet Lin Feng, which I actually look forward to. Han Sen recovered his dagger, slowly closed his eyes, and thought about all the matches he had experienced. The next day, Han Sen had an easy victory once again. His opponent still had not recovered from a bad injury and failed to show up. Han Sen walked down the stage and wanted to see Lin Feng's match, but someone stopped him. I hope tomorrow you will have the guts to stand in front of me because I will kill you, Yi Dongmu said coldly and walked past Han Sen without so much as throwing him a glance. Almost everyone who saw this went crazy. Yi Dongmu's words caused another storm on the Skynet. Basically everyone was guessing if tomorrow Dollar would dare to show up. The majority predicted that Dollar would quit. After all, the difference between the two was huge. Yi Dongmu's performance had been outstanding and he had even killed several celebrity rivals, including Dragon Swordsman, who had the 10th place last year. Dollar, on the other hand, had a rough journey. And he was here more for his luck than for his actual strength. Except for Fang Mingquan, who predicted Dollar would get a total victory, almost all TV personnel believed Dollar would either quit or die. On the day of the match, the martial rings in all shelters were packed with people who were waiting to watch the match through the sacred steel. This was absolutely the most controversial fight in the entire contest this year, and people called it the fight between the king and the imposter. Almost everyone in First God's Sanctuary was watching, and the number of viewers was even bigger than that of the final last year. The popularity of this match was in part due to Contest Center and Fang Mingquan. Or else there wouldn't be so many people who were paying attention to Dollar and the media would not have cooked up such a hype. The field reporters all wished to interview Yi Dongmu and Dollar before they started. Although there was no way to record it, it was enough that everyone in the First God's Sanctuary could see it at such a crucial moment. Unfortunately, neither Yi nor Dollar had appeared, but they saw Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. It was hours until their own matches, so they must be here to watch the fight between Yi and Dollar. The clever reporters quickly squeezed over and circled Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. They loudly asked Lin Feng, "I'm from Contest Front. Who do you think will win this fight?" Lin Feng, "I am from Contest Corner. You said you would see Dollar in the final. Do you still believe that?" "I'm from Contest Center." Lin Feng, "Do you and Dollar know each other? Why did you ask him to see you in the final?" "Shay." Lin Feng quietly smiled. "Haven't I already said that I will see him in the final?" Lin then walked toward his seat and sat down. Those journalists quickly circled Tang Jinliu, who was behind Lin, and bombarded him with all sorts of questions. Tang gracefully tossed his hair back and said with pride, "No matter who wins, it will be the same for me, as I will get the first place." He paused, and before the reporters reacted to his comment, he continued, "If you are asking which of the two will win, then of course it's Dollar. Isn't that obvious?" The reporters were shocked. Not only Lin Feng but also Tang Jinliu said Dollar would win, which was the opposite what they had thought. But when they were trying to ask again, Tang Jinliu had gone away as well. Only the reporter from Contest Center was overjoyed, who quickly teleported out of God's Sanctuary and reported what Lin and Tang had said. When Yi Dongmu and Han Sen both showed up, First God's Sanctuary went buzzing. The cheers for Yi overwhelmed those for Dollar. In the martial ring of steel armor shelter, "Station Master, do you think Dollar will win?" Yang Monli asked Qin Xian, sitting next to her nervously. "He robbed my quota to go, so I will not forgive him if he's not even in top 10. Qin Xian said fiercely. While knowing that it would be difficult to beat Yi Dongmu, who had shown incredible skills in previous matches, he will lose for sure. He was simply not on the same level as Yi Dongmu. Son of Heaven said in a cold voice, "I do not want to listen to these words. My Dollar is the best." Displeased, Qin gave his mouth a downward twist and said, "He and Yuan had been going to all Dollar's matches. Whether you like it or not, it is the fact," Son of Heaven said casually. "Didn't you say the same thing last time?" "Well?" Qin grinned and asked, leaving Son of Heaven's face darkened. On the stage, Yi Dongmu coldly stared at Han Sen and said in a flat voice, "Well, since you dare to come, then get ready to die." Drawing the dagger from his waist, Yi had a murderous look on his face. "Do you think this is some kung fu movie?" Han Sen scoffed inwardly. He didn't believe someone would actually say such dramatic words in real life. Han Sen did not reply, but shapeshifted into the Bloody Slayer, grabbed the hilt of the Shura katana and ran toward Yi Dongmu. The Bloody Slayer had a great speed, and was as fast as a fighter aircraft at its full speed. Instantaneously Dollar was in Yi's face. The viewers all wondered whether Dollar had lost his mind to approach Yi, who was best at close combat. Almost no one could avoid his fatal blow after being approached by him. Wow. Dollar is nuts. He not only approached Yi but was also using a katana. At least use your spear so that you can keep the distance. A misstep by Dollar. He should have come with a bow and arrows. Even if he doesn't know archery, shooting down from the above is 1,000 times better than getting close to Yi. Yi's fans were overjoyed. This idiot wanders so willingly into Yi's lap. It would be hard not to beat him. Yi Dongmu sneered and shapeshifted into a mutant monkey more than 6 feet tall with a thick tail, which greatly improved his strength and speed. Yi Dongmu had a sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul as well, but it was not similar to the shape of a human body. If he could not use his skills and sacred blood dagger, the sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul would do more harm than good. There were few creatures that had the shape close to human, and even fewer that looked human. Except for that sacred blood beast soul in the shape of a lady that was awarded to the chosen, there was hardly any sacred blood beast soul that takes human form. Han Sen's Bloody Slayer was a precious sacred blood shapeshifting beast soul, because it had a pair of human hands that allowed him to use all sorts of techniques. Yi Dongmu watched Han Sen bolting toward him and gave his dagger a harder grip. He held the sacred blood dagger backhanded and launched his body at Han Senator. The distance between the two was shorter and shorter. All the moves of Yi Dongmu fell in the eyes of Han Sen, who felt every stretch and twist of his opponent had followed his expectation. He could see through Yi as if Yi was no more than a puppet. Between two assassins, if one was much better, something like this would happen. Han Sen knew everything about Yi while Yi didn't even know Han Sen was good at sneak attacks as well. And that had determined Yi's loss. It did not matter that his speed and strength were both greater than Han Senator when the two clashed. The katana painted golden by Han Sen moved, and was suddenly returned to its sheath. The movements of the weapon were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. They continued sliding nearly 30 feet in opposite directions before they stopped. Han Sen's magnificent body was as steady as a mountain, while Yi Dongmu slowly turned around and stared at Han Sen's back. He stressed each syllable. What is that skill called? Bladestorm. Han Sen replied without looking back. I will fight you again. And next time I will not lose. Yi said and walked down the stage. The moment he went down, he fell to the ground with a thump. Blood was welling from a cut in his chest so deep that his bones could be seen. The entire First God's sanctuary went quiet. Billions of viewers of the match opened their mouths but could not make a sound. No one could believe that the result would be like this. They could accept it if it was the other way. But Yi Dongmu, who was invincible like a king, was defeated by Dollar in one blow, which was hard to swallow. Not to mention Yi's fans. Even Dollar's fans had never thought that Dollar could win like this. Even the optimistic ones believed it would at least take Dollar quite some effort to win. But no one thought that Yi would lose in such a shameful way and in his strong suit, close combat. Han Sen turned his head back and looked at Yi Dongmu, who was struggling to get back on his feet. He said calmly, "Not bad. You survived a serious strike from me." Han Sen turned away. "No bad, no bad." This sentence blew all the viewers' minds. In the eyes of the public, Dollar's figure suddenly became more and more grand and brilliant. Dollar's fans finally came to realization of what had happened and started shouting and jumping up and down. The silence was broken and the entire First God's sanctuary became festive. Everyone was talking about this incredible fight. That went down pretty fast. Haha, in your face, Yi's fans. Not just the fans but also the media in the entire alliance. Except for Fong Mingquan's contest center. Y'all thought he was gonna win. How about this? He is beat before even getting to top 10. Now think about it, Fong Mingquan sure had some vision. His analysis actually made a lot of sense. We were just blinded by Yi Dongmu's performance and didn't listen. Lin Feng is the visionary one. No wonder he was the runner-up last year. He knew this long ago. Haha, it seems this year it will be between Lin Feng and Dollar. We really owe Fong Mingquan and Dollar an apology. Fong Mingquan was wronged. Not bad, haha, what a line. A match that took less than 10 seconds had changed Dollar's image completely. What a line. Next time I have to try it. Not bad, you survived a serious strike from me. Tang regretted that it was not him who came up with the line. Snap. Wang Chongqing's comlink was smashed by him. Eyes bloodshot. He panted heavily like a hysterical beast. Dollar had beat Yi Dongmu. The public opinion of the entire alliance was suddenly turned over. Contest Center and Fong Mingquan that had suffered lots of criticism were sent to the altar. Lots of people were saying they owe the program and its host an apology. More and more people poured into the contest center to watch Fong Mingquan's analysis. The show had made it into the 8th place in ratings, a record high. Huaxing Station had never seen such achievement with any show. In the past, the best record they had was the 19th place. Top 10. No one even dared to dream this big. The host would be proud enough if the show was in top 100, and be thrilled if it made top 50. There was no doubt that Contest Center and Fong Ming had both made it. Although Contest Center was a show that would end after the contest, Fong Mingquan's outstanding performance had won him fame. No matter what show he hosts in the future, he would always have great ratings. Now Huaxing Station considered Fong Mingquan a pillar of the station. Even Su Kongyan was smiling at him all the time and showering him with compliments, making Wang Chongqing so jealous that he wanted to bite Fong with his teeth. After Fong got off work and returned home, he sat in front of the French window and looked at the view of a busy night with a cigarette between his fingers, taking a puff from time to time. His body was still shaking. Now that everything was over, Fong started to sense some fear. He didn't even believe his own analysis as he didn't even watch the matches. He simply believed in Dollar, the man who moved him by saving the girl, and he thought a man like that must do well. So Fong Mingquan was just betting on Dollar to become the chosen. Whether he could get the first place or not, it was no longer important. The fight against Yi Dongmu and Lin Feng's invite had made Dollar's reputation peak, and Fong Mingquan had also succeeded. Dollar, you really are my lucky charm. Fong Mingquan relaxed and celebrated the fact that he had made the right bet. If he had lost the bet, he did not even dare to think of the result. He was not afraid to lose, but this time too much was at stake. If he had lost, he might have to leave his favorite industry. The puff reached his lungs and an intoxicating feeling started to spread from there. Fong silently looked at the nightscape and his excitement gradually subsided. When all the excitement was gone, Fong Mingquan got up to turn on his smart device. He wrote an article titled, "A King Marches in Loneliness." A king is always lonely. When others are laughing with friends to show off their humor, he is sweating in silence. The king is always lonely when others are chasing fair maidens. He is bleeding on the battlefield. A king is always lonely. When the whole world is against him, he stared into the front. A king is always lonely. When he is abandoned by all, he is still firmly marching forward, only to realize his dreams afar. I just want to say, Dollar, please accept my allegiance. A loner like me wishes to follow you who are lonely too. You win, I will be with you. You lose, I will be with you. Fong Mingquan finished the article and did not leave his own name under. Instead, he wrote from a loner to the king. When Fong Mingquan uploaded the article on the Skynet, it went viral at an incredible speed, triggering a huge response. Damn, I cried reading this. It reminded me of when I trained hard to be admitted to a military school. Others admired me for being admitted, while they had no idea about the effort I made. I had to train even when I had a fever. It was tough. Fong Mingquan wrote well. I was reminded of the days I struggled in God's sanctuary. This is simply my true portrayal. I am also a loner. Spending at least 28 days in God's sanctuary each month, I just want to work harder so that my family can live better. But I am so tired and I need company. No matter what happens in the future. From this moment on, I am a fan of Dollar and Fong Mingquan's. I will be with both of you too. Dollar, please accept my allegiance. You win, I will be with you. You lose, I will be with you. Loner +1. I like Fong Mingquan. You follow Dollar, I will follow you. If God gave me another chance, I would never have said anything bad about Dollar. +1. +10,086. Dollar, you are my king. The King Marches in Loneliness had made Dollar and Fong a tremendous success. As Fong became a real celebrity, Dollar had gained many hardcore fans who would not sway easily. Reading the piece himself, Han Sen felt touched too. During the first 3 months when he had just entered God's sanctuary, the loneliness and helplessness he experienced were maddening. He had gone this far because of his dreams and the people he cared about. If it weren't for his mother and Han Yen, Han Sen might have given up on himself. Han Sen wanted to reply to the article, But he eventually let that thought go. Let us keep marching forward for what we truly cherish. No words could express my feeling. Han Sen silently logged out. Hen San rested for a while, and decided to check if there was any hyper-geno art on footwork that suited him in St. Hall. Yi Dongmu's footwork was paired perfectly with his sneak attacks, and the footwork was what Han San lacked. If he could practice some footwork to work with his sleeve blade skills, he could reach an even higher level in the combat. Articles about Dollar could be seen everywhere on the Skynet. But it was too late to write about him, as Contest Center was the only program everyone talked about. The peer shows were much less popular. A lot of businesses were looking for Dollar and wished to hire him to endorse their products. Some people wanted to dig out his true identity, and there were all kinds of speculations, but no one was certain anyway. Han Sen was now browsing the S-Class section in St. Hall, dazzled by all the S-Class hyper-geno arts on footwork. From the description alone, it was difficult to see whether the footwork would suit him, but Han Sen had no better choice than these S-Class hyper-geno arts. After reviewing all the descriptions, Han Sen locked down on a footwork named Spartacle. Having purchased Spartacle, Han Sen watched the tutorial and started to learn. Soon he found that Spartacle is somewhat different from the footwork he had in mind. Han Sen was hoping to have a footwork that helped him speed up and pull him close to his opponent in an instant. Spartacle was fast enough, and theoretically he could reach the highest speed that his body could take by practicing Spartacle. But this hyper-geno art was focused on the explosive force. Although he could reach a very high speed instantaneously, the speed could only last 1 or 2 steps. Sudden burst of speed and one unparalleled step, that what Spartacle was all about. Footwork like this was very powerful in a close combat, and even more so when paired with sneak attacks that Han Sen was best at. But the previous problem was still not completely resolved. It was still hard for him to approach his opponent from afar. This is nice too. My abilities will be enhanced in close combat. And if my enemy is not too far away, this will work. Han Sen was not too disappointed. Spartacle was also helpful to him. It was just different from what he had imagined. Originally, Han Sen thought that he should learn a footwork like the one used by Yi Dongmu, which involved erratic and rapid steps. But this would do as well, just in a completely different style than Yi's. Han Sen drank a bottle of Geno solution for Spartacle and hurried to start practicing. Hopefully it would make a difference in the ranking rounds that was to begin in 10 days. In the afternoon, Fang Jingqi suddenly sent him a message to ask him to meet about something important. Han Sen went to Fang Jingqi's villa and found out that Fang was asking him to join Fist Guy's team to hunt a sacred blood creature. Fist Guy could not deal with the creature with his own men, but he did not want to team up with Son of Heaven or Qin Xian. He did find the weakness of the creature and have a plan that calls for a good assassin. He did not know someone like this, but he did not want to share the meat of the creature with the other gangs either. I know you are also in Steel Armor Shelter, so I've recommended you to him. If you join them, you won't get a share of the meat but will be paid with a mutant three-eyed beast mount. As for the beast soul of the sacred blood creature, we will follow the tradition. Whoever gets it could keep it. Fang Jingqi paused and said, the pay is very good. If Fist Guy does not insist on having the meat to himself, the share you get could not possibly be of the same value as a mutant beast soul mount. Han Sen nodded. Fang Jingqi's words were reasonable. The share of meat he could potentially get was probably less than half of what a mutant mount was worth. When and where? Han Sen was secretly calculating the time needed for this trip. It was 10 days until the next round, and he wondered if he could make it back. I cannot tell you the specific location, and you will need about 6 or 7 days in total, Fang Jingqi said. Han Sen certainly understood that no one would leak the information of a sacred blood creature. With Fang Jingqi's estimate, he felt reassured, as even if there was a delay, he could still make it back in time. In fact, Han Sen did not care for the ranking matches. It did not matter to him how he ranked among the chosen as long as he could have the reward, which was the same for everyone in top 10. He was really looking forward to fight Lin Feng though, to see how good Lin actually was. Han Sen promised he would join Fist Guy. He had always wanted a mount, and here came his opportunity to get a mutant one. Plus, he had a chance at the sacred blood beast soul as well. So why not? Fang Jingqi gave Han Sen a coin and said with a smile, I only said that I would recommend someone good but didn't name you. Take this to the agreed place and he will know. Han Sen nodded and took the coin. Fang Jingqi took him to dinner before letting him go. The next day when Han Sen entered Steel Armor Shelter, almost all the people were talking about Dollar's match against Yi Dongmu and a king marches in loneliness, but they preferred to call the piece from a loner to the king. After all, Dollar was from Steel Armor Shelter and everyone in the shelter felt honored about it, except for Son of Heaven's gang. I am a celebrity now, but unfortunately I cannot tell anyone that is me, Han Sen thought. First, he went to find Yang Manli and took a leave, explaining that he wanted to hunt an important creature, hiding the fact that he was in fact joining Fist Guy's team. Hunting was crucial and Han Sen's training results were fairly good. Yang Manli did not give him any trouble before she granted his leave. Han Sen came to the agreed place and saw Fist Guy and his gang under a tree enjoying the cool, obviously waiting for someone. Ass freak. What are you doing here instead of following Qin Xian around? A gang member saw Han Sen and ridiculed. Han Sen did not speak, but fished out the coin from his pocket and flicked it with his finger. The coin drew an arc and fell in the palm of Fist Guy. Holding the coin, Fist Guy looked at it and felt incredible. He asked Han Sen, "You are the person Fang mentioned." Chapter 107. Show us what you got. No way, Fist Guy. This is the guy you told us about? Ass freak, is the master your friend recommended? Brother, are you kidding us? Brother, are you playing with us? Fist Guy's men were talking at the same time as none of them believed Ass freak was the man. Fist Guy was also upset. Fang Jingqi said he would send him a master of assassination, but he did not expect it to be Han. Senator Fist Guy knew Fang Jingqi well, and knew that he would never mess around. Since Fang had recommended Han Sen, he must have his own reason. Fist Guy regarded Han Sen and said, "Fang said that you are skilled in assassination?" "Better than average," Han Sen said. "Better than average? We are going to kill a sacred blood creature. Can you manage that?" Little Finger said with distrust and curled his lips. This gang was different from the Qin Xian's gang and Son of Heaven's gang. It had no military background and Fist Guy did not pay for the gang members. Fist Gang was formed by a group of friends and Fist Guy was their leader. The members all referred to each other with nicknames: Thumb, Index Finger, Middle Finger, Ring Finger and Little Finger, plus Fist Guy were the backbone of Fist Gang. All 6 were here today, which showed the importance they attached to this sacred blood creature. Fist Guy had almost maxed out on his sacred geno points, and all he needed was the meat from this one creature to get there. After that he could enter Second God's Sanctuary with max sacred geno points. That was why this time they were not sharing the meat but chose to pay with a mutant beast soul mount. Fist Guy gave Little Finger a wave to stop him, gazed at Han Sen and said, "I trust Fang, but this is very important for us and I have to be responsible for my brothers. Please show us what you got." Drawing a dagger from his waist, Fist Guy handed it to Han. Senator Han Sen was not offended as he knew his reputation in Steel Armor Shelter was not great. He had thought this might happen and did not really blame these guys for it. Han Sen reached out a hand and grabbed the dagger. When Fist Guy was about to withdraw his arm, Han Sen's hand moved. Just when Fist Guy wanted to dodge, the dagger he just gave Han Sen was already on his neck. Suddenly Fist Guy froze and his hands were still in the air, as he was not even able to put them up for defense. The rest of the gang were all dumbfounded with their face stern. They knew well Fist Guy's skills. Although it was a sneak attack from Han Sen, the guy was still able to catch Fist Guy off guard and put a blade to his neck. None of the Finger brothers thought they could do the same. Han Sen moved the dagger away, stepped back and threw it back at Fist Guy. He asked with a smile, "Do I need to do another test?" "No, let's hit the road," Fist Guy said simply. He contemplated Han Sen and tucked the dagger back at his waist. Little Finger and other members were curious about Han Sen, not expecting the infamous ass freak to have such skills. But they did not say much either and summoned their mounts to go. Not having a mount, Han Sen was invited to sit together with Fist Guy on his mutant mount, which was as strong as a rhinoceros. The gang marched toward the southern mountains. Along the way, the gang had never stopped unless necessary. On the 3rd day, they finally stopped at a Grand Canyon. Han Sen estimated that if it were not for the mounts, it would have taken them half a month to get here. They could no longer ride in the canyon, so Han Sen followed the gang on foot. Along the side of the valley they walked down and saw a billowing river, which was still not their destination. Having walked for more than 2 hours, they finally saw a large cave on the side. It was dark inside and they lit torches before going in. Once they were in the cave, columns of stalactites caught their eyes. Be careful. Although we have cleared them up last time we came, the cave has a complex structure, so there is no guarantee that we've got them all. Also, there could be some new creatures hidden somewhere. Everyone pay attention, said Fist Guy solemnly. All answered. Eye and Thumb led the way holding a mutant beast soul shield in his hand. The rest followed him into the depths of the cave. Littlefinger was walking on the end with a pair of beast soul cuddles in his hand, vigilantly looking around. Inside the cave, water was dripping from above, the sound of which was particularly clear in the cave. The stones under their feet were slippery and held puddles of water more than an inch deep here and there. People were very careful, not because it was difficult to walk, but for fear of dangerous creatures that might appear any time. Along the way Han-san saw a lot of old bloodstains, which must be left from when the gang was here last time. Obviously their worries were unnecessary as they had encountered no danger on the way. The gang must have done a good job last time as there was not even a primitive creature. Pay attention, guys. We are about to see it. Do not make a noise, whispered Fist Guy, who was directly behind Thumb after they had walked for 4 or 5 hours. In fact, these words were meant for Han-san, as everyone else had been here before and knew that they were approaching the creature. They were tiptoeing like cats, making absolutely no sound. Han-san nodded to Fist Guy, who then signaled Thumb to keep going. In a short while they were at the end of the path and the space suddenly became huge. A stone hall appeared in front their eyes. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling were about 30 feet long, which were not even 1/10 of the height of the cave. Unknown black vines were growing everywhere in the cave and the leaves on the vines were as black as ink. There were even black flowers dotted on the vines. Where they came from was like a tunnel that was connected to the hall's wall, and there were many entrances like this one. Fist Guy indicated silence to Han-san with his finger, and then pointed underneath them. Han-san looked down and his eyes lit up. Han-san saw that at the bottom of the cave, a black pangolin-like creature more than 6 feet long with its whole body covered within crystal scales was drinking water from a pool. That is the creature. Its hearing is no good, but it has got excellent eyesight. Even a sacred blood beast soul weapon could hardly hurt its scales. Its biggest weakness is its soft belly, explained Index Finger unhurriedly, who was a refined young man. Even if its stomach is its weakness, it is on all fours and I can't really flip it over and stab there, Han-san said. Of course not. As long as there is a sign of trouble, this guy will roll itself into a ball. And then it would be like a snail hidden inside the shell, and its belly would be protected. Its scales could also flip up and become circular saw blades. When it rolls it's like a spiked wheel and even the thickest armor would be cut open by that. And no one's body could stand that either. Littlefinger cut in. How is this a weakness then? Han-san could not help but frown. Certainly we cannot attack it head-on. Its strength is formidable and its speed is too high. No one could afford taking a hit from it. Fist Guy hesitated before he pointed at the pool at the bottom and said, Our plan is that in a while, we will go out to drive it away and you can take the opportunity to hide under water in the pool. When it goes to drink again, you make the attack from below the water at its soft chin. It would be great if you could leave the weapon in its chin so that it could no longer curl up. At that time we could kill it however we like. Fist Guy, no wonder you are willing to pay me a mutant mount. I'd be risking my life. Han-san said to Fist Guy, If it is easy we will not pay such a big price. Can you do it or not? Littlefinger whispered. Everyone awaited Han-san's decision, looking at him. I can try. But since I am putting my life on the line here, I have to get paid first in case I die there. Han-san pondered and said, Okay. Fist Guy agreed readily and transferred the mount to Han's senator. Now that they were here already, as long as Han-san got into the water, they did not worry he would run away. So it was fine to pay him first. Index Finger took a small oxygen cylinder and respirator from his bag, and gave them to Han-san, so that Han-san could stay in the water longer. After everything was ready, Fist Guy looked at Han-san and said, We'll go out to lead it to one of the tunnels and you should quickly go hide underwater. You don't have much time, 30 seconds at best. Is that fine? No problem. Han-sen checked the distance to the pool and then confirmed. Well, although its bare skin is relatively vulnerable, you would still need at least a mutant beast soul weapon to pierce that. Do you have one? Fist Guy was a bit concerned. Han-sen nodded again. His Shura katana was comparable with a mutant weapon, but he was not dollar now, so he did not bring it along. But Han-san still had a mutant black stinger arrow, and that would do. Everything was ready. Fist Guy and his gang members exchanged a look, and everyone except for Littlefinger climbed away using the vines. They carefully climbed to other entrances to the hall, and then threw fist-sized iron balls at the drinking creature from each entrance. Ding! 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 The balls hit the creature's black crystal scales and made noises of metal, not even leaving a white mark on the scales. But the sacred blood creature was obviously angered. In just a moment it curled up its body and suddenly looked like a snail. A spiked one. The black scales were turning up and sharp as blades. The creature started rolling with a thudding, and even the stone was cut deeply by its scales. It was fearsome indeed. In just an instant it rolled several dozen feet. Not only its speed was incredible, it could also roll itself onto a steep stone wall. Like a spiked wheel, it rolled upward on the wall and was behind Fist Guy's men in an instant. They could not afford to relax and all hid in the respective tunnel next to themselves. The sacred blood creature followed Thumb into the tunnel closest to it. Come on. Thumb can't hold very long. Littlefinger urged Han-sen to go down. Han-sen took a deep breath, grabbed the vines and quickly slid down to the bottom. He ran to the pool but did not jump in for fear of making too much noise. Instead, Han-san went to the waterside, slowly slid himself into the water and sank. Seeing Han-san diving in the water with the respirator in his mouth, Littlefinger was relieved and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. When he was about to check on the sacred blood creature, he saw a shadow rushing from the tunnel where it was and rolled to the bottom. Its eyes on the side of its body twirled for a while and detected no danger. It then slowly spread its body and crawled around to chew on the black vines. The reason why the creature had stayed here for a long time was to eat the black vines. Fist Guy's gang had discovered this and was thus certain that it would not leave before eating up the vines. The creature was still gnawing the vines when Fist Guy's gang returned from the back of the tunnel. It chanced that all the tunnels were connected and they made a detour and found Littlefinger. Thumb's arm was hurt. His blood was dripping and his bone was bared. Thumb, you all right? Fist Guy and others asked nervously. I'm okay, but my mutant shield was ruined when used to block the creature. If we could not kill it, it would not be worth it at all. Thumb said distressed. I wonder if Ass Freak could finish the task. Littlefinger watched the quiet pool and the creature eating the vines with a worried look on his face. I hope he can. Looking down, Fist Guy was not sure either. One could never be sure about the result when one was about to hunt a sacred blood creature. The infamy of Ass Freak also added to their lack of confidence in Han Senator. The gang watched the creature nervously, but it did not have any intention to drink. After chewing on the black vines for more than half an hour, it lay down on a stone and fell into sleep. Fist Guy and others started to get anxious, as the oxygen cylinder they gave Han-san was only the size of a palm and the oxygen was quite limited. If the sacred blood creature spent a long time sleeping, the oxygen would run out. When they were praying for the creature to get up, it eventually woke up and slowly climbed to the pool, as if their prayers had worked. It stretched its head above the pool and started to lap the water with its tongue. However, Fist Guy and the Finger Brothers were not too happy about this, as where the creature stayed was far from where Han-san was hiding. If Han-san started to swim now, however, the waves he made would alarm the sacred blood creature for sure. What now? The gang members' hearts raced. Han-san could not even touch the creature in such distance, let alone kill it. Unfortunately, the water below was too dark, and they could not see what Han-san was doing under the water. Hearts in their mouths, the guys suddenly heard a screech from the bottom. The sacred blood creature lifted its head up and there was a black arrow deep in its white jaw, with only less than half the length exposed. Blood was flowing along the arrow shaft. Not able to find its enemy, the creature wanted to curl up after being injured. However, since its jaw had an arrow in it, it could not curl itself into a perfect ball. Instead, it looked like a jagged tire in an accident, bearing much of its white belly. Overjoyed, the gang summoned all kinds of weapons and rushed out. The sacred blood creature was still fierce though badly injured. When it rolled, stones were still crushed under its scales. No one could block it like no one could stand in the way of a bulldozer. The gang did not dare to fight it head-on and decided to carry on the fight while beating a retreat. Then they saw the creature rolling itself into a tunnel and ran away as fast as it could. Only then did Han-san appear from the pool holding Doomsday. The rest paid him no mind and rushed to the cave and chased after the creature. Han-san quickly followed them. The creature's injury did not affect its speed. It soon disappeared in the cave. Fortunately, it had shed a lot of blood, so the gang was able to follow it. There were toxins on the mutant black stinger arrow, and the creature would surely pressure the arrow deeper and deeper as it rolled. Hence its wound had not healed and blood could still be spotted from time to time. Having chased for more than 2 hours in the tunnels, they finally saw the light as they had come out of the cave and entered a forest of hoodoos. The ground was still stained with blood, so apparently the sacred blood creature had fled among the hoodoos. Damn! The vitality of this creature is just incredible. We would have died a long time ago had we shed so much blood. And it was running fast as ever, Thumb cursed. The terrain was rugged so they could not use their mounts. Everyone kept chasing on foot. As they were running, Han-san suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Sacred blood creature scaled armadillo killed. The beast's soul of scaled armadillo gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han-san paused and could not believe the scaled armadillo had already died. What was more surprising was that he even gained its beast soul. Seeing Han-san suddenly stopped, the rest looked to him and asked, "What happened?" "The scaled armadillo is dead," replied Han Sr. Scaled armadillo? The rest suddenly realized that scaled armadillo was the name of the sacred blood creature, and all became thrilled. "Your arrow is poisonous?" Guy quickly asked. "Yes, but the toxicity does not seem to be strong enough to kill a sacred blood creature." Han-sen had some doubts himself. The scaled armadillo must have rolled itself so hard that the arrow pierced its brain. Ring Finger guessed. "Yes, that is quite plausible." "Let's hurry," Thumb said eagerly. The gang followed the bloodstain and turned around a corner before they saw the dead scaled armadillo. However, they all paused. What they saw was different from what they had imagined. The scaled armadillo was dead indeed, but it did not seem to die because of Han-sen's arrow. A gorgeous bird more than 9 feet tall with silver body and ruby eyes was using its silver hook-like claws to tear the scaled armadillo's body and peck at its flesh. The scales that even a sacred blood weapon could not break were torn apart like they were made of paper. Han-sen now knew that it was indeed not his arrow, but this silver bird that had killed the scaled armadillo. For some reason, it was still counted as his doing. #T. Another sacred blood creature with wings. Thumb screamed out loud. His voice turned all faces dark. The bird that was enjoying its meal suddenly cast its ruby-like eyes in their direction. The moment it spotted them, a murderous look appeared in its eyes and it spread its wings like clouds that blocked the sky and flew toward them. "Scatter!" Guy shouted, turned and bolted. This silver bird was so strong that they were by no means its match. Since even the scales of the scaled armadillo could not withstand its claws, they simply had nothing to fight it with. Han-sen was also running as fast as his legs could carry him. The gang had scattered, but as Han-sen looked back, he realized that the silver bird had chosen him to follow, its ferocious bird eyes red as blood gazing at him unblinkingly. Maybe God envies my newly gained beast soul. Han-sen secretly cursed and continued to run desperately. Chapter 110. Escape. Fortunately, it was a forest of pagoda-like weathered rock hoodoos. Han-sen was taking his cover behind the pagoda-like hoodoos, and paid no mind which way he was going as long as he could get rid of the silver bird. However, the horrendous silver bird was still following him. Under its claws, even a car-sized stone was crushed in an instant. Its strength was almost divine. After running for a while, Han-sen was suddenly in the open and out of the hoodoo forest. He complained inwardly, "Now without the hoodoos as my cover, how could I outrun this damned bird?" Without the cover of the hoodoos, the silver bird uttered a ferocious hoot and rushed toward him. Without hesitation, Han San summoned the Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle and turned himself into a golden centaur, running with all 4 hooves. Han San had always trusted the speed of the Bloody Slayer, but this time he failed to run away from the silver bird. Instead, the bird was catching up. Am I going to die here? Han San complained inwardly. The shapeshifting time was limited and his current geno points would give him less than an hour. Once his time was up, how could he ever outrun the ferocious silver bird with his own feet? But now Han San had no time to think. He had to focus on running as fast as he could. As for the purple-winged dragon beast soul, Han San did not dare to summon it at all. Once he used wings to send himself in the air, his flying speed would be even lower and he would be turning himself into a meal for the bird. Looking at the endless plain, Han San ran desperately while the silver bird was snapping at his heels. As time passed, Han San started to feel a severe soreness and knew that his shape-shifting time was almost up. As Han San was considering whether to turn around and fight the bird head-on, he heard a rumbling of water ahead of him. It seemed that there was a wide river there. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Without thinking any further, he ran at his full speed toward the sound and used Jade Skin fully so that he could shapeshift a bit longer. Han San soon saw a wide river with roaring waves more rapid than the Yellow River. Seeing this river, Han San was overjoyed. Now he only wished that this silver bird did not know how to swim so that he could take refuge in the water. Running desperately with 4 hooves, Han San felt his body muscles were being torn apart, as he had exceeded his shapeshifting time limit. But the only thing left to do was to hang on and keep running to the river. Giving up shapeshifting now was equal to giving up his life. 600 feet away from the river, Han San's eyes were bloodshot and the pain in his body almost made him scream. Yet he had to run. 500 feet, 300 feet, 100 feet, 10 feet. As Han San thought his body was about to explode, he had finally made it to the river. With acute pain, he threw himself into the water. Thump! Han San heard a loud noise behind him, and then felt a burst of pain on his back that almost made him black out. His heart froze, knowing the silver bird had followed him into the water. The desire to survive made him muster what was left of his energy, and try to dive deep into the river. At this point, Han San could no longer keep up shapeshifting, or else his body would break down. The moment he turned into himself, he felt he was pushed downstream at an incredible speed. He tried not to faint, as he could drown in such torrents before he was eaten by the bird. He summoned the mutant black barracuda, and a mutant mount more than 4 feet long appeared next to him. Holding tight on the mount, Han San controlled it to dive to the bottom. When Han San could no longer hold his breath, he sent the mutant black barracuda to the surface. Finally getting a little break, Han San was glad to find the silver bird was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that it did not know how to swim and just clawed his back when he jumped into the water. His back was still in great pain, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart with spasms in his muscles. He felt like he was made into a plate of sashimi with his flesh being sliced off. The consequence of shapeshifting over time made Han San helpless. Fortunately, he had his black beetle armor for protection, or else the creatures in the river that had sniffed the smell of blood would have torn him apart. Groups of strange fish more than 2 feet long hovered around him and tried to bite his body from time to time. The sacred blood armor had thwarted all their attempts. Withstanding the maddening pain, Han San grabbed the Z-steel dagger in his sleeve and stabbed it into a strange fish next to him. The fish was gutted as he pulled the dagger fiercely, and it died without struggling. Primitive creature Black Lantern fish killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. Seeing other Black Lantern fish hurrying over to the dead one, Han San quickly cut off a large chunk of fatty meat from its belly, and threw the rest of the dead fish aside. Watching groups of Black Lantern fish chasing the dead body away, Han San took a bite at the meat in his hand. It tasted fishy and bitter, but Han San could not afford to be picky. When he jumped into the water, his back was clawed by the silver bird and his backpack was lost. With no water or food left, he could only rely on this creature's meat to gain some strength. If he wanted to live, he must have enough strength. But the fish meat was so unpalatable that Han San only ate half of it and threw the rest away. He would throw up otherwise. With some physical strength recovered, Han San started to observe the surroundings. Although it was already at night, The starlight and moonlight were so bright that he could still see mountains and forests along the river. But he still had no idea where he was. Gathering his strength, Han Sen commanded the mutant black barracuda to swim up to the shore. His luck was not too bad. Next to the shore was a grove of trees. He looked around and found no trace of creatures nearby. With a long sigh of relief, Han Sen climbed up into a tall tree's crown. When he was about to take a good rest and treat his wound, a beast roar rang in the mountain near him. How bad can my luck be? With a wry smile, Han Sen vigilantly looked in the direction of the roar. Chapter 111. Glory Shelter. Seeing it was actually several youths hunting a lion-like creature, Han Sen felt God had not abandoned him yet. Taking all his beast souls back and putting the dagger back into his sleeve, Han Sen slowly walked toward the youths and said after they killed the creature, "Friends, may I ask where this is?" The youths that were still thrilled over their kill were startled by Han Sen's voice and turned to him with weapons in their hands. After seeing Han Sen, who was in rags that were dripping blood, they were suddenly relieved. "Why are you here alone?" asked a young man in beast soul armor, looking at Han Sen with some doubt. "I came with some friends and not sure it was good or bad luck. We ran into a flying sacred blood creature and scattered. I'm lucky to be alive." Han Sen told half the truth. "A sacred blood creature? Where?" The youths were shocked. "I don't know now. I jumped into the river to escape from it and was carried here by the torrents. If you want to hunt it, you could go to the upstream and try your luck. I'm not sure if it would still be there though." Han Sen paused and asked, "Could you tell me where I am first?" A girl with wide eyes said, "We are not sure either. But if you are heading to a shelter, go west and it will take you about a month to reach Glory Shelter." Han Sen was a bit surprised. Glory Shelter was where Shuelongyan and Lin Beifeng came from. It chanced that he was near Glory Shelter now. He wondered how far the river had carried him. It was fortunate that he did not encounter any great danger on the way. The young man who spoke first suddenly said, "You don't look like you are in good shape. So happens that we are heading back. So if you are willing to pay, we could take you with us." Han Sen smiled. "Does it look like I have money with me?" "We can sign a contract here and you could pay when we are back in the shelter," replied the young man. "How much do you want?" Han Sen pondered and asked. He was not familiar with this area. If he followed them, at least he would not get lost. 100,000. The young man regarded the bow and arrows Han Sen was carrying and said, "It looks like you are injured. We can give you some medicine and food meat of primitive creatures." The rest of the youths were a bit shocked by this price, as 100,000 was not a small amount. "Okay. But I would have to pay after we reach the shelter," said Han Sen, spreading his hands out. This trip was fruitful enough and it was most important that he could reach a shelter safe and sound. 100,000 was not much for him at this point. It was a shame that he probably would not be able to make it to the ranking rounds of the contest. It did not really matter to him though. Even if he did not show up, he would still have the 10th place and would have an equal right to a random sacred blood beast soul. The only pity was that he would miss the opportunity to fight against Lin Feng. Although he would miss the match, he had gained another sacred blood beast soul, which was far more attractive to Han Sen than his ranking. Even if he got the first place, there would be no extra material reward. Therefore, if Han Sen could choose again, he would still have come along. It would be nice though if he had not been thrown in such panic. Deal. The young man happily took out pen and paper to draft a simple contract. After Han Sen signed, he gave Han Sen some food and water. After some self-introduction, the girl with wide eyes helped treat Han Sen's wound. Once she lifted his shirt up and saw the wound left by the silver bird, she almost let out a yelp of surprise. A foot-long wound spread across Han Sen's back with flesh ripped apart. The bleeding had almost stopped. Han Sen thought it was fortunate that he was already in the water and both his backpack and sacred blood armor provided some protection when the bird attacked, so that his spine was not hurt. Or he would have died a long time ago. The injury looked scary. However, he had great physique and jade skin. Even with no medicine, his wound would not get any worse. The girl cleaned his wound with alcohol and bandaged it. The youths all said Han Sen was lucky to keep his life. The guys in the group chopped up the lion-like creature's body, picked some branches, made a fire, and put chunks of meat on it to barbecue. They shared a chunk with Han-san after it was ready. Han-san grabbed the meat and devoured it. He needed to gain some energy badly. Primitive creature yellow lion's meat eaten. 0 primitive geno point gained. Han-sen had got familiar with the youths after traveling with them for 2 days. They were not bad people. Because they were from humble families and had nothing special about them, they did not make it into some large gangs. Instead, they grouped up to hunt creatures themselves. They did not dare to poke any strong creature for lack of strength. This way there was not much risk involved as they were always picking on primitive creatures that were alone. Their situation was much better than Han-san when he had first entered God's sanctuary, as they were together while he had been alone. But he could still relate to them sometimes. With the medicine and food supplies, Han-sen was recovering much faster. With his physique and use of jade skin, his wound was no longer serious just a few days later. At the foot of a mountain, they suddenly heard a screeching. Several of them looked up and saw some black figures rushing down from the mountain, terrified. "Run! It's black-tailed monkeys!" shouted Su Xiangqian, the leader of the youths. Although the black-tailed monkeys were merely of the size of cats, as primitive creatures, they were rather swift and their claws were toxic, and it would be dangerous for one to be scratched by them. Seeing at least a dozen monkeys rushing down, the youths were all shocked. They might be able to cope with 1 or 2 of them, but once they were caught up by the dozen here, it would be hard for any of them to stay alive. Surrounded by mountains, it was almost impossible for them to outrun the monkeys who were used to climb. Suddenly, a trill of the string was followed by a scream of a monkey. The youths turned around and saw a black-tailed monkey was pierced by an arrow in the head and fell to the ground. And the archer was Han-san on the side. "Han-san, let's go. There are too many black-tailed monkeys here and we will be in trouble if surrounded by them," said Li Xiaogu, the girl with wide eyes, hastily. Chapter 112. The archer Han-san ignored her urging and drew the string of doomsday at the black-tailed monkeys sweeping across the slope, screaming. The youths thought Han-san was out of his mind. How many of the monkeys could he possibly kill? Once he was besieged by them, 1 scratch would mean death. While they were still anxious, they heard the string sounded once again and it did not stop. A black shadow flashed and instantly shot through a black-tailed monkey's head. The next moment, the arrow went back to the hands of Han-san, and was driven through another monkey's head. There was no extra movement or any deviation. The bow and arrow were almost integrated into one, with a mysterious beauty. String, arrow, death. Everything was so natural and smooth, as if this was the way it should be. Su Xiangqian and the other youths were stunned and stopped running. They could not believe the black-tailed monkeys' heads were penetrated just like this. More than half of the 20-some black-tailed monkeys were shot dead by Han-san before they could make it to the foot of the mountain, and the few survivors screamed and fled back to the mountains. The youths were still frozen and looked Han-san up and down as if they had seen a ghost. Suddenly, they heard a screech of anger from the mountains and soon saw a black-tailed monkey more than twice the size of the normal ones reaching the foot of the mountain in an instant like a whirl of wind. A mutant black-tailed monkey. Li Xiaogu was shocked. Following her cry, an arrow flew across with a firm sound of string. Whoosh! The mutant black-tailed monkey was suddenly shot in the head, with its whole body carried away and nailed on a tree behind it by an arrow. Li Xiaogu and the rest were looking at the monkey nailed on the tree astonished. And when they looked to Han-sen in a few seconds, he had put the bow back on his back as if he just did something quite trivial. On the day of the ranking rounds of the contest, almost everyone was watching the matches, the match that they were most looking forward to being Dollar versus Lin Feng. But until the start of the match, Dollar was still nowhere to be seen. Because a total point system was used in the ranking rounds, every contestant must fight all 9 others. Whoever won the most matches would have higher ranking. So in the beginning, when it had not been Dollar's turn yet, the viewers were still hopeful that he might show up later. However, Dollar did not even show up at his own rounds and ended up losing by default. There was an uproar among the viewers, as they were very disappointed in Dollar's absence after waiting for such a long time. All kinds of speculations and gossips began trending. Some said Dollar was injured when hunting a sacred blood creature, and thus could not make it. Some said Dollar was an active duty soldier and was executing orders on the battlefield, so he could not participate in the contest. Of course, some said Dollar was afraid of Lin Feng and did not dare to come. However, this argument was relatively unpopular. After all, Dollar's strength had been recognized by the vast majority in his fight against Yi Dongmu. With all kinds of speculations in the alliance, people first thought of Fang Mingquan in contest center and wished that Fang would have a satisfactory answer to why Dollar did not show up at the ranking rounds. Naturally, Fang Mingquan had no way of knowing that. So he simply wrote an article, "You are my uncrowned king," to indicate the Dollar was his only king and champion forever no matter which place he ended up having. Getting no answer from Fang Mingquan, people were still curious. But there was no one who knew the reason why Dollar did not show up no matter how many analyses there were. Until the end of the contest, Dollar still did not make his appearance. He was considered lost by forfeit in all his matches and ranked number 10 in the end. But no one doubted the strength of Dollar. At least he would not be number 10. And the champion was highly predictable. Lin Feng still allowed all his opponents to perform wonderfully before defeating them. It was the same in every match of his. The focus of the ranking rounds was not the ranking. There was not even much discussion on who the champion would be. The hottest debate was if Dollar had come, who would the champion be? In an interview with Lin Feng, a female reporter asked him, "Did Dollar choose not to come because he fears you?" Lin Feng replied casually, "Just like I will never be afraid of any opponent, neither will he." He then ignored all other interviews. Unable to reach Lin Feng, reporters then turned to chase his buddy Tang Jinliu. This made Tang really depressed. He was the runner-up this year, which was the best ranking he had so far, and no one cared about that. They might congratulate him on that in the beginning, which was always followed by questions about Dollar. Tang Jinliu, if Dollar were in the matches, who do you think would be the champion, Dollar or Lin Feng? Tang Jinliu, why do you think Dollar was absent? Dollar and Lin Feng, who would be more likely to win? Do Dollar and Lin Feng know each other? Are you and Dollar friends? All kinds of questions made Tang dizzy, and he ended up hiding at home so that the journalists could not besiege him. The Skynet was also flooded with posts discussing these questions. Some were praising Dollar and some criticizing. The debates lasted for about a month after the contest was over. It took Han Sen and the youths more than half a month to reach Glory Shelter. The youths told Han Sen it would take a month, which was an estimate according to their own speed, considering they had to bypass large groups of creatures. With Han Sen on the team, they did not need to take detours anymore, as the archer could clear the path. As long as the creatures were not in too large a group, Han Sen could always keep them at least 30 feet away, making the youths realize the benefits a great archer could bring. Because of the performance of Han Sen, some of them had changed their focus to archery. After Han Sen reached Glory Shelter, he found that he could not claim the reward for the chosen there, and had to claim it at the Sacred Steel and Steel Armor Shelter where he registered in the contest. Chapter 113, My Conquest is the Sea of Stars. Han Sen could not immediately go back now, so he first teleported out of God's Sanctuary, and as soon as he was in the Alliance, he saw on his comlink many unanswered calls from Fang Jingqi. He called back and heard Fang's relieved voice, "You are not dead yet? Good people are not so easy to die. Tell Fist Guy that I cannot go see him right now, and will give him the mutant mount back." Their contract stipulated that if the sacred blood creature was hunted, Han Sen could have a mutant beast soul mount, but since the scaled armadillo was taken by the silver bird, Fist Guy's gang must have gone back with nothing. There was no reason for Han Sen to keep the mount. No need. After you led the silver bird away, the gang managed to bring back the body of the scaled armadillo. They lost a little bit to the bird, but it does not matter much. They have been really worried that you might have been killed by the bird. Fang Jingqi laughed. Unfortunately, I had no sacred blood beast soul bow or arrow, or I would have shot the silver bird down as well. It got lucky, joked Han Sr. If you need sacred blood beast soul bow and arrow, here is a chance. Fang Jingqi grinned. What chance? You are not asking me to risk my life again, right? I have no interest to do it a second time, said Han Sen, actually feeling quite interested inwardly. Doomsday was good, but not quite enough to kill a sacred blood creature. In 2 months, Fist Guy will enter Second God's Sanctuary, and will sell some of his beast souls, including a sacred blood bow. If you are interested, you could take a look, said Fang Jingqi. Will do. Han Sen hung up and went outside. Yang Monli was standing at the gate of the teleport station, gazing at him. Where have you been? Aren't you aware that the entrance examination to Black Hawk is about to start? If you do not get admitted, do not say that I have trained you, because I cannot afford to lose face like that, exclaimed Yang Monli in anger. I was hunting a creature with friends and something went wrong. I just got back to the shelter. I am really sorry. Han Sen knew that he had been gone longer than he asked for, so no wonder that Yang Monli was mad. Whatever, your admission had nothing to do with me. I actually wish that you won't pass the exam so that I will not have to see you every day. Yang Monli was very dissatisfied with his indifferent attitude. Han Sen shrugged. He knew Yang Monli was not a bad person, but she always sounded mean. She must want him to go back into training. But Han Sen had to go home now that he had been gone for many days. He could only let Yang Monli down for the moment. Seeing Han Sen still left the teleport station instead of going back to train, she thought bitterly. It would make no sense if this bastard were admitted to Black Hawk. Han Sen returned home and checked in with his mother before going to bed. He was not in a hurry to claim his sacred blood beast soul. He could claim it any time at Steel Armor Shelter before the next contest started. Entrance exam to Black Hawk was in just a few days and he planned to take the exam before finding his way from Glory Shelter to Steel Armor Shelter. But he had to make it back to Steel Armor Shelter before Fisk-Guy auctioned his beast souls. He was very interested in that sacred blood beast soul bow. In addition, the Shrieky beast should finish evolving into a sacred blood beast by that time, and he could not waste that. Thinking of beast souls, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of the scaled armadillo, which was a huge black round shield about 4 feet wide. The shield was covered in scales and spikes and looked quite fearsome. It was more for offense than defense, as whoever knocked over or cut by the shield would suffer severe injury. Really great stuff, if it's paired with the speed of the Bloody Slayer. Even Qin Xian would not dare to take a hit from it. Han Sen thought of the scene and laughed out loud. The next morning, Han Sen went to the teleport station for training, and Yang Monli gave him another fitness test. Han Sen used Jade Skin to keep all his score between 10 to 11, making Yang Monli fairly satisfied. Han Sen did not know how much his actual fitness index was as he had not used his full strength in the tests recently. Also, he had gained another 5 mutant geno points from eating the mutant black-tailed monkey, and now had a total of 52 mutant geno points. Yang Monli used the few days left to put Han Sen on a detailed comprehensive training program, so that he could not slack at all. As a soldier, although she was no fan of Han Sen's, she still made every effort as it was an order from Qin Xian to train him. Whether he could eventually be admitted was none of her business. She actually did not want Han Sen to be admitted, as she thought Dollar was the best candidate for the archer in the squad. But Dollar's whereabouts were never predictable and she could not even locate him, let alone persuade him to join the squad, which made her rather upset. When the entrance exam was about to begin, Qin Xian as the station master could not leave the teleport station to accompany Han Sen to Plant Hawk where Black Hawk Military Academy was. Instead, she gave Han Sen an interstellar spaceship ticket, and asked him to go take the exam. Han Sen had already talked to Luo Sulan about going to a military academy. She was very supportive of his decision. If he could go to a famous military school and graduate, he could serve as a low-level officer instead of a soldier, even if his grades were just average. This way he did not have to suffer too much and his chance of survival on the battlefield would also be higher. If his grades were excellent, then it would be even better. In that case, maybe he would be assigned to a relatively safe position, which was what Luo Sulan wanted. Her only worry was that Han Sen might not be able to pass the entrance exam to such a good school as Black Hawk. After all, Han Sen only graduated from the integrated compulsory education system, and his chance of entering a military academy which was challenging for even many private school graduates was indeed worrisome. On the interstellar spaceship, Han Sen looked at the infinite space outside the window and his heart started to race. It was the first time ever for him to leave planet Roka. At this moment, Han Sen suddenly remembered a line from a book he once read. "My conquest is the sea of stars." Chapter 114. The prize is a date-long interstellar travel was very boring. Many people would choose to go to the gym or go on the Skynet to kill time. Although Han Sen's destination planet Hawk was not too far away, it would still take a few days. Han Sen felt rather bored sitting alone and was trying to decide if he should go to the gym. Suddenly he saw a girl sitting opposite him using her comlink to play a game that looked like Hand of God Online. Han Sen thought it was similar to Hand of God because the game he played in the teleport station was via a holographic device that monitored one's entire body, while the one the girl was playing was a comlink game that could be played with one hand. The girl's fingers were long and pretty, hitting the spots near her hand at a dazzling speed. What Han Sen did not understand was what seemed to be the difference between this game and the one he had played. In addition to those light spots, there were also the holographic image of a palm, which was hitting the spots nearby as if it was trying to beat the girl to them. Han Sen watched for a while and roughly understood that it was an online mini version of the game Hand of God. The one he used to play was the single-player version. After finishing her round, the girl saw Han Sen staring at her and gave him a cold glance. Han Sen then noticed that the girl was actually stunning. She was his age or maybe older. Wearing a suit that looked like a uniform, she had a sweet face like a porcelain doll with small red lips and black hair. The girl saw Han Sen still staring at her and deliberately turned away, continuing to play her game. Han Sen stood up, walked next to the girl and said with a smile, "Are you from Blackhawk?" The girl turned back and looked at Han Sen slightly surprised. "You also go to Blackhawk?" "Not yet, I'm going to apply," Han Sen said. The girl heard his reply and seemed to have lost interest in him. There were numerous applicants to Blackhawk each year, and the admission rate was less than 1 in 1,000. She thought it was just Han Sen's pickup line. She had seen too many people like him and was no longer surprised. "Sister, what is that game you are playing? It looks like a bit like Hand of God." Han Sen sat down next to the girl and continued the conversation. The girl had no choice but to turn back and look at Han Senator. Suddenly her lips turned upward into a sly smile. "Don't ask and play against me. If you win, I could even go on a date with you." The girl took for granted that everyone knew the Skynet version of Hand of God, especially an applicant to a military academy. Han Sen must be using this to get her attention. "So, if I win, you are willing to be my girlfriend?" Han Sen looked at the girl in surprise, no believing what she said was true. This girl had a sweet face and a nicer body. Her long legs and plump bosom were accentuated by her small waist. She was a beautiful girl indeed. She was still a bit young at this time, but in a few years, once she became a woman, she would be as attractive as, if not more alluring than Qin Xian. A girl like her would become his date as long as he beat her in Hand of God. It was a great deal for him either way. Of course, Ji Yanran always keeps her words. If you are admitted to Blackhawk, you could ask around and everyone would tell you so. Ji Yanran grinned. She was a junior at Blackhawk and the president of Hand of God Society. She was definitely among the top 10 at this game in Blackhawk. Not even too many professional players had the confidence to beat her, let alone Han Sen, who had not even made it to the military school yet. "Great. Let's begin now." Han Sen felt he could not miss such a great deal, to get himself a pretty date before even going to school. He would not have too many opportunities like this one. Ji Yanran gave him a sweet smile. "Since it is a showdown and you could potentially have me as your date, what would you offer if you lose?" "If I lose, I will be your boyfriend. Is that fair?" Han Sen said earnestly. Ji Yanran gave him a stare and said, "Save it. Your lines don't work on me. If you lose, you cannot show your face in front of me from now until the moment we arrive at Planet Hawk." "Deal." Han Sen nodded. He saw Ji Yanran play and thought she was much slower than himself. He was confident that he could win. "What is your game ID? I will add you and invite you into my group." Ji Yanran wanted to get rid of him as fast as possible. "I'm sorry, sister. I have never played this version of Hand of God. Could you show me how to play first?" Han Sen spread out his hands helplessly and said. He used to play on the device in the teleport station and had never tried using his comlink. "You really don't know how to play?" Ji Yanran did not believe him. "Which name should I search?" Han Sen turned his comlink on. "Well, I will see how long you could keep this up." Ji Yanran did not trust him at all, but she was not angry either. She wanted to see how long he could keep his pretense, so she told him how to enter the game. She saw Han Sen using his comlink number to enter the game and was quite shocked, because the pop-up window on his comlink was a tutorial, which would only appear when the game was installed for the first time. You really have never played Hand of God? Ji Yen ran through a surprised look at Han Sr. Not this version. I have only played the single-player version, replied Han Sr. The two versions are quite different. And you dared to play against me when you have never played the versus mode? Ji Yen ran felt both shocked and amused, as she thought this guy was driven purely by passion indeed. Should be similar. Han Sen began to play in training mode, which could not be skipped and was meant to show new players how to use the versus version. Han Sen used to play the single-player version and had no opponent. In training mode there was a hand trying to beat him to the spots which took some effort for him to get used to, so he looked a bit clumsy. Sometimes Han Sen only found a spot gone when his finger moved over, which was quite different from when he was playing alone. In addition to paying attention to the spots, he also had to pay attention to the action and intention of the other hand. Ji Yanran saw him playing in the training mode and was rendered speechless. He was such a rookie that she had no idea where he gained the nerve to challenge her, President of the Hand of God Society. It looks a bit challenging indeed. Can I practice a bit before playing against you? Han Sen asked. Sure, anytime. Ji Yanran believed a rookie like him would not be her match even after practicing for a semester. She wanted to show him some grace so that when he lost, he would have no excuse to bother her again. Han Sen got Ji Yanran's permission and returned to his seat to play online. He soon discovered that versus version was much more interesting than the single-player version. Playing alone simply required him to be fast, while more factors were added to the versus version, including what and when the opponent would move, which made the game more fun. Han Sen played a few rounds and gradually mastered the versus version. In fact, as long as one had the skills and ability to judge correctly, the versus version was actually easier. After all, the single-player version was all about speed, and in the versus version, all you had to be was faster than your opponent. If your opponent was weak, it would be really easy to win. Han Sen was only trying to study the game itself and did not care about the result, so he lost 5 games in a row. Han Sen played a final round when he had fully grasped the tricks. His opponent was not even able to hit a single spot and he had a complete victory. Feeling that he was ready, Han Sen went to Ji Yanran and said, "Sister, I am ready. Would you add me? What is your ID?" Ji Yanran was not about to make any comment. She would win anyway, and all that was left to do was to drive this annoying fly away. Win a girlfriend, Han Sen told her his ID. Ji Yanran stared sharply at Han Sen, but did not say anything. It did not matter. He could not beat her no matter what ID name he used. Han Sen saw a friend request and the ID name was Souvenir. Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen's record and saw he had lost 5 out of 6 rounds. She did not even know where to begin, so she said nothing. Setting up an online game room and password, she invited Han Sen to enter. The moment Han Sen entered the room, Ji Yanran picked a level and started the match. At the end of the countdown, a holographic image was projected from his comlink. In addition to the image like a crystal ball, there was also the image of Ji Yanran's pretty hand. Ji Yanran saw a spot flashing and immediately moved a finger over to touch it, but before she could do that, she saw a finger of her opponent on it and the spot disappeared. Ji Yanran did not mind it and thought Han Sen got lucky. That spot was closer to his palm anyway. When the second spot appeared, she pointed to it at full speed, but when her little finger was about to touch it, a finger from the holographic image once again beat her to it. Ding! The spot disappeared and Han Sen gained another point, and Ji Yanran's score remained 0. Ji Yanran paused but still believed that it was pure luck. A rookie like him could never be better than she. But when the third spot appeared, Ji Yanran once again lost the spot she wanted to press. Ji Yanran raged as this time she saw clearly that Han Sen was targeting her, only aiming at the one spot she wanted to press. Brat, I will let you know you should never mess with a Blackhawk girl. Ji Yanran was fully focused this time and was prepared to teach Han Sen a lesson. She still thought she had just lost a few points because of her carelessness. However, the same thing happened to the fourth spot and she still did not get a single point. Ji Yanran was getting more and more angry. Her slender fingers danced away, but regardless of which spot she went for, her opponent could always hit it first. Ding ding ding. The sound of spot getting hit continued to ring. Ji Yanran was dumbfounded as she was not even able to get a single spot. Han Sen had got them all. Impossible. This is not possible. At the end of the game, Ji Yanran was stunned by the score, 0-59. She had tried 59 times and was blocked 59 times. Han Sen did not hit any other spot than the one she was going for. He was just targeting her. But Ji Yanran could not believe that as the president of Hand of God Society, she would get no points at all, which seemed absurd. How is anyone able to do this? Even Jing, who is the best player in Blackhawk, could not have done this, not to mention the kid has not even been admitted to Blackhawk. Thinking of this, Ji Yanran bristled, because she thought of another possibility. Legend has it that a hacker had designed a cheating device of Hand of God, which could 100% prevent the opponent from getting any points, exactly what had happened. Han Sen must have used this cheating device in their game. Ji Yanran was more convinced when she thought about it. Nothing could explain how he could have blocked all her points. Humans simply could not be so accurate. Even some could achieve this, a kid who had not even been to military school would not be one of them. Sister, so I won, right? Han Sen walked over with a smile. Having such a pretty girlfriend when he just entered the school was something he would be quite proud of. You used a cheating device, so it does not count, Ji Yanran said angrily. Cheating device? Han Sen was a bit shocked. Stop pretending. You blocked all my points and it simply looked fake. If it was not for a cheating device, how could you have done it? Ji Yanran pouted and said. Her look seemed to be saying, I have already seen through how despicable you are. I do not know what a cheating device is. Han Sen spread out his hands. Keep pretending if you will. Ji Yanran was certain that Han Sen had cheated. If you do not believe me, we can have another match, Han Sen said. You have a cheating device, so the result would be the same no matter how many times we play. Ji Yanran curled her lips with disdain. Han Sen was dumbfounded and said, My comlink is here. You can check yourself and see whether I have a cheating device installed. I do not understand how it works or where you hide it. Ji Yanran had determined that Han Sen had cheated, and she did have a point. Han Sen's performance looked like he was cheating indeed. His ability to predict and his reflexes were so strong that even Lee Dongmu was not his match, let alone Ji Yanran. Han Sen felt that he was wronged, but Ji Yanran would not believe him. Then how can I convince you that I did not cheat? Han Sen spread out his hands helplessly. Easy. When we arrive at Blackhawk, we could have another match using the professional equipment there, and if you could still win, I will believe that you did not cheat and will then honor my promise, Ji Yanran said with confidence. She believed Han Sen must have used a cheating device which would not work on professional equipment. His scheme would be exposed then. All right then, Han Sen smiled and said. But you gotta tell me what your name is? My name is Ji Yanran, and you can ask anyone to find out where I am. Ji Yanran believed Han Sen had cheated and would not be her match at all, so she told him her real name without hesitation. Beautiful name. Han Sen smiled. Well, if you want to enter the school and play against me, you must be admitted first, and a nobody could never enter Blackhawk, Ji Yanran thought to herself. Han Sen did not bother her anymore, but went back to his own seat and continued to play the versus version of Hand of God. He only played against Ji Yanran because it was fun and did not really think that this would win him a pretty girlfriend, so he did not really care. Although Ji Yanran was beautiful, Qin Xian and Yang Monli were not bad either. Therefore he was not really smitten, but only thought she looked sweet and was an interesting girl. Ji Yanran was no longer in the mood to play. She gave Han Sen a stare before going to the lounge and taking some rest. As he continued to play the game, Han Sen was feeling less bored. He did not see Ji Yanran again until disembarking. She took her luggage and got on a private luxury aircraft, giving him another stare before leaving. Han Sen paid no attention to that and checked in at the hotel Qin Xian had booked for him, waiting for the entrance exam to begin. Military schools were different from how they had been centuries ago. In this era, one could take the entrance exam of whichever military school one wanted to go to, as long whoever qualified would be admitted. With Han Sen's condition, he could pass the exam on his own. But with Qin Xian's recommendation, he could benefit from the special enrollment program and meet lower standards. However, in this case he needed to do much better in archery. This was nothing difficult for Han Senator. He controlled his strength to reach just the standard of special enrollment, and did not stand out in archery either, simply finishing the task. In spite of this, Han Sen's performance in archery was still among top 10. In this era, very few people practiced archery. Although archers were highly valued in God's sanctuary, in the Alliance any sniper could use a modern weapon to kill an archer, despite the fact that it was much harder to learn archery. In addition to specially cultivated soldiers, very few people would learn archery on their own, and even fewer were good at it. The reason the special enrollment program existed was that Black Hawk's Department of Archery was one of the weakest among all military schools in the Alliance, which was a disgrace to a famous school like Black Hawk. That was why they were trying to recruit student archers to revitalize the Department of Archery. Smoothly admitted to Black Hawk as a specially enrolled student, Han Sen went through some procedures and became a military school student. After reporting the result to his mother, Han Sen did not hear Luo Sulan speak for a long while. He faintly heard her sobbing. "My son was admitted to a famous school," Luo Sulan said with blissful tears after a while. Han Sen heard her voice and his eyes became wet. His mother had been through so much these years. After informing his mother, Han Sen called Qin Xian and she said casually, "Congratulations. I have taken care of the procedures for you to join the squad. From now on you are my guy." "Station master, what does the squad do?" asked Han Sen curiously. "Babysit," Qin Xian said in a strange voice. "Babysit?" Han Sen was shocked and did not understand what a special squad would have to do with nurse or nanny. "Our task is to take care of some special kids, such as Yuan and Qing, whom you already knew. They are also our clients. By taking care of them in God's sanctuary, we can gain handsome rewards. For example, S-class licenses of St. Hall that can't be bought would be paid to you if you finish certain tasks." Qin Xian explained and then told him, "There are some formalities where your signatures are needed and you need to keep some things in mind. But let's go into details later in the shelter." "My family." Han Sen wanted to ask the most important question. "The report has been submitted. Within a week, your mother and sister will be under the protection of the military. Unless you kill Son of Heaven's father or marry his wife, he probably will not be so desperate that he risked doing something stupid. Your family will be safe in the Alliance, about which you can absolutely rest assured." Qin Xian solemnly committed. "What if he really is desperate?" Han Sen asked again. "He does not dare," Qin Xian said casually, sounding full of confidence. Chapter 117. Jadeshell Beast Soul. After completing all the admission procedures, Han Sen did not go directly to school. He must return to Steel Armor Shelter before school was in session. Otherwise he would never have such a long period of free time. He needed to participate in various training programs and could not spend half a month or even longer in God's sanctuary. Han Sen got in touch with Lin Beifeng and asked him about the route he took when coming to Steel Armor Shelter from Glory Shelter. Then Han Sen also did some research on the Skynet. Because Glory Shelter was closest to Steel Armor Shelter, there were quite a few people that had traveled between the two. With all the information and his own experience, Han Sen soon figured out a way to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. This route was very dangerous for others, but for Han Sen it was fine. According to his judgment, the hardest part in this route was to travel through Dark Swamp, which he was familiar with and could fly across. "Seun, you are still in Glory Shelter, right? Can you do me a favor? I will transfer some money to you, and can you acquire some beast souls of Jade Shell in Glory Shelter?" Lin Beifeng asked. "What is that?" Han Sen was puzzled. "It's a primitive beast soul armor, very common in Glory Shelter. Although there is the word armor in Steel Armor Shelter, there were very limited beast soul armors nearby. I estimate that you could buy a Jade Shell beast soul with less than 100,000, which could sell at least 200,000. Lin Beifeng said excitedly, "San, I will offer the capital and you put in the effort. How about we split the profit 50-50? "Okay, let's do this. Remember to transfer me the money first. I am so poor now that I don't even have 10,000 in my account." Han Sen was telling the truth as he had less than 10,000 after paying his own tuition and fees. "Haha, I'll do that right away. In fact, there are a lot of good things in Glory Shelter. If you have time, I will do some research," Lin Beifeng said eagerly. "Next time," I am on a tight schedule and have to make it back to Steel Armor Shelter as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the military school is in session, I could not afford to be absent, Han Sen said. Sin, I made so much effort to look for you while you are going away to some military school. I have to follow you there, cried Lin Beifeng. Why would you put yourself through such hardship? With your family's financial resources and connections, you would not need to go to the front even if you serve. Han Sen paused and said, moreover, now enrollment has almost ended. Well, forget about it then. I will go send you the money. Lin Beifeng was depressed. Han Sen soon received the money from Lin Beifeng. It was as much as 20 million. Even if one beast's soul cost 100,000, he could buy 200 beast souls. Although it was a very common kind of primitive beast soul, it was hard to acquire as many as 200. As Han Sen did not want to waste any time, he had to finish acquiring them in one day. So he felt it would be good enough to get just 100. The process was much smoother than he had thought. There were indeed plenty of jade shell beast souls in Glory Shelter. In the beginning, he could buy one at 50 or 60,000. Later, the highest price he ever gave was just 80,000. In one day, Han Sen bought 187 jade shell beast souls, and it was an incredible number. If he had more time, he would love to spend more time in Glory Shelter. If he could go back successfully this time, he would come here again for sure. After preparing for the trip, Han Sen finally embarked on the road between the two shelters. The journey was surprisingly uneventful. And as he had expected, both shelters were on the verge of dark swamp and the paths from each shelter to the swamp were rather safe. The most dangerous part was inside dark swamp. But Han Sen was no stranger to the swamp. He had not really been to the part near Glory Shelter and could only try to fly in the right direction. A few days later, he saw the familiar black stinger forest. It was much easier after that. When Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter safely in only a little more than 16 days, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was just a couple of days until school started, and he did not want to be kicked out for being absent. He could come back so fast mainly because of the mutant beast soul mount Fist Guy gave him. The mutant three-eyed beast mount was as strong as a bull, and carried him at full speed all the time except for when he was flying over the swamp. It was much faster than him walking. Otherwise he might not be able to return to Steel Armor Shelter even in a month. Lin Beifeng widened his eyes when seeing Han Senior Sen. Well done. You are back safe and sound from Glory Shelter in just half a month. Here are the beast souls. You sell them however you like. Out of breath, Han Sen transferred all the beast souls to Lin Beifeng. Although he only spent half a month on the road, he barely had any shut-eye. He was almost practicing jade skin to keep himself awake all the time and was about to collapse at this point. A deep sense of fatigue made him unwilling to speak and want to go to bed right away. Han Sen fell directly on the bed in his room in the shelter and slept for 2 days straight. When he woke up, he felt like his whole body was falling apart. He did make some progress with jade skin though. When he was practicing it, the coolness that flowed in his body got stronger. Han Sen sat up, his eyes falling on the shrieky beast he was feeding. Its fur was dark and shiny like black jade, and it was twice the size it used to be. The shrieky beast has finally evolved into a sacred blood creature. Han Sen was filled with ecstasy. Carrying a dagger to kill it, he felt his mouth watering. He was so hungry after the long sleep and his body was so tired. This shrieky beast would do well to provide him with some nutrition. Sacred blood creature shrieky beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han Sen had little interest in listening to the voice. He was staring at the meat cooking in the pot with his mouth watering. His stomach was rumbling as he was starving, but Han Sen was still being patient. He waited until the meat stew was ready and started to gobble directly from the pot. Meat of sacred blood shrieky beast eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Meat of sacred blood shrieky beast eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Zai. Han Sen gorged himself silly and devoured nearly 20 pounds of meat and soup altogether, which even scared himself. But as the warmth spread in his body, he felt so comfortable as if he was a sponge that was filled with water. He lay on the ground and almost moaned out loud. Sacred blood meat is indeed wonderful. If I could have such a pot every day, I would be so healthy and strong. Han Sen licked his lips. Unfortunately, he only had such a blessing every 3 months. With the 5 sacred Geno points gained from eating the shrieky beast, he now had 34 sacred Geno points. It had only been half a year, and he had 1/3 the maximum count of sacred Geno points. No one would believe him even he told people the truth. He went to the plaza and bought a primitive creature the size of a chicken and fed the black crystal to it. While doing this, Han Sen had something else on his mind. He could finally claim his beast soul reward from the contest. No matter what kind of beast soul he got, it would be a sacred blood one, what many people could only dream of. What is the best? A bow? A mount? Or a humanoid beast soul? Han Sen thought it would be difficult for him to choose because he wanted everything. However, he had only one chance and it was not even up to him. At midnight, when there was no one around, Han Sen quietly entered the martial ring, which had been closed after the contest. Except for him, no one could enter before next year's contest started. After he had claimed his prize, he would not be able to enter either. Standing in front of the sacred steel, Han Sen placed his palm on the steel and suddenly all kinds of images of beast souls started shifting rapidly on the steel. Han Sen removed his palm and the images were still changing and slowed down after a while. Han Sen's heart was racing with the images. When the image froze on one beast soul, Han Sen was completely attracted by it. A seductive blonde woman with hourglass figure and scarlet pupils in red-fitting armor and a ruby crown walked out from the steel and smiled at Han Sen, almost stealing his soul away. Then she became a shadow and entered Han Sen's mind. He suddenly heard the voice say, "Sacred Blood Beast Soul Fairy Queen gained." Han Sen was ecstatic and quickly checked the details of Fairy Queen. Type of Sacred Blood Beast Soul Fairy Queen. Shapeshifting. Shapeshifting. Han Sen almost cheered, but on a second thought, it was a shame that such a beautiful beast soul could not be summoned to stand alone, but had to be integrated in his body. But a shapeshifting beast soul was undoubtedly the most expensive beast soul type, not to mention it was a humanoid. Han Sen could not wait to summon the Fairy Queen beast soul and turn into a fairy. Suddenly Han Sen's body was wrapped in red armor, and a ruby crown was worn on his head. His pupils became scarlet like the Fairy Queen and his dark hair turned blonde. Basically, he turned into the male version of the Fairy Queen. Han Sen felt all aspects of his fitness had been greatly improved. Although the improvement in speed and strength was not as great as with the Bloody Slayer, all aspects were very balanced. This beast soul also came with a suit of armor, which was not as strong as the Black Beetle armor, but would be comparable to a top mutant armor beast soul. The Fairy Queen beast soul had enhanced his abilities in all aspects in a balanced way. To Han Sen's surprise, his eyesight seemed to have become very strong after shapeshifting into the Fairy Queen. He could even see the fine lines of a rock very far away from him. He was also feeling odd about something, as if everything has slowed down in his eyes. Han Sen did not know whether it was just his illusion. The only pity was that when using Fairy Queen, he could not use Bloody Slayer or Black Beetle armor. But this did not matter much, because Fairy Queen's own armor was also quite good. The best part for Han Sen was that he could use this beast soul and shapeshift when using his real identity, and no one would know it was Dollar's prize. Therefore, as Han Sen, he could also use a powerful beast soul, and did not have to turn into Dollar to use Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle armor. Fairy Queen was just what Han Sen needed now. He did not want to be considered weak by the world forever. All the fairies in myths and legends are with wings. If Fairy Queen also has wings, it would be perfect, Han Sen thought greedily. After the excitement, Han Sen sneaked out of the martial ring. The day after tomorrow was the first day of school. He had to go register and then go to his dormitory. Black Hawk was a military school, so the rules followed military standards. Once enrolled, a student could not go out of the school and had to stay in the dormitory, except for holidays and special occasions. Although Black Hawk was large enough to assign each student his or her own room, for students would have to share a room in the dormitory, so as to enhance team awareness and collective sense of honor. Han Sen's roommates were all specially enrolled archery students like himself. Han Sen was the last one to arrive in the dormitory. The other 3 had moved in for several days. "Brother, why are you so late? We cannot wait." When Han San had moved into the dormitory, his 3 roommates surrounded him like a bunch of hooligans trying to tease a maiden. What do you want? Han San subconsciously protected his chest and looked at them with vigilance. Brother, do not be afraid. We just want to discuss with you who our leader should be. I think we should go by age. The oldest should be the leader. As you all know, wisdom grows with age. So, I will make a great leader. The speaker was a big man more than 6 feet tall. The rolling of his eyes suggested that he might not be so trustworthy, unlike what was suggested by his muscular body. To enhance team spirit among students, Black Hawk always trained students by room, so the leader of a room would have more say in most things. That was why they were all trying to be the leader. Shizhikong, that does not really make sense. Age does not represent anything. I think as a leader, one must be intelligent to gain most benefits for our room. My IQ is 167. How about you? A gentle and delicate teenager blinked and said, Lu Meng, that is not true either. IQ is nothing. I think for a leader the most important thing is EQ. Many with high IQ are idiots in real life. How can someone like that be our leader? Retorted the cunning big man Shizhikong. Who are you calling an idiot? Lu Meng squared his shoulders and wanted to argue with Shizhikong, but cringed as he saw Shi raising his sturdy arm that could bear the weight of a horse. We are all in Department of Archery, so let's decide who the leader is by archery. Whoever is the best shot should be our leader so that we could establish a goal together, suggested Zhang Yang with big eyes, bushy eyebrows and sunny disposition while doing push-ups. New guy, what do you say? Shizhikong and Lu Meng looked to Han Sr. I think that fellow has a point. Since we are all archery students, the best archer should be our leader. As a part of the group, Han Sun felt it was necessary for him to express his opinion. 2 votes versus 1 vote versus 1 vote. It's done then. We will see who is the best archer by each shooting 10 arrows, and whoever gets the highest score will be our leader, Zhang said and jumped up. Sweat fell from his bronze skin and he disregarded it. Hugging Shizhikong and Lu Meng, he said, in any case, we are classmates and roommates. Learning and making progress together is the most important thing. Before graduation, we need to make our department of archery the best in the entire alliance. Brothers, work together. Get out. Shizhikong and Lu Meng threw Zhang's arms off. They were tired of the preaching of this hot-blooded kid the past few days. The 4 young men went to the training hall, and Zhang Yang got the highest score, shooting at bullseye every time. Lu Meng was second, Han Sen third, and Shizhikong, the biggest and oldest, was fourth. Han Sen did not want to be the leader, runner-up, or the last, so he got himself the 3rd place. The first 3 months in Black Hawk was the hardest. Every day they must attend the collective training and lectures. They must grasp all the basic knowledge in these 3 months. Although they were in Department of Archery, they still needed to learn using firearms, operating warframes, driving aircrafts, and other fundamentals. Black Hawk had way better facilities than the integrated compulsory education system. All kinds of firearms, warframes, and aircrafts can be practiced on, and Han Sen had learned many things that he had not even heard of before. In these 3 months, Han Sen was learning like a sponge, constantly absorbing water. 3 months later, all 4 of them passed a comprehensive assessment and officially became Black Hawk students. In addition to a few compulsory courses, the rest were all elective courses. Apart from not being allowed to leave the school, they were quite free. As long as one could pass the semi-annual assessment, one could even skip all the courses. But if one failed the assessment, there was only one opportunity to take it again, and if one failed the second time, one would be expelled from school with no exception. There was a special teleport station on campus, and anyone could go to God's sanctuary at any time. There was not too many restrictions about that. The 4 young men who had just passed the comprehensive assessment ordered a few dishes and several bottles of wine at the cafeteria, celebrating the beginning of their life in Black Hawk. When they were enjoying the meal, the holographic image in the cafeteria became a match, and instead of combat, it was a game of Hand of God. Jian ran. Shizhikong suddenly shouted, staring at the pretty girl in the holographic image. Even Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were staring at Ji Yanran. She is famous? Han Sen saw Ji Yanran and was reminded of their agreement on the way here. But then he was too busy and forgot about it. Are you serious? You don't know our campus belle? She is a junior now. Her sweet face, seductive figure, fair skin and 36D. Shizhikong stopped and looked around. He continued when seeing everyone was paying attention to the image. Ji Yanran is also the president of Hand of God Society. She is among top 5 at this game in our school. A goddess with both brain and beauty. She has many suitors but no one was successful. Why? Asked Han Sr. No one is good enough for her. I heard that her family has quite some influence in the military, and ordinary families simply are not their match, said Shizhikong with some regret. Even if her family was okay with it, Ji Yanran will certainly not go out with you. Lu Meng curled his lips. As if she would go out with you. Shizhikong was unwilling to show any weakness. Haha, where there is a goal there is hope. You have to stay hopeful. Since Ji Yanran is the president of Hand of God Society, let's join that society and try to approach her. If she sees our potentials, maybe she will go out with one of us, suggested Zhang Yang confidently. Shizhikong and Lu Meng's eyes lit up, and they agreed hurriedly, great idea. Let's go. We will apply for Hand of God Society right now. Before Han San could finish eating, he was dragged by the 3 to Hand of God Society. When they got there, all 4 of them were stunned and understood the meaning of people mountain people sea. The line of applicants was so long that it almost went out of the school gate. Ahem, I think we are so handsome that we don't need to be with Ji Yanran all day, and she will still go out with us, Shizhikong said. Shirwell said. We are in Department of Archery and must join an archery society. No need to waste our time here, said Lu Meng solemnly. I agree with both of you. Han Sen nodded quickly when seeing the long line. If he waited in the line, his whole day would be wasted. Go in the line now. A real man never quits. Zhang Yang grabbed Shi and Lu and joined the line. Han Sen was lucky that Zhang Yang did not have a third hand. It chanced that his comlink was ringing and he saw the call was from Fang Jingqi. Brother, do you still want that sacred blood bow? I haven't been able to reach you and Fist Guy has already entered Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen answered the call and immediately heard Fang Jingqi's complaint. Han Sen suddenly smacked his forehead and cried, I am sorry. I was in military training and was not allowed to use comlink. I have completely forgotten about this. Is the bow still there? Yes. Fist Guy gave it to Thumb, but... Fang Jingqi paused. But what? Han Sen asked. I need to ask you something and you need to tell me the truth. Did you get the beast soul of that scaled armadillo? Are you willing to exchange? Fang Jingqi asked. Han Sen hesitated and then said, Yes, I have it. Do they intend to exchange with the bow? What type of beast soul is it? Fang Jingqi asked. A big round shield with spikes, Han Sen replied. Haha, that will do. If you want to exchange, I will contact them and you two could meet and discuss between yourselves. Fang Jingqi laughed. Please contact him. Han Sen was not the kind of guy that purely relied on brute force, so the shield was less useful to him. If he could trade it for a bow, it would be fantastic. Okay, I will get back to you. Han Sen hung up and took a look at Lu Meng and Shizhikong who were in the line, and walked toward the teleport station at school. The creature he started feeding before the military training should have evolved into a sacred blood creature by this time. That would provide some nutrition for him. Before Han Sen reached the teleport station, Fang Jingqi called him again and asked if he had time to meet Thumb right away. Han Sen entered God's sanctuary knowing the time and place to meet. Good shield, it really is a masterpiece. In a grove, Thumb caressed the shield as if it were his lover. The bow is also a wonderful bow. Holding a large black horn bow, Han Sen was also obsessed. How shall we trade? Thumb looked at Han Sen eagerly. One priceless item for another, Han Sen said softly. Great minds think alike. Thumb gave Han Sen a thumbs up cheerfully. Brother Thumb, I wish you will be unstoppable anywhere you go with this shield. Han Sen laughed. Thumb wielded the spiked shield, laughed and said, And Brother Han, I wish you will be invincible no matter who you are against with this bow. The two smiled at each other, put away their treasures and left the grove, both very satisfied with the transaction. Han Sen returned to his own room in the shelter and played with the horn bow. This horn bow was the beast soul of a magic horned snake. Its effective range was nearly 6,000 feet, and that was not yet its maximum range. The strength required to draw the string of this bow was even less than that for Doomsday, so this was an archer's ultimate dream. Han Sen even believed that he could use it to shoot a fly 6,000 feet away dead with the eyesight of the Fairy Queen. A good horse should be paired with a good saddle. If I could get a Sacred Blood Beast soul arrow, it would be perfect. Han Sen stroked the curves of Magic Horned Snake and thought blissfully. Of course, a Sacred Blood Beast soul arrow was not so easy to find. Luckily, the cloud beast that Han Sen had been feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature, so he killed it to cook a pot of stew. Han Sen regretted that his cooking skill was not up to par. All he could make was stew and even it tasted good. He got tired of the same food after all this time. But when the voice said he was gaining sacred Geno points, Han Sen was still very excited. In the end, the Sacred Blood Cloud Beast contributed 5 more sacred Geno points and Han Sen's sacred Geno points had reached 39. Qin Xian knew that his schedule would be rather full as he was just enrolled and did not come to him, which gave Han Sen some time to relax himself. Han Sen returned to his dorm at night and saw his 3 roommates playing Hand of God. Seeing Han Sen back, Shi Zhikong ran over, threw an arm around Han Sen's shoulder, and grinned. "San, we are playing Hand of God. Join us. Good brothers should share everything." Lu Meng curled his lips and said, "Your skills are so bad that even if he joins us, he would still beat you. Cut it. You won only twice and it was because I was not paying attention. When I get serious, you would lose so bad." Shi Zhikong smiled and said to Han Sen, "Let's play together. You don't have anything to do anyway. Practice with me." "Okay, on the Skynet?" Han Sen smiled. "Our school has a special battle net designed for Hand of God. You can register an account and add me. My ID is Optimus Prime." Shi Zhikong carefully taught Han Sen how to register. Han Sen registered a BattleNet account and named his ID "My Girlfriend is Jinran." He registered successfully and Shi Zhikong hurried him to enter the game. Han Sen entered the game and sent a friend request to Shi Zhikong. *#T-Sin, UID's got some swag. Shi Zhikong saw Han Sen's ID and called out. Lu Meng quickly took a glance and gave a crooked smile. "Son, you are asking for trouble on the BattleNet with this ID. All the players playing this game think of Ji Yanran as their goddess. I didn't know you have such ambition. I like it." Zhang Yang looked at it and patted Han Sen on the shoulder, feeling satisfied. "Well, cut the crap. Let me beat you. Let us practice." Shi Zhikong was so excited that he had a slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself. "Coming." Han Sen accepted the invitation of Shi Zhikong and entered his game room. Shi Zhikong chose the difficulty and started the game. After the countdown ended, the game officially began. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were not in the mood to watch the match and each found another opponent online and started to play against. Shi Zhikong was very excited as he kept losing to Zhang Yang and Lu Meng in the game all afternoon, and could eventually gain some self-confidence back by playing with Han Senator. He was thinking that he should go easier on Han Sen the first round in case Han Sen gave up too soon. As long as he let Han Sen win by a narrow margin, he could get Han to play with him a few more rounds and settle his craving. A few seconds later, Shi Zhikong's face collapsed. Eyes wide and hands shaking, Shi exclaimed, "San, you asshole, are you the reincarnation of Takakato?" Seeing Han Sen's hand quickly moving as if he was having spasms, Shi Zhikong was more and more shocked and panicked, as he had not touched many spots near him. "Sure. You are yelling like a pig being slaughtered. Stop being so dramatic," Lu Meng, who was in the middle of a game, protested. Shi Zhikong had completely given up. Watching Han Sen's hand dancing, he lost all desire to play. Shi Zhikong rolled his eyes and told Lu Meng, "Sen's skills are strong. I believe in our room. No one is his match except for the leader." Lu Meng replied, "Sure, your loss is on you. Don't bring other people into it. Lu, you are not even as good as me. If you play against San, you would lose all the same." Shi Zhikong deliberately raised his voice and said, "I'll show you who the real master is, but if I win, this month you need to do the cleaning," said Lu Meng. Shi Zhikong's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, but he then immediately suppressed it. He looked hesitant and said after a long while, "All right, but if you lose, you need to do the same." "Okay, no problem. Let me finish this round first." Lu Meng believed in himself. He had passed unevolved, 9 in Hand of God, which was quite good among all freshmen. Maybe he was not the best player, but he could easily join Hand of God society. In addition, they were all in the department of archery, which had no high demand for speed, so normally archery students were weaker at this game in general. Except for Han San, Lu Meng did not think any of his roommates could beat him. Shi Kong had lost to Han San because he had poor skills. Anyone could beat Shi as he was too slow. Therefore, Lu did not believe what Shi had claimed about Han Sen's strength. Lu Meng finished his game and flashed the score in front of Shi. See? This is what a landslide victory looks like, 63-45. I'm a genius. Now that is useless. You have to beat Han Senior. Shi Kong smiled at Han San and said, Sin, you don't want to do cleaning either, right? If you beat him, we don't have to do anything for a month. Han Sen smiled and said, I know what to do. Lu Meng invited Han Sen to his game room and said casually, San, your idea is going to cause trouble. If you don't believe me, try looking for a match on BattleNet. The boys will line up to kick your ass. I'm used to it, Han Sen smiled. Failure is good. It helps you make progress. Lu Meng began the game, slowly drinking from a bottle of water at the same time. While drinking, he provoked Shi Kong. Sure. Check out how I beat San single-handedly. Don't deny it when you lose. Awesome. Lu, you are just awesome. Shi Kong curled his lips with his arms folded, waiting to enjoy the show. He thought, everyone is only allowed to use one hand in the versus mode anyway. Boast all you want now, you will cry later. So I am, Lu Meng answered proudly, unaware of Shi's sinister intention. At the end of the countdown, the spots popped out and Lu Meng did not plan to put aside the water bottle. Reaching out to touch the spots while drinking, he paid no attention to Han Sen's hand. He felt as long as he played normally, he could certainly beat Han Senator only a few spots down. He caught a glimpse of the other hand and felt its speed was abnormal, so he looked up. One look and Lu Meng was suddenly stunned, forgetting even to reach for the spots. The water bottle froze on the edge of his lips. He maintained that position and did not move for a long time. Han Sen's palm was shaking at a dazzling speed as if it had a secret engine installed. All the spots were gone. Lu Meng had picked unevolved, 10 for this round, and he could not even clear the spots on his own side, while Han Sen had cleared them up for him, while looking quite relaxed. Lu, what happened to beating San single-handedly? How about you try with both hands now? Shi Kong saw Lu Meng stunned and laughed. Try your ass. San, you must have passed unevolved 10? Lu Meng cried. That's about right, said Han Sen casually. In fact, he had already passed Evolver 4, which was much higher than unevolved 10. *T. Lu Meng cursed and cried, Sure, you are so devious. There is no way our leader could beat Han Senator. You were setting me up deliberately. You are the one who suggested cleaning, not me. Shi Kong grinned and spread out his hands to show his innocence. Unevolved 10? Then let's have a go. Zhang Yang overheard their conversation and flames were burning in his eyes. Han San went into Zhang's game room and beat Zhang easily. Zhang's level was about the same as Lu Meng, or maybe slightly better. They should both be around unevolved 9. Play again. Zhang Yang was not discouraged. Once again he was defeated. Play again. Zhang Yang wanted to play even more. Defeated again. Zhang Yang was almost burning. Brother, let's stop here. You can even consider me the loser. Han San was really afraid of Zhang, a masochist who took pleasure in losing. I finally found my destined opponent. Son, happy fighting. Zhang exclaimed excitedly and dragged Han San into his game room one more time. Lu Meng and Shi Kong chuckled when seeing this. Such a person as Han San could only be contained by someone like Zhang Yang. Han San was scared of Zhang. Ever since they played that time, he would drag Han Sen to play Hand of God whenever he had time. He was happy, but Han Sen was hysterical. This is not the way to go. I must curb his desire to fight me. Han Sen's eyes were sparkling. Boss, today I'm free. Do you want to play a few rounds of Hand of God? When Lu Meng and Shi Kong went out, Han Sen took the initiative and suggested to Zhang Yang. Sure. Zhang Yang entered the game and sent Han Sen an invite. Hansen clicked on agree and entered Zhang's game room with eyes glaring and a hint of smile on his face. When he was playing with his roommates, he usually only focused on the spots on his own side instead of stealing the ones on the other side. In order to make Zhang look for someone else to play with, Han Sen was ready to disarm him completely and see if he could keep being happy. From lunch to dinner, Han Sen and Zhang Yang had played numerous rounds in 4 or 5 hours. The preparation time included, one round would take a little more than a minute, and the two were at it the entire afternoon. From the beginning to the end, Zhang had not even touched a single spot. Literally zero. Even so, he still hung in there the entire afternoon. Han Sen was almost driven out of his mind, but eventually Zhang Yang gave in first. It seemed his blood had cooled down. Ahem, Sen, it's time for dinner. Zhang Yang's words almost moved Han Sen to tears. Okay, boss, we will go to dinner. Han Sen quickly turned off his comlink. He would throw up if he kept playing. He really admired Zhang Yang for being so committed. If Han Sen was in his place, Han would probably have lost interest within an hour, while Zhang played in excitement the entire afternoon. But since this afternoon, Zhang Yang had stopped bugging him to play Hand of God, which gave Han Sen some relief. This was curious to Lu Meng and Shi Kong, who did not know what had happened in the afternoon that could stop Zhang Yang. But Han Sen and Zhang Yang remained silent about what had happened that afternoon, and it was referred to by Lu Meng and Shi Kong as the most mysterious afternoon in room 304. And Lu Meng and Shi Kong nevered play with Han Sen again, who could even put a stop to Zhang Yang's enthusiasm. Han Sen did not play the versus mode of Hand of God often. There were too many limitations and he preferred the single-player version, which could better exercise his arms. Han Sen had been very interested in operating warframes recently. A warframe was a semi-mechanical, semi-biochemical humanoid weapon. Compared with tanks, warframes had excellent maneuverability and could adapt themselves better to different terrains, while the requirements for their operation were also very high. When Han Sen was in the integrated compulsory education system, his school did not have a warframe for students to operate. Therefore, Han Sen was interested but never had the chance to try. To his joy, Blackhawk had some warframes for teaching purposes. In the first 3 months, there was a training session of warframe driving and Han Sen had learned the basics of driving a warframe then. He had also been practicing after that. In the battlefield, a warframe was the most fundamental fighting unit, because generally no soldier would go fighting wearing bulletproof suits and carrying guns. Even in a street fight, soldiers would always be in warframes. Hence Han Sen felt it was necessary for him to practice operating warframes. In case he was sent to the front, this skill might save his life. If he could do well with a warframe, fighter aircrafts would be even easier. As for interstellar warships, Blackhawk had but an old one for show and the operation of warships could only be practiced using virtual reality. Ding! While Han Sen was still practicing on a warframe, he suddenly heard the tone of money transfer. Checking through his comlink, he saw 10 million added to his account, which shocked him. Before he could see who it was from, his comlink rang. Sun, did you get the money? It was Lin Beifeng's voice. So much. Han Sen was slightly surprised, not realizing the jade shell beast souls were worth so much. Originally, he thought it would be nice if he could make 3 or 4 million. We earned about 20 million, so I rounded it up for you. Sen, next time you go to Glory Shelter, we will buy some beast souls and steel armor shelter to sell there. This way we could make money on both ends and earn even more, said Lin. I'm not going anytime soon. When I do, I'll call you. Han Sen thought about the hardships of going back and forth and temporarily dispelled the idea of going to Glory Shelter. At the moment, he really had no time to go. His curriculum was intense at this point and he was still working on the semi-annual assessment. He would only go when Steel Armor Gang had a hunting campaign, and when someone asked him to hunt mutant or sacred blood creatures, as it was too hard for him to hunt a sacred blood creature alone. Even if he was just trying to hunt mutant creatures, he had to go to places like Dark Swamp. As it was too hard to walk in Dark Swamp, he had to fly in and out, which made it difficult for him to carry larger creatures meat out. Thus he would not have much gain there. Mutant black stingers were useless to Han Sen at this point and all he could do was to sell them. Meowth still had not finished eating what was left for it. But Han Sen was in no hurry. The black crystal could produce a sacred blood creature every 3 months, which was much more efficient than hunting on his own. He can wait. He hung up, transferred 1 million to his mother, and texted her to explain it was his earning in the shelter. He did not dare to give her too much, afraid that it might scare or worry her. He planned to transfer a part to her each month so that she could get accustomed to it. It was time for her to enjoy life after so many years of suffering. Back to the dormitory at night, Han Sen saw Shi Zhikong in the room alone, cursing while playing the game. Han Sen did not know what had happened, but Shi looked mad. Seeing Han Sen back, Shi Zhikong yelled angrily, "San, perfect timing. Enter the game and kick this asshole's ass for me." "What is it, Shi?" Han Sen walked next to Shi Zhikong and saw him in a game room, but the game did not start. There were two more players in the game. One's ID was Birdie and the other player's ID was Mangod. Shi Zhikong and Mangod were calling each other names, and Birdie would throw in a bitter comment at Shi here and there, making Shi flushed. With the explanation from Shi Zhikong, Han Sen got the gist of things. In the beginning, Shi was playing against Birdie. Shi was rather poor at this game and hardly ever won on BattleNet, so he bragged a little after he had won several rounds against Birdie. Shi had good manners, so he just bragged about himself and said nothing bad about his opponent. Even so, Birdie was mad and asked Mangod to avenge her. That was fine as well. Shi did show off, and that was the consequence. However, Mangod cursed and said Shi was a dumbass. And Birdie ridiculed Shi as well. Shi was not the type to let it go easily, and was thus involved in a quarrel against the two. But after all, his gaming skills were limited and had no confidence when talking back to Mangod, which made Shi simmer with anger. "Seon, help me destroy this disgusting couple. I'm so mad," Shi raged. Right away, Han Sen turned his comlink on and entered the game. "Just you wait. I called my brother to kick your ass, and we will see who the dumbass is." Shi saw Han Sen entering the game and said to Mangod, "Haha, whoever comes will be equally useless. The brother of a scum must also be scum. I can beat as many scums as I want," Mangod said arrogantly. "Well, just you wait." Shi urged Han Sen to log in. The reason Shi was playing was that his application to join Hand of God Society was turned down. Although Zhang Yang and Lu Ming were accepted, they did not join either for his sake. Feeling sorry, Shi wanted to improve through practice and try to apply again later. After all, in addition to Ji Yanran, there were lots of pretty girls in that society, and it would be a shame if they did not join. That was why he was spending quite a lot of time on this game. Not expecting something like this to happen, he was furious and was counting on Han Sen to avenge him. "Haha, it does not matter who you called. Brother Long is the backbone of Hand of God Society, and top 20 in the contest last year," said Birdie proudly. "Sweet sister, we have to be low-key and leave them some hope." "Huh." Wang Long grinned. It was a rare opportunity for him to show off in front of a girl, so he had to do well. Wang Long was full of confidence. He was a key member of Hand of God Society and knew every good player on campus. Even if he didn't know them in person, he would recognize their ID. If someone better than him showed up, he would know, and the person would probably recognize his ID as well and show him respect. Soon Wang Long saw someone entered the room and checked the ID name. He almost burst out of laughter. "My girlfriend Jinran, what a loser. What kind of loser would name himself that? He's asking for trouble." Wang Long asked, "This is your friend?" "Yes." "You got a problem?" Shi was not that confident. Last time when he was trying to register, Hand of God Society did have a good player named Wang Long. Although he knew Han Sen was good, Wang Long seemed to be one of the leaders in the society and was in top 20 on campus, so he could be considered a pro. Shi was not sure if Han Sen could beat him. "Nothing. I intended to play casually, but now I see his ID, I have to kick his ass." Wang Long then sent Han Sen an invite. Han Sen did not hesitate to click on agree, and the two entered the game. Birdie, who was watching, ridiculed. "He must be so horny that he named himself that. What a shame." "We still don't know who the shameful one is," rebutted Shi. Although he was not certain about the result, he would not let a woman throw mean comments at his brother. "The result is clear. You scums could never win Brother Long." "Well, maybe you can in your dream in another lifetime," Birdie said contemptuously. Shi gritted his teeth and did not speak. If he cursed, he would be stooping to her level. And Shi was not entirely sure about the result. Wang Long was a top 20 player after all. It was questionable if Han Sen could beat him. Wang Long was ready to teach Han Sen a lesion. And since it was a lesson, he could not limit his hand to the spots on his own side, but must make his opponent unable to touch any spot. Boy, it's not your day. With such an ID, I will change my surname if I don't beat you up. Wang Long saw the spots appear and reached out to the spots on the other side. But just when his hand was out, he was surprised to see his opponent already hitting that spot. He soon decided it was just pure luck, and he just needed to keep going. But then everything happened after made his face freeze. And Birdie was simply dumbfounded. Each time Wang Long reached out, Han Sen had already hit the spot he was aiming for. And he had got 0 point after a dozen attempts. Damn, I met a master. Being anxious, Wang Long gave up on hitting Han Sen's spots and focused his own side. But it was too late. The final score was 100-29. Han Sen got everything, and Wang Long only got 29 on his side and missed 71. Seeing this score, Birdie's face darkened while Shizhikong laughed and texted, "This is what you call top 20? Sister, you are fooled. 100-29. If such a player could be top 20, then Hand of God Society must suck as well. Sister, listen to me. If he is lying to get money from you, that's okay. When you haven't lost your body to him, just stop." Birdie was quiet and Wang Long was pale. He immediately invited Han Sen again and thought maybe he simply used a bad strategy last time. Maybe he lost because he was aiming for the spots on the other side. He wanted to prove himself, otherwise it would be too big a shame. Han Sen clicked on agree and the two were at it again. Wang Long used all his efforts on his own spots and did not even look at Han Sen's side. However, as Birdie observed, the difference in speed was so great that it was like bicycle versus motorcycle. Even an idiot could tell the two were not on the same level. Wang Long felt that this time he was even faster than usual, and felt complacent about his performance. When he felt that he must have won, the game suddenly ended and he was stupefied. A neat figure, 100:80. 80 was the score of Wang Long, which meant his opponent got all 100 spots when he just hit 80. A huge gap. Who are you? Wang Long was shocked for a long while, and then texted his opponent. He thought it must be some famous player's alternate account. There were few on campus that could beat him by 20 points anyway. No reply from his opponent, but an invite to continue playing. Wang Long's face turned red, but he could not decline. Wang bit the bullet and agreed. Once again, Wang had no chance of winning. Han Sen did not even try to steal Wang's spots and was only focusing on his own side. The result was again 100:80. Wang Long did not know if it was a coincidence or design. If it was deliberate, he could not believe how strong his opponent actually was. Another invite and Wang Long agreed again. The result was the same 100:80. Another difference of 20 points. Wang Long felt a chill and did not know what to say. Boy, not so insolent now. You call yourself top 20? Sure ridiculed and Birdie left the game room quietly in the middle of their third game. Do you dare to wait 10 minutes? I will find someone to knock you over. Wang Long sent a message. Okay, whoever comes will lose anyway. If you call 2, we will beat a pair. Sure gave him a confident answer and forgot about the displeasure before. Wang Long did not reply. He must be calling someone. Sure said excitedly, San, you are so wonderful that you totally beat Wang Long. You should become a professional player. Don't exaggerate. It was because he was too weak and did not deserve his reputation. Han Sen shrugged and said, I like it when you beat such weak scums, Sure said in excitement. Wang Long left the game window open and ran to the room next door. Seeing a guy who was talking in that room, he was overjoyed and said, Brother Li, here you are. What's the panic about? Lu Ku cut in impatiently. Lu Ku, I lost in Hand of God, and you must avenge me, Wang Long quickly said to Lu Ku. Go practice and avenge yourself when you get better. Lu Ku laughed. Too late. I played with him 3 rounds and he won by 20 points each round. Wang Long was not afraid of losing face as Lu Ku was his buddy, and also a better player than himself. Last year Lu got the 11th place on campus. And Brother Li, whose name is Li Zhe, was a real master who ranked 7th last year. It would be even better if he could help. 20 points in all 3 rounds. Few in our school could achieve this. Who is that guy? Li asked. But he was wrong about one thing. He thought that 20 points was a rough estimate and did not realize it was the exact figure in all 3 rounds. I do not know. He won't tell, Wang said. Can't you tell from his ID? Lu Ku rolled his eyes at Wang. It is a new ID never seen before. Called My Girlfriend is Jinran. Wang Long quickly said. *T. Such a loser. No wonder he won't tell who he is. If Ji Yanran knows, he will be a dead man. Let's go catch him. Lu Ku was interested. Wang Long was overjoyed and took Li and Lu to his dorm room. He checked his comlink and saw the 2 still there. It really is this ID. I will first have a go and see which sneaky guy it is. Lu Ku said to Li Zhe with a smile. And then Lu Ku turned on his own comlink, entered the game room, and sent My Girlfriend is Jinran an invite. Han Sen did not care who it was and clicked agree because he knew no one anyway. Sure didn't know much about the players on campus either. He only saw Wang Long when trying to register and would not even recognize Lu Ku and Li Zhe in person, let alone their IDs. Lu Ku began the game. While waiting for the countdown, he told Li Zhe, "Brother Li, I have made some progress in recent training. Let me know what you think." Looking forward, Li said with a smile. Wang Long was just observing nervously. Although Lu Ku was much better than himself and could also win him by 20 points, yet he was not sure about the result, as that guy had beat him in all 3 rounds by 20. The game started. One glance at the opponent's speed, Lu Ku was immediately focused and did not dare to slack even a little bit. He started to clear up the spots on his side and was not distracted at all. But Li Zhe and Wang Long, who were watching, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Absolute gap in strength. This guy was so much faster than Lu Ku that Lu's hand looked as slow as a snail. Wang Long was beyond shocked. This guy was so fast. Lu Ku ranked number 11 on campus and was not even on the same level as this guy. And Li also watched the game with a grim face. This guy stunned him. During the game, many friends of Li and Lu saw they were online and came to watch, especially Li Zhe's friends. Many advanced players on campus flooded into this game room. #K. My girlfriend is Jianran? Who is this loser? Some people saw Han Sen's ID and yelled. Soon they all noticed this ID, and felt it was too daring a move on BattleNet. They could not think of a single person with such guts. Later they noticed the game itself, and then found that My Girlfriend is Jinran had the upper hand. He also seemed to be very fast and had an overwhelming advantage. A simple look would not reveal much, but with Lu as the reference, they could tell how fast he was. *T. His opponent was Lu Ku. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is so strong that he is killing Lu, who was number 11 last year. The man felt that Han Sen's ID was too hard to read, and changed it to something easier. Yeah, he is so much better than Lu. Who is Ji Yanran's boyfriend? This must be an alt account of a master? Of course. It must be one of the masters, or else no one could do this to Lu. While they were talking, Lu Ku had lost, and the score was fixed at 100 to 80. Seeing this score, others did not think much, but Wang was dumbfounded as this score was exactly what he got, no more and no less. Lu lost and was shocked for a moment, not expecting to see such score. He immediately sent another invite and seemed quite unconvinced. Han Sen agreed. Another game started, and everyone was discussing who this mysterious guy was. When the game ended, all of them widened their eyes to see the exact same score. The score was still 100 to 80, no more no less. Lu Ku could not believe it himself. He asked Wang Long, when you said you lost by 20 in all 3 rounds, was it like this? Wang Long nodded yes bitterly. He did not expect this to happen with Lu again. I have to try. Li Zhe looked serious, and sent an invite to My Girlfriend is Jinran. Lu, who is the guy? He must be a master player using an alt account? I do not know. Lu Ku had a wry smile on his face and shook his head. He really could not think of anyone who would do this to him. He knew less than 5 could, but none of them would. How do you not know? His friends refused to believe him. But soon their eyes fell on Li Zhe's game. Li Zhe, the 7th best player last year, a celebrity at Hand of God, was falling behind in this game by a lot. It looked the same as when Lu was playing. If they had not seen Li's ID in hand, they would think it was still Lu's game. Complete wipeout. Li Zhe had even no way to fight back. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is so impressive. Is this real? Li could lose like this. Is there anyone on campus who could do this? Ouyang Xiaosan and Li Yufeng should be able to do this? Ji Yanran's boyfriend is Ouyang Xiaosan or Li Yufeng? As the crowd was gossiping, their chin almost fell to the ground when seeing the score. Wang Long was the only one to feel relieved. 100 to 80 again. But if even Li Zhe has the same score, then my loss did not matter at all, Wang Long thought. Li saw the score and his face twitched. Once again he sent an invite calmly. He knew he was no match to his opponent, but wanted to make sure whether this score was not a coincidence. His opponent accepted the invite and the game started again. At this time silence fell in the game room and no one was typing. Watching the game in silence, all wanted to know if the 20 points was deliberate. If someone deliberately controlled the difference to be 20, it was maddening just to think about it. They could not imagine what kind of people could do this to Li Zhe. When the score was again at 100 to 80, all thought themselves must be insane. Li Zhe was beaten or insulted completely. His opponent was not even making every effort, but was simply playing with Li. They could not imagine the gap in strength. Now everyone suspected that it was either Ouyang Xiaosan or Li Yufeng behind that ID. In the entire school, they were the only two that might have such capability. Maybe. Li sent a message to my girlfriend is Yanran. Who are you? After a while, Han Sen replied without answering Li Zhe's question. Anyone wants to game? Everyone was silent. Seeing even Li Zhe lost like that, who would dare to go? Whoever going would lose miserably. Lu Ke could not help but ask, who are you? Ji Yanran's boyfriend, replied Han Sen and logged off. After Han Sen quit the game, Sure went offline as well and laughed, haha Sen, you are great. You were smoking out there. It was so cool. Do not worry, I will not tell anyone your ID, or you will be murdered by Ji Yanran. They are too weak. I was just warming up, said Han Sen casually. Such difficulty was not comparable to Evolved 4 and he was currently trying to pass Evolved 5. This was indeed like a warm-up for him. Sure despised Han Sen. Sen, you are just like me. What do you mean? Han Sen looked puzzled. Fake it until we make it, Sure said solemnly, and then could not help but laugh. Han Sen and Sure had no idea whom they had beaten, or what kind of storm was triggered in Blackhawk. Soon everyone on campus knew that Ji Yanran's boyfriend had beaten Lu Ke and Li Zhe by 20 points in every game. People were all guessing who Ji Yan's boyfriend was and if he was actually her boyfriend. None had assumed that in the beginning, but now that people knew what a master player he was and thought someone like that should cherish his reputation and would never make such a joke. When going out the gym, Ji Yanran felt the world was crazy when people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. Yanran, we have been roommates and sisters for 3 years. It's okay you did not tell others, but why didn't you tell me? Chu Lily asked Ji Yanran, grinning. Tell you what? Ji Yanran was confused. Who is your boyfriend? How is it confidential to me as well? Said Chu Lily, pouting. Ji Yanran was suddenly upset and said, who told you I have a boyfriend? Everyone on campus knows now. Your boyfriend beat Lu Ke and Li Zhe in Hand of God by 20 points. Chu Lily loved gossip. Leaning toward Ji Yanran, she said, tell me, is your boyfriend Ouyang Xiaosan or Li Yufeng? Ji Yanran was even more confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand any of this nonsense. You really do not know? Chu Lily stared Ji Yanran in the eyes. What happened? Asked Ji Yanran grimly. Chu Lily told her what happened, and it was the edited version by Wang Long, who did not talk about his own loss, but only about Lu Ke and Li Zhe. Yanran, he was not your boyfriend? Chu Lily asked with some disbelief. I swear I really do not have a boyfriend and do not know who that person is. He is so daring to joke like that, Ji Yanran bristled. It had been a long time since the incident in the spaceship, and Ji Yanran had already forgotten about it. In her memory, Han Sen was merely a guy who cheated and probably never entered Blackhawk. Or he should have come to her already. So Ji Yanran simply did think of that and thought some master player was playing a prank. But more and more people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. She had to explain that she wanted to know who that loser was as well. Ji Yanran intended to scold him for being so insolent, But she could not think of anyone who could have done this. Blackhawk's Hand of God Society barely made it into the top 10 in the entire alliance, and it was only because they had Li Yufeng. Another master player, Ouyang Shaosan, was not interested in joining the society, and Ji Yanran was still considering whether she should personally invite him. Only these two could have been able to do that to Li Zhe. Ji Yanran knew Li Yufeng would never do that, but she was not sure whether it was Ouyang Shaosan. Who is it? Wondered Ji. Although the school already knew that ID had nothing to do with Ji Yanran herself, they had already gotten used to referring to him as Ji Yanran's boyfriend, which made her quite upset. After this, there was a trend on BattleNet and even Skynet to name one's ID as "my boyfriend is XX," "my husband is XX," "my girlfriend is XX," etc. Han Sen and Shi, who had caused this, were unaware. Shi was sleeping while Han Sen was reading materials on Warframes. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang pushed the door open and came to Han Senior Sen. "You are killing it. How did you beat Lu Ku and Li Zhe? We know you are good but did not expect you to be this good." Lu Meng stared at Han Sen and said, "You certainly deserve to be my destined enemy." Zhang Yang was full of zest. "What are you talking about?" Han Sen looked at them puzzled. "Stop pretending. If I yell that Ji Yanran's boyfriend is in room 304, people will skin you alive," Lu Meng said with a crooked smile. "What's up?" asked Shi, who was awakened. Lu Meng told them the gossip they had heard and grinned at Han San. "San, if you don't do anything for us, we would turn against you. Ji Yanran must be so mad at you. Many people out there want you dead now." Shi could not close his mouth. He did not realize Han Sen's opponents were so famous. He thought they were weak. "I do not care." Han Sen was not afraid. If Ji Yanran came to find him, he would welcome it. But Shi was terrified and quickly said, "Lu, don't mess around. Here's how it happened." Shi told the true story, and Lu Meng and Zhang Yang came to realize what had happened. Zhang Yang patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, "So you were sticking up for a brother. Relax, Senator, I guarantee that no one will know it is you. There is no traitor in our room." Since Lu Meng failed to blackmail Han Sen, he turned to Shi and said, "Shi, Sun made such an effort and offended so many people for your sake. Shouldn't you do something?" "That goes without saying. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat all the white rice you can," Shi promised. "Get lost." The other three gave him the finger. In those days, Han Sen had been busy studying Warframes. When he entered God's Sanctuary, he was usually with Qin Xian's gang, hunting sacred blood creatures. They had been successful 3 times, but in none of those occasions did he make the final attack, so he gained no beast soul and just had some meat in the end. Thumb had now become the leader of Fist Gang and had invited Han Sen to hunt twice. Both times they were successful and Han Sen had also gained some sacred blood creature meat. All the meat combined gave him 1 sacred geno point and he had 40 sacred geno points at the moment. Han Sen was not satisfied with such progress and started to investigate where he could hunt sacred blood creature alone. He at least needed some mutant creatures. Meowth had also eaten up the black stingers and needed food supply. According to Han Sen's progress in study, he could totally cope with the semi-annual assessment and had enough time for a safari. After continuous research of various information about steel armor shelter and what was written by others, he finally had his eye on one location, Devil Desert. Chapter 127. The girl worth an S-Class license. The reason he chose Devil Desert was that there were not many creatures that could fly. Hence it was relatively safe for Han San, who could. Few people would go there, so there was no shortage of mutant creatures, if not sacred blood creatures. Han San studied the conditions of the desert and was ready to ask Qin Xian for a leave. Qin Xian smiled and said, "Perfect. Our squad needs to protect someone in hunting and I was just thinking where we should take her. You could lead the team to Devil Desert then. It is your first task in the squad. Make sure you do a good job." "What is the reward for this task?" Han Sen blinked and asked. He did not want to do a job that would not pay well. "If you can make the girl satisfied and designate you as her protector in steel armor shelter, you could get an S-Class license of St. Hall." Qin Xian looked at Han Sen and laughed. "Any interest?" "Yes, I am very interested," Han Sen quickly said. Babysitting alone would pay an S-Class license. Such a good thing could only happen in a dream. Then do well. You will get nothing if she is not satisfied with you. Qin Xian handed him the portfolio. After reading the materials, Han Sen felt he did not learn anything, as these people's personal information was all confidential. All he knew was the name, age and gender. Wang Mingming, female, 16 years and 47 days old. Stationmaster, you are not asking me to take a girl who has just entered God's sanctuary to a place like Devil Desert. I can't guarantee her safety. Han Sen looked sullen. Of course not. This is your first task, so I will ask Gambler to follow you. You could also pick some people from Steel Armor Shelter. Qin Xian smiled. About Wang Mingming, I can tell you one more thing. She is your schoolmate. My schoolmate? Black Hawk. You must be kidding me. She just entered God's sanctuary, and with that kind of fitness, she could not even have reached the standard for any special enrollment program. Han Sen did not believe her. Some people do not need to pass the exam. We all have different starting points, like you are to protect her, and she is to be protected. Qin Xian smiled. Remember to keep a good relationship with her. I'm not interested in little girls, Han Sen shrugged and said. Qin Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, Go pick some team members in Steel Armor Gang. You can choose anyone but the team leaders. There should be less than 10 members and the fees will be covered by the squad. Han Sen asked Su Xiaoqiao and some others who had a mutant mount. He did not want to waste his time on walking and would not consider those without mounts. As for Gambler, Han Sen was confident in him. He was an old member in the squad and had amazing skills like Sleeve Blade. When Han Sen saw Wang Mingming, he finally knew what privileges meant. A girl just over 16 who had just entered God's sanctuary for 1 month had mutant shape-shifting beast soul, mutant armor, mutant weapon and 1 sacred blood beast soul mount, making Han Sen and the rest rather jealous. Although Lin Beifeng was rich, he was only an upstart when compared with Wang Mingming. The beast soul she had probably could not be bought with money. Fortunately, Wang Mingming was not an annoying princess. She was delightful and lovely. She also fought well. Although she had only been in God's sanctuary for a month, it looked like that she had gained quite a few Geno points already. She must have practiced multiple advanced hyper-Geno arts since childhood. Using her advanced beast souls, she could probably beat Su Xiaoqiao in a combat. The team had been traveling all the time and Wang Mingming never complained. Brother Han, I heard from Sister Qin that you are also in Black Hawk. I'm in Department of Warframe. Which department are you in? Wang Mingming called Han Sen brother in a natural and sweet tone. In fact, kids from prominent families like Wang Mingming, Qing and Yuan were all quite well-mannered and easygoing. Ahem, you can call me Senator. I was enrolled this year as well. We are both freshmen and I am an archery major. Han Sen enjoyed talking to an adorable girl like her, which make the journey less boring. Archery department is the department our school is trying to enhance this year, and I'm sure the change will happen fast. You must be specially enrolled? Wang Mingming started to chat with him. Oh right, Brother Han, you came to Steel Armor Shelter early, so you must have seen Dollar himself? Wang Mingming asked hopefully. Yes, we have all seen him at the contest. Why do you ask about him? Han Sen looked at Wang Mingming surprised. I am a fan of Dollar's, but unfortunately he never showed up since I came here, so I never got to see him, Wang Mingming said with some disappointment. Wang Mingming asked again, Brother Han, can you tell me something about Dollar? Ahem, I have no way of knowing. You have to ask him because he knows everything. Han Sen pointed to Su Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao quickly thumped his chest and said, What do you want to know? I'm Dollar's buddy and it was me who named him Dollar. Wow, then you must know what Dollar really looks like. He must be very handsome? Wang Mingming looked at Su Xiaoqiao happily. Handsome, of course he is most handsome. He has wide chest, long legs and nice round bottom. Su Xiaoqiao babbled on and Han Sen almost wanted to kill him. It took them 4 days to reach Devil Desert. Wang Mingming had nice skills and was improving very fast in hunting. Han Sen and Gambler were always shadowing her. Even when she was fighting with a creature, Gambler was always following her and Han Sen's bow and arrow were always ready to rescue her. If something happened to her, the entire squad including Qin Xian would be in trouble, so Han Sen did not dare to slack at all. The next afternoon after they had entered the desert, Su Xiaoqiao, who was the scout, cried in surprise, A mutant creature. Everyone quickly urged their mounts on and saw a fox-like, fire-red and golden-horned creature the size of a tiger barking at them. "It is mine." It was the first time Wang Mengmeng had seen a living mutant creature. She put away her mount and charged the mutant creature with a pair of mutant beast soul lancets in her hands. Han San and Gambler exchanged a look and ran after her, in case of any accident. Wang Mingming's fighting skills were impressive. She could even match the mutant creature using several hyper-geno arts. The rest were going in left and right trying to outflank the creature. The mutant creature seemed to have quite some wisdom and simply fled when seeing through the team's intention. It was also exceptionally fast and was 50 feet away in an instant. "Stop!" Wang Mingming quickly summoned her sacred blood mount, a bear with silver-white fur, and raced off on its back. Then everyone was on the mount trying to keep up with Wang Mingming. But the mutant creature was running quite fast, and after a while, they started to fall farther behind. Wang Mingming felt anxious and urged her bear to run faster. "Wang Mingming, do not chase it on your own. It is too dangerous," cried Gambler. "It doesn't matter. I could kill this mutant beast. Please hurry up." Wang Mingming did not want to let the creature run off, so she raced off at full speed. Han San and Gambler exchanged a glance and quickly followed up, but Wang Mingming's mount was sacred blood. Although strength was not its strong suit, it was still much faster than their mutant mounts, and soon she was pulling away from them. The team could only desperately urge their mounts to catch up and try not to fall too much behind. They did not worry too much though, as their forces combined were probably enough to kill a sacred blood creature. Wang Mingming looked around and see no creature but this one. In addition, she was close enough and did want to lose the prey. So she kept urge her white bear to chase the mutant creature. Nowhere to run now? She chased the mutant creature to a dune, and the creature stretched its tongue out, panting and lying down, as if it was too tired to run. Wang Mingming jumped off the white bear, summoned her lancets and rushed forward. The mutant creature suddenly smiled like a person strangely, which scared her. And then she saw many creatures that looked like this one though gray in color walking out from behind the dune. They filled the place shortly and were at least hundreds in number. Wang Mingming was suddenly shocked and knew that things had gone south. The mutant creature was sly enough to lead her to its nest. Although the other creatures were just primitive ones, they were great in number and she could never handle all of them. Wang Mingming immediately got on the back of her bear and ran away, with the creatures chasing after her like a tsunami. Fortunately, Han Sen and Gambler was not too much behind. Han Sen saw Wang trapped in the middle of groups of creatures, so he summoned his horn bow and shot an arrow in her direction. Wang Mingming had been surrounded by the creatures. Although the white bear had great strength and rampaged through the creatures, they still managed to throw themselves at her. Wang Mingming swung her lancets, but could not get rid of all the creatures close to her. Seeing a claw on her shoulder and teeth biting at her white neck, Wang Mingming was desperate that she could no longer fight this one off. At this moment, a whoosh was followed by a whimper. The creature on her back was shot through with a black arrow and fell on the ground. Whoosh! 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 Arrows came from afar and each killed a creature. Soon all 8 creatures surrounding her were killed. Any creature that might endanger her was immediately shot dead with an arrow. No arrow was shot in vain. One even flew by her face and killed a creature behind her without hurting a single hair of hers. Brother Han! Wang Mingming saw Han Sen riding toward her while shooting arrows in her direction. All the creatures around her were killed by him. Wang Mingming was surprised and filled with joy. At least a mile away from her, Han Sen could have such accuracy, which was something she had never seen even in posh schools. Among the other few people, only Su Xiaoqiao was good at archery. However, he would not even dare to shoot in her direction from so far. Even if his bow allowed it, he would risk hurting her with his skill level. Wang Mingming was overjoyed and urged the white bear to run toward Han Senator wielding her lancets. She tried to stop the creatures that came at her. She did not worry about the ones that she could not fight off, as arrows would definitely appear timely to kill them. The distance between the two sides was gradually shortened, and soon they have joined forces. When the team looked around, they were surprised to see thousands of gray creatures flooding toward them. Damn, these beasts are really cunning. They even know how to lure us into their trap. Su Xiaoqiao cried while drawing the string of his bow. It's all my fault. Wang Mengmeng blamed herself. Now is not a good time. There are so many creatures here that we could never kill them all. Let's try to rush out. Han Sen headed forward where they came from. He did not go far before he saw the sand in front of him tremor and sink. A giant worm that looked like a silkworm but with the size of a locomotive came out of the sand and opened its large mouth, trying to devour them. It is a rockworm. Damn, there must be more than one. They are gregarious. Han Sen forced his mount to change the direction to avoid its attack. He felt a bit worried as he had read about rock worms. Although they were just primitive creatures, they are very large and had great strength. In addition, they had great speed when crawling in sand. For sure, they were one of the most scary creatures in Devil Desert. If Han Sen was alone, he could simply summon the purple-winged dragon beast soul and fly up. However, he had Wang Mengmeng to protect and could not do that. Boom! The huge body of the rockworm fell and made a pit in the ground. Sand flying and pebbles rolling, it was more terrifying than a grenade explosion. Even more frightening was that more rockworms were coming out from underground, and as far as the team could see, the ground was covered by these worms, which were at least hundreds in number. In front of them were rockworms and behind them were the tide of fox-like creatures. They were besieged by the creatures. Han Sen and Gambler looked into each other's eyes and understood each other's thoughts. Gambler gritted his teeth and said, "You protect her, I will clear the way." Gambler took back his mount and rushed toward the fox-like creatures. He was even faster than his mutant mount. "Listen up. Follow Gambler out and whoever falling behind will die," said Han Sen, lifting Wang Mengmeng from the back of her white bear to sit her behind him. He cried, "Game is over. Now hold on to me and we will fight for our lives." Wang Mengmeng fought well and had plenty of beast souls. However, in a melee like this one, an inexperienced girl like her would not be able to survive. When it came to life and death, only the veterans who had developed an acute instinct had a bigger chance at survival. Wang Mengmeng hurriedly hugged Han Sen from the back. Han Sen urged his mutant three-eyed beast mount and the bull-like mount moved as it charged the fox-like beasts. Gambler was leading the way with one jambia in each hand. The jambias were flashing in his hands like butterflies, slitting the throats of all creatures near him. Nothing could stop him and a bloody path was left behind him. Han Sen rushed into that path and his arrows never stopped, killing all the creatures trying to gather around. However, he only had 50 Z-steel arrows which had been used up. All he had now was the beast soul arrow, which could be taken back and used again, but that process was too slow for him. Han Sen had to knock some creatures away with his horn bow. The rest of the team had also been fighting with every effort, wishing to clear out a way out from the endless creatures. Behind them, the rockworms were catching up at an incredible speed. Once caught up by them, there would be no other way of survival than flying. Blood was splashing and they had almost made it. Then the mutant creature that Wang Mengmeng was chasing in the first place howled, standing on a dune far from them. And then they saw more creatures coming toward them from all directions. There were even some fox-like black-horned creatures that were almost exactly like the mutant creature, only with white fur. Seeing those white creatures, everyone's heart sank. Su Xiaoqiao cried, "No way. That mutant creature was not a mutant creature, but a sacred blood king of all these fox-like creatures. These white ones are mutant creatures. We have poked a hornet's nest." Wang Mengmeng saw the white mutant creatures among others and was mortified. There were so many mutant creatures that it seemed the whole team would die here. Gambler exclaimed in the front, "Damn, it is a sacred blood king. There are too many mutant creatures that I can't keep going." Han Sen said to Wang Mengmeng sitting behind him, "Hand me your lancets." Wang Mengmeng paused and transferred her mutant beast soul lancets to Han Senator. Han Sen grabbed a rope and got off his mount. He then carried Wang to the ground as if she weighed nothing and put her on his back. With the rope he secured her there. "What are you doing?" Wang Mengmeng said, horrified. "Going out," said Han Sen in a cold tone. In a red shadow he shape-shifted into the fairy queen and his entire body was then covered in red armor except for his head. Eyes scarlet, ruby crown on his head and short black hair turning long and blonde. Han Sen grabbed the lancets and ran toward Gambler like a red lightning bolt. Gambler, cover me. I will clear a way out, yelled Han Sen next to Gambler. You got it. Covered in the creatures and his own blood, Gambler replied. Han Sen had rushed to the front. The lancets were flashing in his hands and each flash took a life. Primitive horned sand fox hunted. No beast soul gained. Primitive horned sand fox hunted. No beast soul gained. Shay. The voice in his mind rang non-stop. Han Sen paid no mind to it and just stared the mutant horned sand fox that were throwing themselves at him. Su Xiaoqiao and others were trying to keep up desperately. But when they saw the number of the mutant horned sand foxes, they were terrified. Han Sen's eyes were red as blood. Moving like a lightning bolt, the lancets were so fast they became a blur. Ignoring the mutant horned sand foxes, he continued forward with Wang on his back. Holding Han Sen's neck tightly, Wang Mengmeng was filled with guilt and regret. If it weren't for her, they would not be under such danger. Facing so many mutant creatures, she did not know if they could make it. The few mutant horned sand foxes were in their face, yet Han Sen was still calm. With the slightest movement, a lancet bit into a fox's throat. A horned white fox head flew up. Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng were showered in fox blood. Without a blink, Han Sen ran forward and charged the second mutant horned sand fox. Wang Mengmeng watched what was happening with eyes widened. It felt like riding a roller coaster. But this experience was more horrifying than any roller coaster. She was lying on the back of Han Sen, and had the same angle of view as him. She watched all his movements, dodging, turning, wielding, charging. Seeing the endless horned sand foxes sweeping toward them and then the deaths of all of them, she felt that Han Sen was like a killing machine. His movements extremely swift and each attack harvesting a life. Both mutant horned sand foxes and primitive ones were killed with one blow each, without exception. Wang Mengmeng and Han Sen were soaked in blood, and the original color of their armor could no longer be discerned. Even the long blonde hair of Fairy Queen turned red and was dripping blood. Wang Mengmeng suddenly had a strange feeling. Everything seemed surreal to her, as if she was watching a movie about a gorgeous killing spree. Han Sen was like a tireless killing machine. All her fear went away when she knew he could kill all of the foxes if he had to. What Han Sen saw now was different from what average humans saw. All the movements of the horned sand foxes had become so slow that he could see every single move of them. In his eyes, even the mutant ones were as slow as a grandpa, inviting one's help. Han Sen finally understood the best feature of Fairy Queen. When he shapeshifted into Fairy Queen, his great ability to predict was enhanced. Now he could hit anywhere he wanted. Too slow. Han Sen was even dissatisfied with the speed of the horned sand foxes, because they could not keep up with the speed of the slaughter. I hope there will be more of them, Han Sen even thought. But Han Sen's reason was telling him that they should run as fast as they could, because shapeshifting could not last forever. Once his body could no longer bear it, he would have to turn into himself, and even if he used wings then and saved Wang, Su Xiaoqiao and the rest would die. Must get out before shapeshifting time limit is up, Han Sen thought to himself, wielding the lancets even faster. The rest of the team were stunned. They had never seen Han Sen fighting in a melee. They had always believed he was a good archer, and did not like to place himself under any danger. But when they saw Han Sen put down his bow and arrow, they came to know how fearsome he could be in a melee. Mutant horned sand fox was also killed in just one blow. They had never seen Han Sen miss so far. Formidable. Even they could not help but shudder. Such efficiency in killing was simply a spree, so terrifying and satisfying to watch that it made one want to moan. The sacred blood horned sand fox howled again and the mutant foxes retreated, while primitive foxes rushed to them faster. Just in a moment, Han Sen knew what the sacred blood fox king wanted. It was trying to use the primitive horned sand foxes to consume his shapeshifting time, as it was aware shapeshifting did not last long. It wanted to launch strikes at them when his shapeshifting time was up. Cunning beast, cursed gambler. His Jambia slit another primitive horned sofa fox's throat, making it fall to the ground, twitching in pain. Han Sen looked at the sacred blood fox king and his eyes darkened. The lancets disappeared in his sleeves and a black horn bow appeared in his hands. The black stinger arrow was knocked and pointed at the fox king on top of the dune. It's too far away. Can the arrow reach there? Su Xiaoqiao checked the distance between them and the Fox King. It was indeed too far. It looks so small from here, so it should be about 1.5 miles away. With such a distance, even if Han Sen's arrow could get there, it would be languid by then. And how can that kill a sacred blood creature? The Fox King seemed to share Su's thought, standing there still and gazing at Han Sen with a trace of mockery. Damn, that sacred blood Fox King is kind of evil, Gambler cried when he saw the look of the Fox King. Han Sen's hands were steady. The arrow suddenly turned into a black shadow flying across the sky toward the insolent Fox King. The sacred blood Fox King was too intelligent to believe the arrow could actually hurt it, and did not mean to dodge. If his arrow had that kind of power, then he should have used it before the Fox King led Wang Mengmeng into the ambush. Whoosh! But soon the Fox King panicked as it discovered that the speed of the arrow got even higher when approaching itself. When the Fox King eventually lost its grace and wanted to run, it was a bit late. Although it leaped as high as it could, trying to dodge the arrow still dug into the muscles of its foreleg like a snake. Blood splashed and its scream rang. The arrogant and sly Fox King was knocked out by the arrow and tumbled down the dune. Hearing the scream of their king, the skulk of foxes paused their attack and looked to the dune where the king was standing. Of course they did not see it because it had fallen. The skulk was suddenly in a chaos and did not know what to do. "Hurry," commanded Han Sen and dashed. Chapter 131. Golden Rock Worm King. When the angry Sacred Blood Fox King limped back to the top of the dune, the team had dashed out of the skulk. Almost without any hesitation, Han Sen roared at Wang Mengmeng, "Summon your mount." Wang Mengmeng quickly summoned the big white bear. Han Sen leapt on the bear and Wang urged the bear on at full speed. The skulk of foxes was snapping at their heels, but only the few mutant horned sand foxes could catch up with the team's mutant mounts. Han Sen thought that the skulk would give up the chase soon, since their king was injured and could not catch up with them. However, they soon heard a strange howl and what they saw was shocking. The Fox King was standing on top of the head of a golden rock worm and, gazing at Han Sen, bristled. #K. This Fox King is abnormal. How could it command the rockworm? Is the rockworm also a sacred blood creature? Cried Su Xiaoqiao. The team saw the golden rockworm approach them at a high speed and was horror-struck. "You go east, I will go west." Han Sen then asked Wang Mengmeng to control her bear to go west. Now Wang Mengmeng almost trusted Han Sen blindly, and did not even think about it before doing what he said. "You have to be careful." Gambler had already understood Han Sen's plan, and led the rest to the east. The Fox King ordered the rockworm and mutant foxes to chase Han and Wang immediately. A fox never forgets. It would never give up until it tore Han Sen apart. Han Sen had already taken the fairy queen back to save his strength. He had also untied the rope and sat Wang in front of him so she could better control the bear. "Fox King, come if you want to eat me," Han Sen said and suddenly shot an arrow, killing a mutant fox in the blink of an eye. The Fox King was stamping with rage, roaring on top of the golden rockworm's head. The worm moved faster. The mutant foxes were also trying to catch up with the bear. Han Sen glanced at the Fox King and shot another mutant fox dead. Watching the Fox King losing its temper, Han Sen laughed. "Fox King, come at me if you will, and watch me kill your buddies." Han Sen's hands never stopped, his black stinger arrow killing one mutant fox after another. Mutant horned sand fox killed. Beast soul of mutant horned sand fox gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Suddenly a different voice sounded in Han Sen's mind. He gained a mutant horned sand fox beast soul. With great joy, Han Sen was shooting with great strength. The Fox King was about to explode. The white bear was a sacred blood mount, so the golden rockworm could not catch up with them any time soon. Finally, at a howl of the Fox King, all the mutant foxes stopped chasing. Only the Fox King continued with the rockworm as its mount. There were no more mutant foxes for him to kill, so Han Sen made the Fox King his target. This time the Fox King was prepared and dodged. Although the distance was short, the arrow ended up hitting the golden rockworm. Clank! It sounded like the worm had a shell harder than metal. The mutant black stinger arrow only left a white mark that was barely visible on it. Hansen was taken aback with a surprise. Sure enough, the golden rockworm is also a sacred blood creature. Brother Han, now what should we do? The white bear is slower than the golden rockworm. They will catch up eventually, asked Wang Mengmeng, riding the bear. She did not sound scared or worried as for some reason, she believed Hansen could always take care of things. In such a dangerous escape, she did not even have any sense of crisis. Although there were occasionally some creatures in front of them, they would scatter at the sight of the golden rockworm. Hence they did not encounter any obstacles on the way. The rockworms are only fast in the desert. If we can get out of here, we should be able to get rid of it, Hansen pondered and said. It's full of sand and rocks here. I do not see any other color. Wang Mengmeng looked around, said disappointedly, just dunes and stony hills. Hansen's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing in one direction, he said, go over there. Wang Mengmeng followed his order and urged the bear on. Soon she found they were on a cliff facing a deep valley. The path ended and the valley was at least 100 feet wide. Brother Han, we have nowhere to go, exclaimed Wang Mengmeng. Go over, Hansen said with no expression. No, the white bear cannot jump so far, Wang Mengmeng quickly said, seeing the big white bear approaching the edge. Trust me. Go over, said Hansen firmly, while pointing an arrow at the Fox King. Knowing their despair, the Fox King looked cruel and pleased. Well, Brother Han, I believe you. Going over. Wang Mengmeng commanded her bear to rush off the edge at full speed. With her blind trust in Hansen, Wang Mengmeng was trying to make the impossible happen. Behind them, the golden rockworm was getting closer and closer. The Fox King watched the two humans viciously. Pointing the arrow at the Fox King, Hansen did not shoot. Brother Han. Wang Mengmeng screamed and closed her eyes as the white bear ran off the edge. Hansen finally shot the arrow, put an arm around her waist, and covered her eyes with his other hand. Take your white bear back, he said quietly. The Sacred Blood Fox King didn't even move when seeing the arrow approach. It even showed contempt in its eyes. But soon the Fox King was aghast. That arrow was not meant for the Fox King, but a bean-sized eye of the golden rockworm. Although the golden rockworm had a huge body, its eyes were as small as beans and hidden in its stone-hard shell, hardly noticeable. Hansen not only saw them, but also managed to shoot an arrow in one of them. With a scream, the golden rockworm rampaged toward Hansen, who was in the air. The Sacred Blood Fox King had extremely high intelligence, but golden rockworms solely operated on instincts. Once it was provoked, it would go mad. It was too late for the Fox King to stop it, so it jumped off the worm with its injured leg as fast as it could before the worm fell off the cliff. Wang Mengmeng was held in Hansen's arms and took back the bear. She felt she was falling with him. With a sudden jerk, she felt ground under her feet. The impact was not that strong though. It was as if they had jumped from somewhere 3 or 4 feet above the ground. Wang Mengmeng opened her eyes in surprise to find they were under a cliff more than 300 feet high. But nothing had happened to Hansen and her. When she was feeling incredible, the golden rockworm fell on the ground next to them like a bomb. With a boom, its stone-hard shell was broken in pieces. Worm juice, meat and inner parts were splashing everywhere, staining the cliff wall. Sacred Blood Golden Rockworm King killed. Beast Soul of Golden Rockworm King gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. A wonderful voice rang in his mind, almost making Hansen laugh out loud. The Fox King was still lingering on the cliff, gazing at him full of resentment. Let's go. Hansen summoned his mutant three-eyed beast mount and carried Wang to its back, and went in the opposite direction of the Fox King. Should we take some of the worm meat with us? Wang Mengmeng asked. For such a big worm, there are only 10 Geno points in its meat. Even if we eat for a month, we might still end up with no Geno points. Also, it is hot in here and the meat will go bad in less than 2 days. Just forget it, Hansen said with a smile. A creature too big in size was hard to consume, which was just the fact. But he had gained another Sacred Blood Beast Soul and a mutant Horned Sand Fox Beast Soul, so the voyage was fruitful enough. The only pity was that although he had killed many mutant Horned Sand Foxes and a Sacred Blood creature, he did not even get to eat a mouthful of meat. Han Sen took a look at the two beast souls he just gained and felt a bit bitter. The beast soul of mutant horned sand fox was a mount, which was fine. Even if he had no use of it, he could still exchange it for something else or just sell it. The disturbing part was the beast soul of the golden rockworm king. It turned out to be a sacred blood beast soul pet. Han Sen had been feeding Meowth for quite some time now, but it never transformed. This was a sacred blood pet, and God knows how much meat it would take for it to transform. And a sacred blood pet must be fed with a sacred blood meat, or else it would take even longer. Han Sen was rendered speechless. He did not even have enough sacred blood meat for himself. Just where could he find food for this guy? Han Sen tried to summon the golden rockworm king and thought it should be huge. When it appeared, Han Sen saw that it was just a mini golden silkworm, not looking the least impressive. Brother Han, why were we safe after jumping from the high cliff? Wang Mingming had been puzzled. When they jumped off the cliff, she was too scared to open her eyes, and did not see how they landed. In fact, even if she did not close her eyes, Han Sen was covering them anyway. He did it so that he could use the wings of the purple-winged dragon beast soul. Or it could never have been done, because I know a special martial art. Han Sen smiled. What kind of martial art? Can you teach me? Wang Mingming looked at him with worship. It only runs in the family and only sons can be taught, so I can't even teach my wife and daughter, let alone you. Han Sen laughed. Han Sen did not go back and try to kill the sacred blood fox king. It was a sly creature. In the end, it did not escape but stood on the cliff. Han Sen knew from its look that it was trying to lure Han Sen back to kill it. If he was alone, he could give it a try. But since Wang Mingming was here, he gave up the idea of adventure. That fox king was the most cunning of creature he had ever seen, even more formidable than the silver bird. With this accident, the voyage had to stop. When Han Sen and Wang Mingming were on their way back to the shelter, they met Gambler and the rest. They were all well with minor injuries which had almost healed. After some discussion, they did some hunting in the outskirts of the desert and did not go to the center. They had met scary sacred blood creatures when they just entered Devil Desert. The team became more careful, especially they had to protect Wang Mingming in the meantime. Han Sen made up his mind to return as soon as they could, and he will make some in-depth exploration next time he came alone. This task was successfully completed despite the accident. Qin Xian was fairly satisfied with his performance. Because Wang Mingming worshipped Han Sen very much and named him her protector and steel armor shelter, he could have an S-class license of St. Hall as his reward. But his mission would be only completed when Wang Mingming had maxed out on all other 3 types of Geno points than sacred Geno points. Only by then he could have the S-class license. Han Sen went back to school from God's sanctuary and continued to study Warframe operation. Then you are finally back. You are in trouble. His roommate said to him excitedly when Han Sen just returned to his dormitory. What kind of trouble? Han Sen asked, puzzled. The best player in Hand of God Society Li Yufeng openly challenged you in campus community, Shi Kong said. I do not know him. Why would he challenge me? Han Sen felt quite puzzled. Haha. Everyone knows Li Yufeng is Ji Yanran's suitor. And with UID name, the entire school now knows you as Ji Yanran's boyfriend. Of course Li Yufeng needs to challenge you. He said if you lose, you need to change your ID name or stop using that account, and you will also have to apologize to Ji Yanran, said Lu Meng with a trace of joy in his voice. Son, are you going for it? Shi looked at Han Sen with hidden excitement. He felt even Han Sen's opponent was Li Yufeng, Han would still win. Although Shi had never seen Li Yufeng play, he believed so. Han Sen's performance so far made him think that Han must be almost invincible in this game. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were also looking at Han Sen, awaiting his decision. Of course I will, Han Sen said casually. Ji Yanran was the girlfriend he won with the bet. Although he was too busy to look for her, he would not allow other guys to use himself to impress her. In the Han Sen's view, it was fine if Li tried to show off in front of Ji Yanran, but there was no way Han Sen would allow himself to be used in the process. Hearing Han Sen's answer, Shi and Lu were both thrilled. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together and said, now that's it. Young people should be motivated, And we all support you to defeat Li Yufeng and make Ji Yanran your girlfriend for real. Right? If you really have such a gorgeous girlfriend, the entire room 304 would all feel honored, said Sure excitedly. Go on the forum and reply him with the time for the duel. Sun has a big chance to beat Li in my opinion. Lu Ming laughed. Chance? Li Yufeng is no match to Sun at all. Sure curled his lips downward and said. Han Sen went to the campus community forum and found the post at the top. After he clicked on it, he replied with the time using his account My girlfriend is Jianran. 10:30 p.m. Han Sen left just the time and did not even bother to read Li Yufeng's post. Han Sen never took any of his schoolmates as a serious match of his. In a short amount of time, his reply attracted the attention of all the students. Because Li Yufeng's post had been up for several days, people thought Ji Yanran's boyfriend was too scared to reply. But today, seeing his reply in the ID name, a student was in shock. Having rubbed his eyes and confirmed several times, he started to spread the news. Haha, Ji Yanran's boyfriend replied directly with the time of the duel. We have something to watch. Really? He did that? So daring. It is Li Yufeng. What about Li Yufeng? I think Ji Yanran's boyfriend is definitely stronger. That is hard to say. After all, Li Yufeng is a professional player and the best on campus. He also had good performance in the contest across the alliance. How do you know that Ji Yanran's boyfriend is not professional? That makes sense. No one knows who Ji Yanran's boyfriend is, so he could be a professional player as well. Would it be Ouyang Xiaosan? I think not. According to Ouyang Xiaosan's character, he would not have replied at all. If it's not Ouyang Xiaosan, then who can it be? I really cannot think of anyone in the school who is so strong. Could it be a freshman? How can that be? Freshmen are all rookies. If there is such an outstanding person, we should have known when they had the entrance exam. Soon the duel between Li Yufeng and Ji Yanran's boyfriend was known by the entire school. Yanran, your boyfriend appeared. Chu Lily ran to the training hall panting. Ji Yanran paused and bristled. I said a million times that he is not my boyfriend, so do not call him that. Chu Lily took Ji Yanran's hand, grinned and said, I know. I won't do that again, but you're. My girlfriend is Yanran said online that he would have a duel against Li Yufeng tonight at 10:30. Yanran, I envy you that there are two great guys fighting for you, making you quite the princess, Chu Lily said admiringly. You can have them both if you want, Ji Yanran said sullenly. She did not really like Li Yufeng, but Li had been chasing after her for 2 years. She was quite upset by his pursuit. As for my girlfriend is Yanran, he was using such a devious means that Ji Yanran had even less interest in him. But Ji Yanran was still a little curious and wanted to find out who that person was. In addition to lashing out at him, she also wanted to know who had such a good level as Li Yufeng and Ouyang Xiaosan. If he is not beyond salvation, she could consider recruiting him into her society so that their ranking this year could be further enhanced. I want to, but they did not do it for me, Chu Lily complained. If there are two men at a duel for me, I will give them a chance. You little fool. You said 10:30 tonight, right? Ji Yanran asked. Yes, your boyfriend said that, said Chu Lily. Ji Yanran was speechless, but she was not about to correct Chu Lily. In fact, the entire school called him that and she was just powerless. This time I will find out who you are. Ji Yanran stopped training and went back to get ready to see their duel. As soon as she watched that person play, she should be able to tell who he was from his style. Unless he was not one of the players on campus, she would have an idea. After Li Yufeng saw the reply, his eyes lit up and continued his hand of God training. Boss, Ji Yanran's boyfriend replied. A thin man rushed in and exclaimed. Li Yufeng suddenly frowned at him, so the thin man quickly corrected himself. No, the despicable guy replied 10:30 tonight. I have seen it. Li Yufeng said casually. Boss, you must kick his ass this time. And prove our society's worth, said the thin man. I will not go easy on him, said Li Yufeng coldly. This duel had caught the attention of the entire school. No one dared to gamble in a military school, but students were betting in private and more were betting on Li Yufeng. After all, Li Yufeng was the best player on campus and his skills were indeed amazing. For the last 2 years, the reason Blackhawk got good ranking in the alliance was him. So students trusted him. At 10:30 at night, the BattleNet had a historical number of students online. Many of those who did not play this game even registered new accounts to watch this duel. Ji Yanran was also watching. When she saw Li Yufeng had a game room set up, she entered the room. In fact, 80% of those online were in this game room to wait for them to start. The rest saw there was still time and started gaming themselves. When it was about time, the number of people in this game room was more than 90% of all the students online, and more people were flooding in. In an office building of Blackhawk, 2 middle-aged men were also in this game room. One of them lit a cigarette and said casually, "Lu, you are too sensitive. You know what kind of students we have. Unless Ji Yanran's boyfriend is Ouyang Xiaosan, his level will not be very high. Maybe we will have some new talent." Lu Zhengwo just smiled. What kind of new talent can there be? This year's freshmen are not that impressive. Zhao Lianhua blew a smoke ring and said, "If that person is Ouyang Xiaosan, maybe he could beat Li Yufeng. If not, Li Yufeng could certainly beat him by 5 points or more. Let's check it out first." Even if he loses to Li Yufeng by 5 points, it would still mean that he is a strong player. Our Hand of God Society has not made much progress in the past 2 years, so maybe it's time to add some fresh talents, Lu Zhengwo said. Lu Zhengwo was the coach of Hand of God Society, and Zhao Lianhua was the manager. After they had heard about the ins and outs of things, they also logged in the BattleNet and would like to see for themselves what level Ji Yanran's boyfriend was on. Zhao Lianhua did not care about this person, as they knew the level of all the returning students who played well, and saw how the freshmen performed in their entrance exam. The good ones were either already invited to join Hand of God Society or other societies. Even if there was someone out there, that person could not beat Li Yufeng. Freshmen were just freshmen. Lu Zhengwo was just trying to hunt for talent. If not, he could also check to see which level of Li Yufeng had actually reached. At 10:30, everyone suddenly saw a notification. "My girlfriend Yanran entered the room." Haha, finally. The crowd was overjoyed. Ji Yanran threw an angry gaze at the ID, and vowed to find him. Zhang Yang, Lu Meng and Shi were not online, but standing next to Han San watching his holographic image directly, which was more interesting than viewing it online. Seeing that ID, coldness flashed in Li's eyes. He simply sent an invite and texted, "After you lose, I want you to get rid of this ID immediately and apologize to Ji Yanran." Everyone was staring at the screen, wondering what my girlfriend Yanran would say to that. "It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future." Seeing this line from my girlfriend Yanran, the screen was full in an instant. Haha, shameless just like me. He's too arrogant. Brag if you want, our boss will not lose to you, idiot. Haha, my Yanran. Is he really Ji Yanran's boyfriend? Just leave my Yanran alone. Just leave my Yanran alone. Now he is bragging. It would be so shameful when he got his ass kicked. This person is really arrogant, Wang Long said in a bad mood. Li Zhe, what do you think? Lu Ku looked at Li Zhe with a wry smile. Li Zhe pondered for a moment and said, "I used to play against Li Yufeng. He has beaten me many times and once by 27 points. You mean that Li Yufeng will win?" Lu Ku looked at Li Zhe and asked. Li Zhe shook his head and said, "Although Li Yufeng had beaten me by more points, but Ji Yanran's boyfriend gave me more pressure than Li Yufeng. When facing Li Yufeng, I could calm down to play. When facing Ji Yanran's boyfriend, I felt uneasy and afraid." Taking a deep breath, Li Zhe then said, "If I am to predict the result, I think Li Yufeng will be defeated by a lot. Don't ask me why, it's just a hunch." What? Wang Long and Lu Ku were stupefied and did not understand Li Zhe's comment. Chu Lily pinched Ji Yanran and said with a grin, "My Yanran, so intimate. Tell me the truth, is he really your boyfriend?" "Of course he is not, that bastard." Ji Yanran stared at the ID angrily. If the game was not about to begin, she wanted to lash out at that guy in person. It begins. Seeing the countdown end, the light spots lit up on both sides. Li Yufeng's fingers danced like a snake and almost hit a spot the moment it lit up. Because he did not really know his opponent's style and this guy had won Li Zhe by 20 points, Li Yufeng played safe and chose to clear up his own side and gain points as fast as he could, so as to beat his opponent in a dignified way. Li Yufeng was playing very well, and he was quite satisfied with how he performed. With a glance he saw his opponent also hitting a spot at a speed no lower than his, which made him pause. In the momentary pause, his opponent went for another spot. Li Yufeng quickly calmed himself down and hit his second spot as fast as he could. Knowing his opponent's speed, Li Yufeng did not dare to be distracted again and played with his best speed and skills. The two players' hands were like two butterflies dancing away, hitting all the light spots around them at an amazing speed. The game room was silent. In a room where more than 10,000 people were watching, none typed anything. Everyone was staring at their screen. It was not because the duel was so wonderful, but because it was not at all. A person's speed had been completely overwhelmed by the other person. Even one with high myopia without glasses could tell. There was no twists and turns in this game. Everyone had a blank look on their faces, with their eyes and mouths both wide open. Ji Yinran's lips were also O-shaped. Watching the holographic image of the game, she was so stunned that her pupils enlarged. In the office building, Lu Zhengwo was also stupefied. He almost could not believe his eyes. And Zhao Lianhua did not even realize that his burning cigarette had fallen on his pants. Zhao Lianhua did not even feel that, and kept gazing at the two hands in the holographic image. Li Zhe, Lu Ku and Wang Long were all stunned. A huge gap in strength was demonstrated by these two hands. Li Yufeng's hand had a speed and flexibility that were amazing to begin with. But in front of the other hand, Li Yufeng's hand suddenly looked a bit clumsy. And this feeling was just incredible because this was Li Yufeng, the best player on campus, who had a nickname Dreamy Right Hand. How could his hand look clumsy? It was hard for the viewers to believe their own judgment. But in contrast to the other hand, Li Yufeng's hand did look clumsy. It was originally not the case, but the strong contrast had made people feel this way. It was not because Li Yufeng's hand was clumsy, but because the other hand was too fast and too flexible. At this time, people came to realize this fact and looked to the other hand. Slender but strong, this was an attractive hand. In addition to that, people could not tell anything else from the image. How they wanted to see the owner of the hand. But in Hand of God, all they could see was the hand and wrist. There was no way they could tell who he was. Total silence. Although the result was clear, many refused to believe that Li Yufeng would be beaten like this. That was Li Yufeng. Li Yufeng concentrated on his hand and raised its speed to his limit, constantly hitting the spots. At least I will beat him by 5 points, Li Yufeng thought proudly. He knew Ji Yanran was certainly watching this game, and he was glad to show off his strength in front of her. Although Ji Yanran had not given any response to his pursuit, and was even deliberately keeping distance from him, he had never given up and believed that with his ability and conditions, he must have the opportunity to make her his. And this was a very good opportunity. He knew Ji Yanran was mad at that idea. If he could beat this person to make him change his idea and apologize to her, she would be at least grateful to him. And this was enough. Li Yufeng had enough time and patience. Many a little make a mickle. He believed that sooner or later he could make Ji Yanran fall in love with him. But now, first he needed to beat this despicable and shameless bastard to approach his goddess. Li Yufeng was hitting the spots with all he had, thinking that if he went faster and raised the difference to 6 or 7 points, then the effect might be even better. But when Li Yufeng was reaching for a spot again, all spots suddenly disappeared. Is it a server failure? Why did all the spots disappear? Li Yufeng hesitated. With his rich experience, he knew that the 100 spots were not up yet, and there could be no other explanation to their disappearance than a technical failure. But when he looked up, he was suddenly stunned. In front of him, the holographic image said game over, and his score was also fixed at 80. He turned his eyes and looked at his opponent's score. 100 points. Li Yufeng could not move. He could not believe that he had been beaten by 20 points. He could not believe this. Nor could anyone who knew Li Yufeng and his skills at this game. Everyone looked blankly at that score, and no one made a sound. What Han San said just now was interesting when they were thinking back. It is too easy to beat you, so no strings attached this time. Just leave my Yanran alone in the future. At that time they all felt it was pure insolence. But now thinking back, it was just honesty. Another 20. Li Zhe snapped to attention and said with a wry smile. His remark reminded Lu Ku and Wang Long, making their shocking expression even more twisted. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit a big duck egg. This number was so familiar, and what it represented was even more shocking. Yanran, your boyfriend is so fierce. Chu Lily just recovered from surprise and said to Ji Yanran, who was still staring at the score. Who is this person? Ji Yanran had now forgotten about her anger and shame, and simply wanted to find out who he was. 20 points. Whoever could beat Li Yufeng by 20 was absolutely top 10 in the alliance. If she could invite him into Hand of God Society, Ji Yanran could imagine how much their ranking could be improved. Now she just wanted to find out who this person was, but she just did not know. Now her heart felt like it was scratched by a cat. She wanted to go and look for him, but paused as she had no idea where to look. Ouch! The cigarette burned through Zhao Lianhua's pants and brought him back from surprise. While he was stamping, a big hole was left on his pants. I must have this person in Hand of God Society. Lu Jiangwo looked at the score and yelled excitedly. He knew what this score meant. It was a score that would make Blackhawk soar in Hand of God contest. Go get this person and make him join us, Lu Jiangwo said to Zhao Lianhua. Zhao Lianhua looked depressed. Lu, I do not even know who this person is. Where should I start looking? Lu Jiangwo paused and said, Go look anyway. In any case, we must have him. He is too important for us. With him, we would soar and it would be much easier for you to seek sponsorship in the future. I will try, Zhao Lianhua said helplessly. He knew this guy would have a great influence on them, but it was not easy to find someone based just on an ID. When Li Yufeng recovered from surprise and wanted to invite the guy to fight again, he found that his opponent was already offline. He was at loss and did not move for a long time. Blackhawk went mad. It was at night, but many continued to talk about the duel. What a speed! #King Awesome. Haha, after watching the duel, I know that my years of playing that game were wasted. Even Li Yufeng was wiped out. Ji Yanran's boyfriend was just amazing. Who is he anyway? You have to ask Ji Yanran. 20 points, Li was not his match at all. It is too easy to beat you, haha. My Yanran. Could he really be her boyfriend? You really have to ask her yourself. Ji Yanran also wanted to know who her boyfriend was, but she did not. After logging out of the game, she had contacted a lot of friends, wanting to find out who that person was. However, almost everyone she called would tell her with a trace of gloating, you have to ask yourself who your boyfriend is. How do I know who my boyfriend is? Ji Yanran blurted out after hearing that reply a lot of times, feeling she was out of her mind after she realized what she had said. In room 304, Han Sen was surrounded by Shi Zhikong, Lu Meng and Zhang Yang. Sand for dishes and a soup in the cafeteria. One dish less than that and I will out you, Lu Meng said with a grin. All 4 dishes need to be meat. If I see anything green, I will expose you first, Shi added. Son, you deserve to be my destined opponent. Zhang Yang's eyes were full of sparks. Let's go eat then. I'm hungry anyway, Han Sen smiled and said. The 4 walked toward a cafeteria. Blackhawk was the size of a small city and all cafeterias ran 24/7. There was no need to worry about where to eat. But after the 4 went out, they constantly heard people on the street talking about the duel. Sen, just go ahead and admit it's you. With your skills at the game, maybe Ji Yanran will fall in love with you, and we can all benefit from that by asking her to introduce her friends to us, Shi whispered. She is my girlfriend, Han Sen said. Shi made a contemptuous gesture at him. Ji Yanran was not the kind of girl that would fall for a good player. Or else Li Yufeng would not have had to chase after her for 2 years. Everyone knew that. The 4 went to the nearest cafeteria, ordered a few dishes and chatted over drinks. While eating, Shi suddenly lowered his voice and said to the rest, glancing in one direction, there is a babe over there, the innocent kind. So pretty. And the other 2 with her are not bad either. Sure, we don't trust your taste. Lu Meng laughed. Han Sen and Zhang Yang also laughed. They had all witnessed Shi's judgment. A tough lady 6 feet tall was a little beauty in his eyes. But you could not blame him either, as he was too tall himself indeed. Really? Oh! The babe looked at me and smiled at me. Here she comes. Sure flushed. His roommates then felt a bit surprised. It looked like someone really was approaching them. They turned to look and saw an innocent, sweet girl with a great body walking toward them. It looked like she was a freshman like themselves. Brother Han, under the excited gaze of Sure. She walked to Han-san and called in a sweet voice, making Sure want to kill Han Sr. Mengmeng. Why are you here? Han-san recognized Wang Mengmeng. I came to eat with my classmates and did not expect to meet you here. Let me introduce them. These are my classmates and roommates, Li Zhongjin and Wang Chun. Wang Mengmeng introduced the two girls following her to Han Sr. Hello. Han-san shook hands with the two girls and introduced his three roommates. Since we are all friends now, shall we sit together? Sure pulled the chairs and invited the girls. Well, we happen to have something to ask. Wang Mengmeng blushed and said. What's the matter? We will do anything for you, promised Sure. Wang Chun looked at Sure and seemed very happy. It would be great if you could help. We are looking for people to join our society. Have you already registered at some societies? If not, can you join us? Well, we did not register yet, so you have come to the right people. With us, your society will do so well. Right, which society are you talking about? Sure quickly said, making faces to his roommates to ask them to play along. Judging from the three girls' looks, it was easy to tell that the society they were in must have lots of babes. We are with Heavy Warframe Society, said Wang Chun. Sure almost choked on the water he just drank. Warframe Society was considered a temple of monks, where members were almost all guys. And Heavy Warframe Society would be Shaolin Temple among all temples, where girls were probably nowhere to be seen. The guys had not expected the girls to be members of Heavy Warframe Society. The reason why Heavy Warframe Society was independent from Warframe Society was that heavy warframes were much bigger in size than average warframes and were much harder to operate. Ordinary soldiers did not need to use heavy warframes, and 99% of those who operated heavy warframes were male. Chapter 137. Heavy Warframe Sure was dumbfounded. But he could not take back his words, so they all had to go. The next morning, Wang Mengmeng sent a text to invite the four of them to fill in the application form at Heavy Warframe Society. Fortunately, there were three beautiful girls, Wang Mengmeng, Wang Chun and Li Zhongjin. Therefore they thought Heavy Warframe Society would not be so unbearable. But when they arrived at Heavy Warframe Society, they found out that it was even worse than they thought. In addition to Wang Mengmeng, Wang Chun and Li Zhongjin, the Heavy Warframe Society had only two returning students, a fat guy and a skinny guy. There were barely any guys, let alone girls. The fat guy was the president of Heavy Warframe Society, and the skinny guy was the only returning member. Han-san and his roommates failed to memorize their names because the girls only referred to them by their nickname, Fatty and Skinny. Fatty was smiling ear to ear when he saw Wang Mengmeng taking 4 new members to register, but his face collapsed when he found out they were from Department of Archery. Since there was a special enrollment program for archery students, the requirement of fitness index was lowered for them. Normally speaking, one would have to reach 11 in fitness index to be admitted, but archery students only needed to reach 10 as long as they passed their archery test. The difference of 1 point was a big gap, so archery students might be the weakest in the history of Black Hawk. The operation of heavy warframes required one to have great physique, so Fatty and Skinny were very disappointed when they learned that all 4 were from Department of Archery. Han-san and his roommates ignored that, filled in the forms and registered in the society. This is also good. Now we have less competition. Fatty and Skinny would not be able to beat us anyway. Sure was very contented checking the 3 girls out. Brother Han, we will first take you to see our training field. Wang Mengmeng was very happy to show Han-san around. Mengmeng, this is not right. Why do you call us by names but call son brother? We are all freshmen and he is 3rd oldest among us, only a dozen days older than Lu Meng, Sure said sullenly. Wang Mengmeng thought about it seriously, tilted her head and said, I think only Brother Han looks like a brother to me. How come we don't? Shu was not convinced, squared his shoulder, made a pose like a bodybuilding model. It does not depend on age or body size. Wang Mengmeng did not care about Shure's muscles. Sure was speechless. But he had to accept the fact that she would only call Han-san brother. Li Zhenjin and Wang Chun soon followed suit. When they came to the training field, the four guys were all shocked. They thought that Heavy Warframe Society had so few members that their training field must be small and shabby, and did not expect there to be any heavy warframes. Instead, they had expected to train on a holographic simulator. But their training field turned out to be a large warehouse, with huge space and 3 real heavy warframes, each over 10 meters tall and looking domineering. How about these? Meng Meng has negotiated for these, Wang Chun said proudly. Han-san suddenly realized why a society with few members could have such a training field. It was because of Wang Meng Meng. But it made Han-san very excited as he had been studying warframe operation, but the performance of the warframe for practice was wanting and people had to take turns to use it. Although these are heavy warframes, they were warframes nonetheless. He did not have to wait to practice on a warframe in the future. But heavy warframes were different from normal ones in that they had stronger horsepower and bigger sizes. They were generally used for special purposes and were more difficult to operate. They could be very cumbersome as well. But this was not a problem for Han-san. The difficult operation worked for him. If he could operate a heavy warframe well, an ordinary one would be easy. The 3 heavy warframes on the training field were Rhinoceros T, Porter RS, and Builder. Rhinoceros T1 was a quadruped heavy warframe used for transport. It had a strong load-bearing capacity, and its 4 feet allowed easy access to a variety of terrains. It was also strong in digging and drilling. Even when buried in a mine, it could get out on its own. Porter RS was also a quadruped heavy warframe, with an extra arm and strong horsepower. It was mainly used to organize a warehouse and carry goods. It came with a variety of loading and unloading tools, as well as welding and cutting tools. Builder was a bipedal heavy warframe used for construction, and it was close to an ordinary warframe. Builder, however, had 4 arms, and was much bigger and heavier than in its peers. In addition, the warehouse was also equipped with 10 holographic virtual training machines. Each member could have one and there were some left. Han-san suddenly felt that the decision to join the Heavy Warframe Society was brilliant. It was like a paradise to him. Obviously, his roommates were not very interested in practicing on the heavy warframes. They preferred to use the holographic virtual training machine to operate advanced fighting warframes. Someone would use Rhinoceros T1 occasional, while Porter RS and Builder were never used. They were too hard to operate and would not be used for fighting. Generally speaking, those who driving heavy warframes were soldiers of lower ranks, while officers would hardly use these. That was why his roommates were not very interested. Han-san liked Porter RS and Builder a lot, and would practice on them when he had time. The gratification he got from operating heavy warframes was much greater than using a virtual training machine or warframe for practice. Room 304 happily joined the Heavy Warframe Society, while everyone else in the school was looking for Ji Yanran's boyfriend madly, especially Zhao Lianhua, who was pressured by Lu Jiangwo to find him. However, no one knew who Ji Yanran's boyfriend was, not to mention where he was. In addition to Zhao Lianhua, Ji Yanran was dying to find Han Senator. Now she was sure the boyfriend was not Ouyang Xiaosan, because during the match against Li Yufeng, Ouyang was participating in the training of martial arts society, and could not have been at the match. Also, Ji Yanran did not believe Ouyang could have beaten Li Yufeng by 20 points. Who was it? Our school has such a hidden master at hand of God. Ji Yanran thought of that hateful idea and vowed, I will find you after all. If you really want to find him out, I have a way, Chu Lili said with a smile. What way? Ji Yanran did not believe Chu Lili. In fact, the approach is very simple. Since he used that ID, certainly he is one of your admirers. All you need to do is to host a Hand of God contest at school, and say the champion's prize is a kiss from you. I think he will participate for sure, said Chu, blinking. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes. What a bad idea. What if he does not show up? Chu Lili suddenly grinned at Ji Yanran and said, So you are willing to kiss him if he's the champion? Hey, that bastard, how could I? Ji Yanran was mad and shy at the same time. She grabbed Chu Lili and threatened, Little girl, wait and see how I tame you. Ka Lili quickly begged for mercy. But Ji Yanran continued to tickle her, and until she was almost out of breath. Chu Lily's idea was not that great, but it did remind Ji Yanran that in more than half a month, a school-wide contest named Starry Cup, sponsored by Starry Group, would start. The prize would be great and maybe that person would show up and participate. But Ji Yanran did not know which department he was in. Hand of God was just one item in Starry Cup, which also included combat, warframe, archery and other items. If that person did not come to Hand of God, but registered in another item, it would be difficult to tell who he was. It calls for a little trick, Ji Yanran thought with a devious smile on her face. In the training hall, several students were sitting together. Have you heard that the champion of Hand of God in Starry Cup could get a set of Z-Steel weapons of King series and visit the main factory of Starry Group? Who doesn't know that? I heard that Starry Group had also invited the president of Hand of God Society to visit their main factory. The president of Hand of God Society? Isn't that Ji Yanran? Yeah, the visit is 5 days and 4 nights. Wow, I'm definitely going to participate in the contest this time. What is the point? This is clearly meant for Ji Yanran's boyfriend. It's their honeymoon. Everything is possible. People make mistakes. What if Ji Yanran's boyfriend did not do so well this time? He beat Li Yifeng by 20 points. Even if he makes 20 mistakes, he would still be as good as Li. What chance do you stand? Right? Soon the news was spread throughout the school. When Chu Lily heard the news and asked Ji Yanran, the latter smiled and cunningly said, "That is what other people say. I have not mentioned a thing. You are obviously stealing my idea. Pay me for the copyright." Chu Lily reached out to tickle Ji. Ji Yanran thought that this could force Han to register for the Hand of God contest, but little did she know that Han Sen had not even heard about it because he had been practicing driving a heavy warframe builder. This was more fun than driving the training warframes. Builder's versatility allowed Han Sen to reach the limit of his speed. In Principal's office, Luo Xiangyang looked at Principal Wei and complained, "This is nonsense. How could you give the 7th warehouse to Heavy Warframe Society as their training ground? And the 3 heavy warframes are totally beyond the abilities of those students. What if there is an accident? Luo, you have to look at the specific circumstances. Those are good students and that's why I gave them a relaxed training environment," Wei said slowly. "More like rich and powerful students." Luo Xiangyang said with some disdain, "You should know that the school has its own difficulties. Luo, you need to get rid of this temper of yours," said Wei earnestly. Luo Xiangyang's face was still gloomy. He said, "I do not care what privileges they have. I can give them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy warframes can't be wasted like this. I must get them back." Luo left, disregarding Principal Wei's calling him. Wei shook his head and sighed. A nasty temper indeed. He thought about it and let it go. That young lady would not touch those heavy warframes anyway, so there should be no problem that Luo were to take them away. Luo Xiangyang stepped toward the 7th warehouse and was quite upset. He had wanted this warehouse for a while and the school never agreed. Then they gave it to the Heavy Warframe Society. He knew everything about Heavy Warframe Society, just several people who were wasting their time. Who would pay attention to heavy warframes anyway? Normal soldiers would not even have the chance to touch them. Only the specialized soldiers would like them. He was now the coach of the Warframe Society, which was doing very well and had lots of members, among which a lot were excellent. However, their training field and equipment were quite lacking. He wanted to use the 7th warehouse as a training field, but the school had never approved and later gave it to Heavy Warframe Society. How could he stay calm knowing that? But Luo Xiangyang also knew that Principal Wei was having a hard time. So he was fine with giving them the warehouse, but the 3 heavy warframes should not be wasted like that. He planned to take them back to his society and pick a few students to practice on them. If possible, he'd like to train those students into professional heavy warframe operators. When Luo Xiangyang came to the 7th warehouse, he saw Builder was driven by someone doing a lot of strange moves on the training ground. Chapter 139. Sparring with a coach. The reason that the move seemed strange was that Builder was holding a thick and long alloy tube in each of its 4 hands, wielding the tubes as swords like a human. Because Builder itself was too cumbersome and had 4 arms, its actions looked very odd. Luo Xiangyang looked at it and was slightly surprised. Anyone able to drive builder like this must have reached the level of an evolver. Which teacher or coach in the school is driving builder? Luo Xiangyang could not think of any student, as an unevolved person could hardly achieve this speed. After watching for a while, Luo Xiangyang started to have a craving. He used to be a heavy warframe soldier and operate heavy warframes as combat warframes for fun. After he entered the school, he did not have heavy warframes to play with and few knew how to operate heavy warframes, so he had no one to spar with either. When he saw someone using a heavy warframe to mimic a combat warframe, his craving was evoked. Seeing Porter RS parked on the other side, Luo Xiangyang went directly into its cockpit and activated it using his coach authorization. Han Sen was practicing driving builder because it was the closest to an ordinary combat warframe. Suddenly, Han Sen saw a shadow coming toward him from the holographic image. With his strong reflexes, he immediately operated builder to raise one of the tubes it was grabbing to block that shadow. Clank! A loud clanking of metals rang and Han Sen saw that it was Porter RS that had attacked him using its 30-foot-long multifunction wrench. And on Porter RS' other arm, the cutter was turned on and waved toward him. Han Sen did not have any time to consider who was driving Porter's RS, but had to block it with another tube in builder's hand. The alloy tube was cut off by the cutter instantly, and the fearsome blade spinning at a high speed was approaching builder. Shocked, Han Sen pushed the speed of his hands to the limit, manipulating builder to step back and avoided the swing from Porter RS. Good! Luo Xiangyang exclaimed in excitement, controlling the Porter RS to launch crazy attacks against builder. The giant wrench, cutter, drill bits, hooks and other tools all became terrifying weapons with his control. Luo Xiangyang took his opponent for a veteran, because he believed no one could use builder like this otherwise. An unevolved person could never achieve this level. Han Sen was a bit dumbfounded and did not know who was driving Porter RS. This person had better operation and speed than Han Sen as well. Even when Han Sen was trying with all he had, he still could not make any progress and was about to be defeated. Han Sen did not want to accept this failure, and used what he learned from Hand of God, raising the speed of his hand to level evolved 4. Suddenly he became the incarnation of the Thousand-Hand Buddha, completing various complex operations at dazzling speed. Luo Xiangyang felt his opponent was a bit weaker in the beginning, and thought maybe this guy was probably just a low-level heavy warframe soldier. Also, it seemed this guy had not operated a heavy warframe in a long time and was obviously a bit rusty. But soon Luo Xiangyang found the guy became so much better that it was like builder had become alive. Flexible and swift, it was more like a combat warframe and a heavy one. Luo Xiangyang was ecstatic. It was so rare that he encountered such an opponent. Using all he had, he was on the same level as his opponent. Then Luo Xiangyang found that this guy was also rapidly improving. When fighting with Luo, this guy's operation was more and more accurate, which again convinced Luo that this was a retired heavy warframe soldier like himself. Awesome! Luo Xiangyang had not been so happy in a long time. If he had to describe, he would have said the ordinary combat warframes were like women, and heavy warframes were like men. The domineering feeling, the clanking of the wrench and alloy tubes, and the pressure his body was under, all brought Luo's blood to a boil, reminding him of the days when he was in the army. The two large-scale heavy warframes were constantly colliding into each other, and the sounds kept echoing in the warehouse. Han Sen did not know who he was fighting, but felt much pressure. Even when he was using all he got, he was still completely overwhelmed. His opponent was so much better than him in technique and Han Sen had learned a lot. Is it fatty or skinny? Indeed they are more experienced than I am, Han Sen was guessing. There were only a few people in the society and he knew his roommates, and the girls were not able to achieve this level, so fatty and skinny were all that were left. Han Sen did not expect that the person he was fighting would be the coach of Warframe Society, and a veteran in heavy warframe operation. Han Sen had no hard feelings, but was quite excited about a fight like this, because he could learn so much more from it than when he practiced alone. It seems that I have underestimated fatty and skinny. I need to practice more often with them, Han Sen thought. Having been fighting for an hour, Han Sen was unable to handle the physical stress brought by the fight and came out of the warframe. He was soaked in his own sweat. Operating a heavy warframe like builder could stress one out easily, and it was impressive that Han Sen had been operating it for such a long time. Luo Xiangyang felt a bit unsatisfied, but did not insist when seeing his opponent had stopped. He came out of the cockpit and wanted to meet this person. Since they were both veterans, they could communicate and fight again later. But he was stunned when he saw the man coming out of Builder. He always thought that this guy must be a veteran, but the person coming out of Builder was a fair-skinned young man of no more than 17 years of age. He must have not even reached the age to serve, and thus could not be a veteran. Chapter 140, Meeting Jian Ran again. You are a student? Luo Xiangyang asked. Hello. I am Han Senator. I have just entered the Heavy Warframe Society. Are you also in our society? I have never met you. Your skills are amazing. Could you teach me when you have time? Han Sen said with a smile. You just entered the Heavy Warframe Society? You are a freshman? Luo Xiangyang could not believe that he was just sparring with a freshman. Yes, I joined our society 7 or 8 days ago, replied Han Sr. Have you ever driven a heavy warframe before? No. Before I was using the training warframes at school to practice and only had the opportunity to use a heavy warframe after I joined the society. It is much harder than using a training warframe and I have not made much progress. You on the other hand are so much better. I had to shapeshift using a beast soul to hang in there, explained Han Senator. Although in Han's view, this schoolmate seemed a bit older, Han Sen had to admit that he was skilled. Luo Xiangyang's thought sullenly. You only touched a heavy warframe for the first time a few days ago and now you can fight me. If you are calling this not much progress, then everyone in my society should probably kill themselves. What is your department? How did you join the Heavy Warframe Society? Luo Xiangyang believed if he could poach this guy and get him to join Warframe Society instead, then Warframe Society could probably be in the top 10, no, top 5 in the alliance. I am in the Department of Archery, and a friend introduced me to join our society, Han San said. Archery department? Luo Xiangyang regretted so much that he had never looked into that department full of specially enrolled students. Had he looked, he would have never let a talent go somewhere like Heavy Warframe Society. When Luo Xiangyang was thinking about how to persuade Han Sen to quit Heavy Warframe Society and join Warframe Society, Han's comlink rang. Han Sen only thought Luo Xiangyang was a senior, so he answered the call. Brother, I need to run now. Let's have another go next time. Han Sen hung up and said, waving to Luo. Not having had the time to start his persuasion before Han Sen took off, Luo thought to himself, anyway, now that I know who he is, I can always come back later. Looking at the 3 heavy warframes, Luo Xiangyang did not intend to move them away anymore. Since Han Sen was still here, he will let Han use them and move these warframes when Han transferred to Warframe Society. Luo Xiangyang was really glad when he left the 7th warehouse, celebrating the fact that he had found such a genius. No longer discontent about the fact that Principal Wei gave the warehouse to someone else, he was focused on the idea of getting Han Sen to join Warframe Society. As a freshman, Han Sen still had years left in Blackhawk. Maybe in these years he could build a champion team in the alliance. After coming out of the 7th warehouse, Han Sen went to a cafeteria. His roommates asked him to bring them some snacks and Han Sen was also hungry himself after his warframe fight. This cafeteria was very close to their dormitory and had great fruit juices. Han Sen almost had a juice here every day. But the juices were particularly sought after and always sold out early. Han Sen forgot about the time when fighting Luo Xiangyang and only came after being reminded by his roommates. When he arrived at the place, he was surprised to see there was only 1 bottle of juice left and quickly swiped to pay for it. But when he finished the payment and was reaching for the bottle of juice, another hand grabbed the bottle. Han Sen quickly looked up and saw that person looking back at him. You! The two called out almost at the same time. Han Sen saw the sweet face in front of him and was slightly surprised, not expecting to see Ji Yanran here. Apparently, Ji Yanran was also surprised to see him. She frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" "I am a Blackhawk student and have of course come here to eat," Han Sen replied. "Didn't think you would be admitted." Ji Yanran curled her lips and looked at Han Sen's hand on the bottle. "Let go. You are the one who should let go." "I paid first," said Han. Senator Ji Yanran gave him a glance full of disdain. "Your pickup line is too old. Let go or I will yell." What do you mean by pickup line? Why do I need that? Have you seen anyone using a pickup line on his girlfriend? Hansen said. Ji Yanran disagreed. You have the nerve to mention that, cheater. Who cheated? Hansen frowned. If you did not cheat, why didn't you come to find me? Ji Yanran had identified Hansen as a cheater because he did not dare to come to her. I did not have time, said Han Sr. Oh, save it please. Ji Yanran rolled her pretty eyes. Suit yourself, but I really did pay first for the juice. Hansen did not bother to explain. I grabbed it first and I paid as well. Please come early next time. Ji Yanran said with a smile. Looking at Ji Yanran, Hansen suddenly bowed his head, stretched out his tongue and pretended to lick her hand on the bottle. Ji Yanran screamed and cringed. Please come early next time. Hansen grabbed the bottle, waved his hand at her and walked away with a grin. What a shameless guy. Ji Yanran bit her lips and saw Hansen taking the juice away sullenly. When she saw Hansen go away to buy other things, she had an idea. So she took a detour and approached him from another side. When he put the juice down to reach for something else, she grabbed the bottle and turned away. Hey, how can you do that? Hansen was carrying his roommate's snacks with both hands and had to look at Ji Yanran, who was already away. A tooth for a tooth. Ji Yanran stuck out her little pink tongue and made a face before she happily walked away. I did not expect that a cheater could actually be admitted to Blackhawk. Has the school lowered its standards? Ji Yanran thought as she walked and made no connection between Hansen and my girlfriend Jinran. In her mind, Hansen was a cheater and nowhere near a master. Soon Ji Yanran saw Hansen was behind her, so she turned around and frowned at him. What do you want? I'm going back to my dorm. You think I'm following you? Hansen rolled his eyes. Which department are you in? Where is your dorm? Ji Yanran refused to believe him. Archery department. Building E10 room 304. Hansen smiled at her. Ji Yanran paused. For Hansen's dormitory was really this way. And the building where Hansen lived was right behind her building. Archery department. No wonder you can be admitted to Blackhawk. Cheater in games and cheater in the entrance exam, Ji Yanran said. Why are you treating your boyfriend like this? Said Hansen helplessly. You can save that comment when you could beat me, cheater, Ji Yanran said. Piece of cake. I can do it now if you wish. Hansen was a little annoyed by being called a cheater. Want to cheat again? Ji Yanran said with disdain. Hansen was speechless. You said I cheated and refused to let me prove it to you. What do you want? If you really have what it takes, we could have a match on the professional holographic training machine tomorrow. Ji Yanran said confidently. Well, give me your comlink number. I'll contact you tomorrow. Hansen smiled and said. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes. Don't try to get my number. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. I will wait for you in building E16 room 138. Well, I will go. Wait to become my girlfriend. Hansen laughed. Ji Yanran did not talk to him again and walked away. The next afternoon, when Hansen was ready to go, Qin Xian suddenly gave him an order to go back to Steel Armor Shelter for an important task. Hansen had to give up the plan to meet Ji Yanran and teleported to Steel Armor Shelter. Although he would like to inform Ji Yanran, she did not tell him her number, so he had no way to do it. Ji Yanran went there at 3 o'clock and waited, but saw no one there. She was even more convinced that he was a cheater. Hansen came back after 2 days, and there was still no way to contact Ji Yanran. He did not worry about it too much and continued to study according to his own plan. Everyone, I have something to say. Fatty cleared his throat and said, holding a stack of paper in his hand. President, we can hear you, replied Sure as he was training on a holographic machine. Other people were also doing their own thing. Feeling helpless, Fatty said, in a few days Starry Cup will begin, and as a society of Warframe, we must register for some Warframe items. Let's see which ones we should go for. You are the president. You decide. Lu Meng had nothing to contribute. Zhang Yang was zealous. Of course, all of them. The number of our members would not even cover all the items. Wang Mengmeng blinked her eyes and said, we are the Heavy Warframe Society, so we will fall short to the Warframe Society in many items, Li Zhenzhen said. Wang Chun added, for the items in combat we will not do well. And we haven't even practiced the 5-on-5 team combat, and will be much worse than the Warframe Society. That is challenging, but as long as we unite as one, we will be able to win. Zhang Yang was full of self-confidence. Fatty looked to Wang Mengmeng. Which one should we apply for? Wang Mengmeng looked at Han Sen, who was reading. Brother Han, what do you say? That starry cup, what is in it for the champion? Han Sen pondered and asked. Skinny quickly said, of course. The prize depends on the item and all top 3 will get something. Of course, the champion's prize is the best. For example, all members of the champion team of the 5-on-5 combat will gain a Warframe of the Star Beast series, which was worth more than 1 million each. The champion of the single combat will win the Last S Warframe of the King series, which has a value of nearly 10 million. There are prizes for the top 3 of all items. We should try our best. Even if we don't win anything, it would be a great opportunity for us to practice, Fatty said. Let's register for all then. Han Sen heard there were so many awards paid by Starry Group and decided to try. For real? Fatty looked to Wang Mengmeng again. Brother Han says so. Wang Mengmeng thought about it and asked, is there any overlaps between these items? Can one show up in all of them? Fatty checked the schedule and said, there is no problem other than one item, which is a single item, so one of us could go for that. Well then, our president will take care of the registration. Wang Mengmeng said with a smile. Mengmeng, will this work? Our society has so few people, and almost all of us are freshmen. Would it look too bad if we lost in everything? Li Zhenjin said with some concern. It does not matter. With Brother Han here we will not lose. Wang Mengmeng had blind trust in Han Senator Li Zhenjin, and Wang Chun cast an odd look to Han Senator. They could not tell what was so special about this freshman that Wang worshipped him so much. They had also asked Wang Mengmeng about it, and Wang simply said she had known him all her life and he had always been an impressive person. But Li Zhenjin and Wang Chun were quite skeptical about it, since they had not seen any excellent performance from him. And Han Sen had been practicing on heavy warframes instead of combat warframes these days, so it would be unrealistic to say he would get any prize. Luo Xiangyang originally wanted to persuade Han Sen to join the Warframe Society, but was delayed by something else. When he had finished his other business on this day, he returned to school and immediately came to the Heavy Warframe Society. When Luo Xiangyang arrived at the Heavy Warframe Society, the society members just decided on their application in the upcoming Starry Cup. Han Sen, Luo Xiangyang walked into the 7th warehouse and called, "Brother, you just came?" Han Sen got up and greeted Luo. "Who is this man?" Li Zhenjin felt puzzled and asked. Other people also looked at Han Senator. Apparently, they did not know who he was either. However, Fatty and Skinny were surprised because they knew who Luo Xiangyang was, the coach of Warframe Society, but they did not understand why Han Sen called him brother. Isn't he a member here? Han Sen hesitated. He never asked anyone about this and assumed that Luo was a member student. Hearing the words of Han Sen, Fatty and Skinny almost choked. Luo was a coach at Warframe Society, how could he be a student? Luo Xinyang smiled and patted Han Sen on the shoulder. Han Sen, your Warframe operation skills are great. Are you interested in joining the Warframe Society? Oh, I forgot to tell you that I am the coach at Warframe Society and I promise you will be able to get the best training, use the best training equipment in school, and get the best guidance. Luo Xiangyang's words shocked everyone but Wang Mengmeng. They could not imagine that a coach of Warframe Society would personally invite Han Sen to join them. Warframe Society and Martial Arts Society were the two most popular societies. Many talented students took the initiative to join them each year, and these two societies never needed to recruit any members. Those who wanted to join even needed to go through their selection. These two societies carved up more than 60% of the talented students of Blackhawk. Different from Heavy Warframe Society, they never lacked talents. But then the dignified coach of Warframe Society even personally went to poach someone from Heavy Warframe Society and made such a promise, which was quite shocking. Fatty and Skinny had their mouths wide open but could not make a sound. They were familiar with Luo because the only reason they were here was that they had failed to enter the Warframe Society in the first place. They were surprised that someone that Luo Xiangyang would personally invite was in their society. I am sorry, Coach Luo, but I have joined the Heavy Warframe Society already, Han San declined. The reason Han San had promised to join Heavy Warframe Society was twofold. First, he did it for Wang Mengmeng. Second, he valued the freedom here. He could come and go as he wanted and did not need to worry about anything. This way he could take tasks as he wanted any time or go to God's sanctuary to hunt. He would not quite like it if he had to practice on a warframe every single day. Luo Xiangyang did not give up and continued to persuade him. With your talent and ability, it would be a waste if you stayed here. Give me 2 or 3 years and I can get you into the top 3 in the entire alliance. The championship is not impossible either, which is exactly my goal. The rest were dumbfounded and regarded Han San, since they had never seen anything special about him that deserved these words from Luo. Sorry, Coach Luo. I cannot take your offer. Han San once again refused. Do not rush to refuse. Think about it. If you become a champion in the Warframe contest in the Alliance during your study, your final rating will be a lot higher. Luo Xiangyang added, I will also try my best to give you the best rating possible. When you figure it out, you can come to me at Warframe Society. I will always welcome you to join. After Luo Xiangyang left, the rest were still staring at Han Sr. Coach Luo offered you such conditions, and you actually refused him? Fatty could not believe what had happened and asked Han Xian, don't you know what higher final rating means? I certainly do, Han Sun said with a smile. The higher the final rating, the bigger the chance to get a better position and rank when one served. And you turned him down? Li Zhenjin said with a disbelieving look. If I wanted those extra points, I would not have chosen to join our society. Han Sun shrugged. His goal was his own perfect evolution, rather than a certain expertise. Although he was interested in Warframe operation, it was just a hobby. He would not put everything in it or waste too much time on it. If he could become a sacred blood aristocrat, it would be much more useful than getting the highest final rating level S. In addition, he was confident that he would be rated level S with or without any extra points. The rest looked at Han San as if he was an alien, not believing he had given up such a great opportunity to get a better final rating. His roommates were not too surprised. With Han Sen's skill in Hand of God, he could beat Li Yufeng by 20 points. Had he joined Hand of God Society, he could have gotten the extra points a long time ago. Why would he wait for Luo Xiangyang to invite him? I said that we would be great in the contest with Brother Han here. Now do you believe me? Wang Mengmeng said proudly. Fatty thought of Starry Cup and became thrilled. With Han San, whom Luo Xiangyang had invited personally in their society, maybe Heavy Warframe Society could get somewhere this time. Even if they could not win the championship, some third places were enough to give them a reputation. Obviously Fatty was still underestimating Han Senator. Had he known that Han Sen had fought Luo Xiangyang for an hour without losing, he would have set his goal higher. Han Sen was once again the last one to leave the 7th warehouse. He made a habitual visit to the cafeteria and found the juices were all gone again. Then it chanced that he saw Ji Yanran sitting there eating her meal. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.